Hello and welcome back to ABN's coverage of the PEC 12 Hours of Le Mans. I am rejoined in the booth by my wonderful long-time co-commentator, Olivia Hayward, who is now very well rested and ready for the next chunk of this race. But we are ticking off lap 100 of this race around the Circuit de la Sarthe, of course, at a much slower rate than you would otherwise expect, thanks to the inclement weather. So we thought we'd take a moment just to round up where everyone's at the moment, as we are just about past the halfway mark. So currently leading the field, and it's been a pretty convincing run so far for Writer Engineering, is the number 76 Writer Engineering Acura, and they are followed not very closely by the number 97 All-Firm Racing car with Julien Hammond currently on board that one. Fury Simsport, as it stands, round out the GTP podium, and Vulcan Motorsport actually doing a great job up there in P4. And your previous season champion, DLR by SimLab Orange, Albert Preem, currently driving that in 5th place. Go Esports are currently lingering around that top 5 position, 6 seconds off the back of that in 6th, with NGC by Rubis Gas all the way up to P7 now after what's been a pretty up and down race for them. MRRS Racing Sapphire got into an incident with the Orca Performance Black car and are now only down in P8. With DLR SimLab White are just inside the top 10 in P9. Unlucky Luke Racing, after a strong showing in qualifying, only in P10 at the moment. And after what has been a nigh-on disaster for them, XPD Racing are currently rolling around in 11th with the number 77 Writer Engineering car following them in P12. We do have a retirement from DLR SimLab Red, and a Gnosis Esports Sin Ultimate are a relatively recent retirement as well. So to reintroduce her to the broadcast, the Liv is going to give us a rundown of the GT3s.
Absolutely, it's Negative Delta by SimGear. Butchev driving that Mercedes AMG right now at the lead of the GT3 Pro Field, completing 90 laps compared to our GTP's 100. I noticed Esports Sim Ultimate just 24 seconds back in their McLaren 720S, with RPM Racing's Charlie Nilsson and a Chevrolet right on their heels, just 2.5 seconds off. Valkyrie Excite Green and Go Esports round out the top 5 in the pro class, with Vulcan Motorsports Gold, and Notice Esports Emix, Endurance Enjoyers, NGC by Rubis Gas, and DDKG rounding out the rest of your top 10. Behind them in the pro class, you have Eagle Speed S, Octopus Racing Team, Auto Performance Black, who we mentioned had that incident with MRR Sapphire, and then it seems like Eagle Speed Academy PC and Mass Devils Esports may be your last runners race, but the one may have retired behind the Virtual Drive by Thrustmaster number 1 car. Maybe, I think, 5 retirements in the pro class there. Just the one in GT3, and we'll get to them, but currently leading is the 291 Smurf Racing Team, who started off strong, had the disconnect, had the poor tyre call onto the slips, timing it a little bit too early, but through that wet phase of the race the second time around, have jumped themselves back into the lead and lead by 26 seconds over the Porsche 911 of MRRS Racing Amethyst. Ice Corsa Red hold on to 3rd place, 2 laps down from them, with DLR SimLab Green, Project Veloce Alpha, Octopus Racing Team Black, SPHT Motorsport, Eagle Speed Academy G, Negative Delta by Madness, Locals Autosport, and Auto Performance Racing Blue, your last remaining runners in the AM class. Very attrition-heavy race for our GT3 AM runners. Pacemakers all the way retired from the race after an incident on lap number 1, and find themselves retired. But just those 2 cars in the running for that class vote, keeping each other very honest, which you always love to see, and could be a hell of a shootout for the final few hours.
Well, we've got a replay for you here of Alberto Garcia Blasco for XPD Racing. I assume this is going to be how this car ended up out of this race, just getting all sorts of out of shape on the way into Ford Chicane. No, sorry, they're down in P11, not out of this race. We're just having a bit of a moment there in the Ford Chicanes and having to cut the track and rejoin, serve that slowdown, and get going again. Kevin Daniels for DDK Racing in that Ford Mustang that's been, again, another car that's had a bit of an up and down race. Let's see what happened to this one. Is it just a relatively simple spin on entry? Yes, it is. Let's go nice and early. Not much you can do about it, but keeps it out of the wall. So good bit of heads-up driving there to rejoin, get pointed in the right direction from off the track. That's what we like to see. We don't want to see cars reversing across the racing line, because that's certainly more than a little bit dangerous. And we rejoin the front of the GT3 Anfield. Again, David Narbonne and Smurf Racing Team is one of the stories of the race so far. Having that disconnect and then through the rain cycle, able to get themselves back into the lead of the race by being able to choose exactly when they got onto the wet weather tires. A little bit of a snap of oversteer at the apex of Arnage this time by. Under a little bit of pressure from one of the Enosis cars behind, of course not racing for position, but certainly Smurf Racing Team are going to want that car out of the way so they can focus on their own race. Speaking of the weather, Olivia, it looks like we've got a bit of a shift on its way, about 5 or 10 minutes out from this rain stopping, but a little bit of a twist in the tail of the weather radar.
Yeah, so I thought that Carmen would have all the fun of the dry to wet phases of the race, and I would take the wet to dry. But actually, this patch of rain set to stop in, I'd say maybe 10 minutes time at most. But there's another band of light rain that seems to be washing its way through, very patchy looking. Without a full view of it on the radar yet, that could be interesting and make some teams second guess a potential switch onto the slick tires in about half an hour's time, maybe. I have also just seen, unfortunately, an incident for the number 42 car, the NGC by Rubis Gas GTP. They're down on pit lane after an incident coming out of the Porsche curves. They have a long repair on the way, it looks like.
Yeah, meatballs certainly the order of the day for the GTP class. That was an accident, but here we are. Meatballs certainly the order of the day for the GTP class. Plenty of those prototypes finding their way down pit lane on multiple occasions in this race. It's a car that's tricky to drive on any given day, but if you throw in with that the way the tires are now and some changeable conditions, it's just going to make driving these cars so much harder. One aero package designed for this circuit, mind, but still really tricky to handle. Combine that with the fact the cars weigh about 1,200 kilograms fully laden, and you're going to have a car that's very difficult to get turned in, very difficult to stop, and extremely difficult to get out of a corner. And that's the sort of thing that's just been biting everyone so far today. Is really we're still in a learning phase for a lot of these teams with these cars. And of course, without the official iRacing series making their way to Le Mans at any point this season, or realistically any low downforce track, the first 3 weeks being Portimao. You know what? I've forgotten what the first 3 rounds were. This is what I get when I don't actually race, but Portimao certainly being one of them, and 2, Sebring, and another relatively high downforce track just makes it...
Fuji this week.
Fuji, there you go.
And then Long Beach next week.
Long Beach next week, so
very high downforce.
Yeah, no real opportunity to build from a low downforce setup. Of course, setup shops for the most part do offer a service where they'll build you a custom setup if you ask for one or pay for one. But I'll tell you for a fact that's certainly not a service that TMR took advantage of. Jan Kerbsten.
Maybe they should have.
Maybe we should have, yeah. Jan Kerbsten pulls down pit lane for a scheduled pit stop. It's his 12th lap on the stint. Clearly Reiter choosing not to save any fuel during the wet weather. Should be a relatively clean stop in new tires, full tank of fuel, and out again. As it looks like he's just going past, I think that's the GT3 race leader there in pit lane, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, so the cycles align here, which is not something you always see in enduro race. Oftentimes, drivers end up a little bit off sync from each other, but of course the rain forcing everyone into the pit lane at very similar times earlier in the race. And maybe the dry spell could cause the same in a little bit, but probably not right now, because like I said, there's a second band that's going to follow after this rain stops. Looking at the Fortress, I think that should be the last one, but we've been proven wrong before. And I think drivers will have to deal with the wet weather tyres on a slightly dry track to avoid making too many additional pit stops.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I think there's only a few cars out there on track that could consider switching onto the dry weather tyres. I'm mainly eyeing up Vulcan that have just come out pit lane. Oh, not even them, to be fair. They're going to want to do 12 laps on those tyres. MRS are due down pit lane in about 10 laps or so, as our DLR SimLab White. We've seen them go a little bit wild on tyre strategy so far. XVD Racing and the 77 Racer Engineering car might take the option to try something a bit different to see if there is any sort of crossover, because if there is, those dry tires are going to be so much quicker when that dry line appears. And Liv, you sound like you spotted something.
One stop for Jan Curbs here. A minute 15 stationary and counting. That could keep up the race lead as Old Firm Racing is rolling again off pit lane. They are going to be side by side coming off the pit lane as Jan Curbs taking an extra 40 seconds must have bet on entry or something. Or potentially taking some damage repair. But Julian Harmon has managed to come out of the pit lane just inches ahead of Jan Curbs, and a change for the lead when we weren't even expecting any drama. 40 seconds additional from Jan Curbs, and I'm going to check to see whether he was a little bit too hot on pit entry.
Definitely didn't speed, well under speed for that one. I think the only question there would be, was it an unsafe pit entry?
He did some rally crossing on the way, and I believe got dinged for not following the chicane. And that's how to lead Julian Harmon.
And he's going to be kicking himself for that one as well, because it's as much as it's an easy mistake to make, it's not the sort of mistake that Jan Curbs should be making at this stage in his career. But ultimately, when the track's wet, 6.5 hours into an endurance race, when he started and completed the first 3 hours on his own, certainly a little bit of something is going to start to creep in there where the mistakes are going to become a little bit more prominent. Cost him about 3.5 seconds and the race lead and 3.5 seconds. Julian Harmon now has the chance to perhaps run away into the distance a little bit, but it's safe to say Racer Engineering have once again been the class of the field in this race, leading by far the most laps out of anyone. Of course, MRS had a chance to lead earlier on in this race, but threw that one away with a mistake into the first chicane. But Jan Curbs and Reister have been absolutely solid. So you have to feel like they're going to be able to get that spot back. But I know for a fact that Harmond and Old Firm Racing are not going to want to give that up.
Yeah, sorry to change the subject, but Vulcan Motorsports Orange has caught a meatball flat and is down on pit lane after a tow. An incident through the second of the Porsche curves, and to me looking maybe like a hardware failure of some kind. It looks like the car was in control but just veered over towards the barrier. So a heartbreaking moment for them. They've been staying clean all race and kept themselves in the run-in. There's a different driver now hopping into the race car, but they have got a meatball flag to take some repairs on that left front corner of the car, and that could drop them outside of the top 5 here.
Yeah, Vulcan Motorsport, a team that emerged from HWT Motorsport after winning that GT3 AM Championship last season. Alex Pilbeam has done a great job as one of the drivers of that car to just lead the charge on absolute consistency in this championship so far. But again, it's just the small things like that, a little bit of luck that can creep in or creep out in this instance and leave you a little bit stranded on the circuit. Had them tow down at pit lane and take what should be quite an extended repair. We talk about Liv how this track chooses its winners, and Lamar certainly didn't choose Vulcan Motorsports today.
Yeah, it's a long race and there's time to make spots up again, but that's a really tough blow for that team, just having to take the tow back to pit lane and then start work on repairing that left front wheel assembly. And with fourth and fifth so close behind them, or fifth and sixth I should say, that's a huge blow to their chances in this one, and a lot of work to do in the next 5 hours to try and move back up into those spots. Yeah, just a I think a monitor blackout or maybe a VR issue, one of the two for that team. And
I don't know, it almost looks to me like the car just turned hard left to the inside. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but certainly what I saw. Jan Curbs then on his first flying lap in this new stint, hunting down Julian Harmon for Old Firm Racing, of course taking that unsafe pit entry and a 40-second time penalty for his troubles. And despite all that, despite the 40-second gap he had, it wasn't enough to bring him out in front of the Frenchman. So now he's got a couple of seconds that he needs to hunt down. There's some traffic that's going to work a little bit in his favor. And just like that, a little bit of interest and intrigue has been sprinkled onto the latter half of this race. It is now Reiter who are doing all of the chasing after being so comfortably in the lead for so long. The weather system has started to leave the circuit, only really lingering around the eastern side, so down the Hunaudière into Mulsanne Corner. We are going to enter this little period where it's going to stop raining on the track. I don't expect it to brighten up too much. This cloud cover looks like it is more than here to stay. But at the end of this stint, a lot of teams are going to have some decisions to make.
Yeah, there's a patchy little bit of rain that, in all honesty, could miss the racetrack. There's a little gap seems to be forming in that pocket that is waving its way in. So maybe a coin flip on whether we get another brief band of rain, and whether that falls or not could be the crucial point of whether you go on to a set of slick tires or whether you just make the wets work for a little bit longer in case you have to well, deal with another shower here. We do have a little bit of information from Old Firm Racing. Apparently they had summation. Part of the reason why their previous stop was longer and they gave it from time to Reiter Engineering is that a set of slick tires got put on the car, and they had to then put a set of wet tires back on before they could leave the pit lane.
Well, if that doesn't teach you to check your black box before you come down pit lane, at least they'll have learnt it now. Jan Kurbs coming under just I'll say pressure, making a small mistake into the second Mulsanne chicane. It cost him a little bit of time to Julien Hammond, but he's managed to recover that for the most part now, as that gap is closed to within 1.8, just opened up to 1.9 seconds, according to the interval at least. Hammond's still in the lead of this race, and I think this could be quite an interesting battle, Liv, because Hammond can sometimes be a driver that's a little bit up and down on pace. I've certainly seen him be absolutely electric at some tracks. He's certainly been like that here today at Le Mans, but last time we raced him at the Nürburgring just didn't seem to be quite as switched on as he is today. But it doesn't matter, because here he is in the lead of this race by 1.5 seconds, and all he has for company at the front of this field is Jan Kurbs.
Say all he has for company. That's one hell of a driver to have in your rearview mirror.
I know it.
It's difficult to make a move here with these conditions. I think as well it's going to depend on who can find pace on this drying track, and I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Reiter Engineering struggled in the wet tyre phase of the drying track the first time around. It was once they got onto the slits that they really lit timing sheets up. So this could be a chance for Julien Hammond to try and pull a bit of a gap and find the grip first to try and consolidate the advantage they've been given by that mistake on pit lane, or entering pit lane for Jan Kurbs. Just trading errors during the pit stop cycles over the past couple of hours, and it's led to both cars being very close together, as meanwhile down on pit lane are your two GT3 leaders. I believe Net Delta will retake the race lead, but I noticed Esport and RPM Racing on top of each other for what is currently first and second, and will very quickly become second and third.
Yeah, Negative Delta just had the absolute number on the rest of the field today. Even with the drivers that are on that fuel-saving strategy in GT3, it just hasn't been enough to overhaul the absolute pace that has been behind the wheel of that Mercedes-AMG GT3. And they've just been so clean as well. The only thing I can remember is that one little moment that they had in the Porsche curves that you could put more down to the conditions of the track than actual driver error, but they managed to recover from that one relatively quickly, and from then they've just been absolutely plodding away lap after lap after lap. They currently have Valkyrie X-Type Green for company, but again, they're a little bit off cycle in terms of the pit strategy. They've got another 4 laps to go before they start thinking about coming down pit lane, and Wojciech's going to know that. The entire team at Negative Delta by SimGear is going to know that. They're looking behind and going, right, you've got UTL 2 seconds back, but you don't need to worry about him. He's off cycle, and as long as we keep coming out of the pit lane in front of him, there is absolutely no way that we can lose to them. Because remember, Wojciech and co have just pitted and are still in front of UTL. UTL is going to gain a lot of time from missing out on that extra stop. But he's coming out of the pit lane a second and a bit behind your net race leaders, and that's not enough to jump them in the final round of stops.
I mean, maybe, but let's bear in mind that this drying track could collapse the pit strategies once again, force everyone on side with each other, and of course, they'll have a shorter refuel time to serve when they take that change. But if it falls at the wrong time, like, for example, if it's exactly one stint from now, then they'd still have to take as much time as you need to get 4 slick tires onto that Mercedes. Roman UTL would gain a lot of time, or not lose very much time relatively, taking those 10 or 11 laps of fuel, and all of a sudden, you've maybe only got 10 seconds to defend for the final 4 hours. It's very easy in these conditions for a pit strategy advantage to completely disappear with a sudden change of tyre, and there's maybe that little bit of anxiety there, I think, for the 181 crew, but they've been handling it really well so far, as Jan Kurb's handling the adversity of that pit lane penalty, and now right on the back of Julian Harmon, pressing to try and find an advantage through here. There's a little bit of traffic through the Porsche curves that both have to deal with. Julian Harmon gets there, and Jan Kurbs is going to force the way through into the second apex. They are right on top of each other here, and this is going to be a fantastic battle to watch as they brave the weather conditions to get towards sunset.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm noticing is that Kurbs is just right in Harmon's wheel tracks, which is right in that spray. I don't think for a single moment that we've been watching him so far, he's left that spray. It reminds me of playing something on the PlayStation back in the day, where you'd see the little slipstream lines coming off the back of the car. I think a better example would probably be GTA Racing, where you get the slipstream lines coming off the back of the car, and you sit in them and you get that little speed boost. I feel like that's what Jan's vying for here, as Harmon gets a relatively neutral exit from the Ford chicane, but Kurbs will take any advantage he can get in that slipstream, peeks to the inside of turn 1, fills the mirror of that red Acura with the bright orange, black and white, and goes for it down the inside of 2, using all the curb to get that car rotated, forcing the issue on the outside, and they will be side by side down the Descente de la Chapelle on the run down to the Forest S's. Jan Kurbs blinks out of this plane of existence. It's going to delay Julian Harmon just a little bit, but he's going to force the issue back around the outside of the Forest S's, snatches the apex of the second part of that corner, and will lead into Tete Rouge.
Fantastic racing from them both there. Jan Kurbs getting ahead for just a moment, but was forced to go a little bit deep through, I can't remember what the corner name is, through Chapelle, and got into those puddles on the outside, couldn't really carry the speed through in the Forest S's, and that's what let Julian Harmon close back in and shut the door, really slam it in Jan Kurbs' face, and for the time being retain the race lead. But we know that the 76 is not going to give that one up easily. It's still within a second of your race leader, and is very much pressing to try and get another one done, as we're going to have another couple bits of GT3 traffic here as we come down the Grenadier, and we'll see whether Julian Harmon can put a bookmark between the two of them in the form of the DDK Racing Team G car. It looks like that Mustang is going to be stuck between them here for at least the exit of this corner.
And that car was absolutely vital for Julian Harmon to clear on the way into that second Mustang chicane. If he hadn't got that done, it would have let Kurbs close all the way up to the back of him. But I've got to say, it's a great bit of defensive and re-attacking driving from Julian Harmon there. There are very few drivers on the iRacing service that would be brave enough to slam the door shut on Jan Kurbs like that, as he's often a very, I want to say, aggressive driver. He's difficult.
Very persistent.
Persistent, that's the one. He's very difficult to race against, because he will race you as hard as you race him. Oftentimes when we're racing Liv, we always say the tone gets set by how the other person you're battling attacks you, and I think that sets the tone for the rest of this fight.
Yeah, and of course Harmon did pull away to the tune of about a second and a quarter, but a couple of GT3s there into Mulsanne corner, and suddenly They are right nose to tail once again. Jan Curbs peeking to the inside, just filling the mirrors of Julian Harmon there, trying to break off that rubbered in line. 97 happy to use the entire width of the track and gets a decent exit here, going towards the Porsche curves. And from 4/10 back, Jan Curbs just have to set up here and maybe try and go for the same move that he did last lap into the Dunlop chicane, which he was so close to getting done, but there's the snap. There's a mistake on the entry to the Porsche curves from Julian Harmon. He gathers it back up, but immediately there to pounce is Jan Curbs, who stayed close and is rewarded with the lead of the race once again. But Julian Harmon, I know, isn't going to be done here. He's going to try and fight this one back.
Well, a snap in the middle of the Porsche 1 was all the impetus that Jan Curbs needed to retake the lead of this race with just over 5 hours to go. Julian Harmon coming under all sorts of pressure there, just couldn't quite hang on to the car through one of the fastest sections of the racetrack. Rear end getting away from him, just about got it gathered back up, but it killed all of his momentum coming through that section, and Jan Curbs just able to drive by as if he was stood still. Gap now up to 1.9 seconds, and if you bet, Liv, I think you'd say that Jan Curbs might be about to run away a little bit here.
He's going to give it his absolute effort. I think we actually had simultaneous lead changes in class, because Valkyries at green on that lower fuel tank have made the move on near to Delta by Simgear, but of course not on cycle. I'm sure Wojciech is going to be happy to sit behind just for the next couple of laps and then make the move when that car pulls into pit lane and start pushing ahead. Jan Curbs now 2.2 seconds ahead as Julian Harmon struggling to keep up here. And I think your prediction, while not the most bold gamble we've ever seen, I think it is still going to prove to be very true.
Many such cases. Writer Engineering then retake the lead. After that rare mistake on the entry into pit lane. I think Harmon put up about as good a fight as he could have, and it's one of those things when the track conditions are this terrible and the grip isn't there, the confidence starts to slip away, and then especially when you have a snap of oversteer like that is when it can really get to you, and that's how you lose those 3 seconds in about half a lap. Harmon though just needs to get his head back on straight, get back in the game and stay there for now, because 3 seconds is absolutely no time at all over the course of the next 5 hours. And Curbs and Writer Engineering are going to be feeling that pressure as long as Old Firm Racing can stay within some sort of window, some sort of margin of error where Writer feel like they need to be perfect. And realistically, for the next until the end of this race, Writer do need to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that they spent, 6.5 hours building a 40-second lead at the front of the field, and then one mistake on the way into pit lane gave it all up. And that's probably one of the less costly mistakes you can make at a track like this. You can easily lose laps on laps with a mistake that finds a barrier or finds another car. But there's always that pressure, and in conditions like this, you are never fully comfortable. Jan Curbs just 3 seconds ahead of Harmon. We know we're likely to have another tyre compound change on the horizon here as the rain has stopped, and it might not restart here. That patch of cloud cover is breaking around the track right now, so it could be fairly soon that these drivers are forced to make the call onto slick tires one final time, and the timing of that is going to be absolutely crucial to whether Wright can hold on to this or whether they're going to have to fight through one more time to try and get the lead of this race.
Ooh, do we do when we switch over predictions like we did at Nürburgring?
No.
Because I've got an opinion. I think I know when we're going to switch over. It's going to be at least another stint from now. I reckon we see out this stint and the track's still not going to be dry enough. The cloud cover's way too much, air temperature way too low, that I really don't think that it's going to take a short amount of time to lift the rainwater off the surface. I know it's only just stopped raining and we have that other little system slowly rolling its way in, but I think even when that clears itself, it's going to be, I want to say 7:45 in sim. The sun's going to be a lot lower in the sky, the air temp a lot lower as well, and it just isn't really going to have the same chance to dry the circuit, as we've got a good chunk less cars circulating at the moment, 35 compared to at least 40 last time we had that changeover. So yeah, my prediction is this one's going to take a lot longer than we might otherwise think.
I think they'll be on the I think the end of this stint is going to be when teams pull the trigger, honestly. We're assuming that this secondary system does miss the racetrack, but already last time by, Jan Kerb set a 348. We saw that as time started to get towards that window and dropping into the mid 340s, that was a bellwether of when the track was really starting to develop a dry line. The sun is low in the sky, but the cloud cover is only going to get lighter from here as we get into the night, and the factor of the cars displacing the water is as true as ever still. Well, 30-something cars circulating on the racetrack to clear out that racing line. I think by about 8 p.m. Sim time, in about 40 minutes time, these drivers are going to be wanting to be on a set of slick tires.
I love that. I love that we can always find a way to have some slightly friendly competition in these races. There is Roman UTL, who's managed to pull a little bit of a gap on the negative delta by Sim Gear team. Actually doing a great job that sets them up really strongly for the end of this race, because this is what the pit cycle is going to look like after that final round of stops, with negative delta being on that slightly alternate, well, no, sorry, it's Valkyrie that are on the slightly alternate pit strategy. But negative delta are going to have a little bit of work to do if they continue at this sort of pace and continue on this strategy. They have the pace that they can extend and build that gap, but I've been really impressed by Valkyrie's pace at the end of the stint here.
Yeah, of course, low on fuel, so that will always be a factor, but they've gained 2 seconds on Wojciech in that negative delta car last time by. Great work from them. That's only 8 laps of fuel, which is a bit more than half a tank, but I wouldn't say that's 2 seconds of pace around Le Mans. That is really strong performance from UTL. Of course, this team formerly of Rolling Goat, now Valkyrie X-Hype, but still showing themselves strongly. And for the time being, maybe it's only on cycle, but it's still in the lead of the GT3 class. Great work from them as they try and pull a bit more of a gap, more of a delta to negative delta by SimGear.
And it's certainly them that have the negative delta over P2 at the moment. And like I say, this is how the final pit stop cycle is going to work out. So any time they can gain now is going to be time that negative delta by SimGear have to make up at the end of the race. So Valkyrie X-Hype, being your winners from last time out, are actually in a very, very strong position to repeat on this occasion at Le Mans. Of course, the 12 Hours of Le Mans, probably the most prestigious event on this season's calendar. I don't think I'm showing any bias there. You send a sports car series to Le Mans, you make it 12 hours long, and that is the absolute crown jewel of the calendar, and it's the one everyone wants to win.
We do have a 12-hour Daytona as well to end out the season, and of course, those two typically are part of the Triple Crown of endurance racing, but there's only one that's part of the Triple Crown of motorsport, and it's this one. So I think this one takes the advantage just by a little bit.
It really does. It's just a fantastic circuit as well. You can't help but love the way that sports cars race around here. I'm still following Jan Kerbs around just from the far chase cam, and the cloud cover is starting to break, and it is bathing the start finish section in this gorgeous orange glow, and it's such a unique little thing that you don't get at so many other racetracks, because their racing is already done by the time you get towards the sunset. But with a 12-hour race series that always races into the night, we do get these gorgeous colors starting to shine their way through.
Yeah, of course, they call this the golden hour in photography and videography, and I'm sure Jan Kerbs in that, let's call it golden writer engineering car, looking for a golden finish to this 12 hours of Le Mans. We're now into the final 5 hours of the race, 7 hours and 1 minute on the clock now, and 3.5 seconds the gap ahead of Julian Harmond as these GTP drivers continue to try and draw out this racetrack and prepare for that last turn in the tail from wet to dry to wet, and now back to dry the track is going to go as we head into the night, and towards just after midnight is when the checkered flag will fall in this one in sim time, and just after, I believe, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for some of these drivers as well in Europe.
That's us. You know, I was going to say, there are certain instances where I think my dad would argue that that orange on the Writer Engineering car is gold because it shares a very similar shade to the Wolverhampton Wanderers home kit. So good analogy there. They've got a little string of golden, golden, golden. I'm here for it. Of course, it'd be a great result for Writer and crew to pick up the win here today because they are leading the championship and they would enter the final 2 rounds of the season still leading the championship and by a good margin as well because their closest rival is just not having that good a race today. As Roman UTL makes his way down pit lane, you can see that sun properly illuminating this section of track as well, really making all of those colors on the cars pop. There's Marty for Go Esports trying to put pressure on Afonso Suso for Vulcan Motorsports Gold and make up a position. Is the fight for P5 in class. These two are on strategy, so this is an actual bit of fighting to go on here as the Spaniard trying to close the gap on the car in front. Going to gain a little bit in the slipstream, but not a great exit from Arnage is going to hamper any progress he can make up into the Porsche curves. Some GTP traffic that's going to make its way through in the next lap or so that could get involved in this fight, but Marty just looking a lot more comfortable through the corners. Suto going to touch deep into Porsche 1 as he's got to nail the next 2 corners if he wants to hold on to this position, but look how much Marty is closing up through the twisties. Suto looks like he might have the advantage on the straights, of which there are quite a few here at Le Mans, but Marty pushing that Acura through those corners and closing that gap down to within 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, very, very interesting battles actually as we come through start finish. Yes, we have that beautiful golden glow from the sun, but what we also have falling in front of our camera is a little bit of rainfall. This system is just about gonna drop one last shower onto the racetrack, and that again is gonna delay the tire switch, I'm sure. I'm not sure how long this system is gonna stick with us, but if you were thinking the track wasn't it good for slit tires, as I was, to be fair, give you a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a spotty rain. That's the one. That's the word I was looking for, which shouldn't really affect the wetness of the track too much. It certainly wasn't when it arrived earlier on in this race, but we're still following this fight for P5 in GT3 Pro. Suto still the car in front, just holding Marty at arm's length. But Marty, you can see in that rear view camera, has Rick van Ackeren for company, 7th in GTP, half a second back. Should relatively easily clear both of these cars on the straight, as Marty will stay very sensibly out of the way. Jan Kurbs is going to follow this one through as well, as Ackeren just looks like he's struggling a little bit on straight line speed. It's going to pin Jan Kurbs behind just a little bit. You can't quite make it out through the spray in front of these guys here, which has so often been the case in this race. The spray is just so difficult to deal with, especially when you don't have, especially if you've been running in clean air for a while. Suddenly getting into all that spray, visibility dropping to almost nothing, just can absolutely kill your confidence.
Yeah, it's so tough in a situation like this with, again, so many cars currently in the vicinity of this group. It doesn't really matter where you go, there's always going to be a little bit of uncertainty in your racing line, and very easy to drift a little bit wide into a puddle and find yourself facing the wrong way. I was just looking at our championship fights, and in GTP, our current 1-2 in the championship sit 1-2 in the field, so that is going to extend the lead, but not by as much as Reiter would have hoped going to those final 2 rounds. In GT3 Pro, Valkyrie and Cyber Patrols are championship leaders, but Narrative Delta by SimGear are the team team not too far behind, I should say. NUC by Rubus Gas were the closest competitors, but they have had some trouble and are, I believe, maybe out of this race at this point. So it should be a good consolidation for the 177 crew. But in GT3 AM, most of the heavy hitters have fallen into significant issues, and your current top 2 in the championship are currently the last 2 cars running. Wow. So potentially that could throw everything wide open going into the final 2 rounds of the season. I have to wait and see how things shape up here and who ends up in the prime position going forward there. But some really tight fights that are looking to shape up throughout the championship. It's not going to be a situation like we had with HWT last season, where they were well clear going into the last 2 rounds. It's going to go all the way down to the wire.
So, Liv, whilst everything seems to have settled into a little bit of a rhythm, we're still keeping one eye on the battle between Marty and Suto. Bring you any updates on that one as it continues. We're on week 3 of the new iRacing season. We've tackled the likes of Portimao and Sebring and the other track that I've forgotten, Fuji, which is
Fuji.
this week. Which means, of course, you, me, a lot of the drivers in this field, a lot of other people around the iRacing service have had time to get used to the updated GTP tyre model, and just thought we could talk about that a little bit and talk about how it's changed the handling of the cars and what sort of, I don't know, whether it's an improvement, whether we like it, whether we think there's something else that can be improved. Because I thought it might be a fun little conversation we can have for the next few minutes.
My answer is it's fantastic. I love it. It's so much fun.
I know you had opinions on the previous update, didn't you?
I mean, I didn't really touch it. I bailed to LMP2 for last season and didn't really give the GTPs a try. But now that they're back in, first of all, it's nice to have that slightly slower closing speed to the traffic. You can be rewarded for being a little bit more patient now, which is always nice. But the thing that I really love, and coming from the IndyCar side of things, is that we found that using the roll bars and the adjustment was really helpful to get from cold tires to warm tires, and then to, as the tires wear out over the course of a stint, making those adjustments on the front and the rear anti-roll bars really helped to change the handling of the car in a way that made it much more manageable and much easier to push over the full length of a stint. I really enjoyed that out at Sebring, and of course, still only 3 weeks in, so teams and setup builders are going to be tuning with those adjustments throughout the course of the season, going beyond that. But I am very excited to see how those in-car adjustments finally get a chance to shine in our GTP class.
Yeah, I will say it was really good fun watching you guys work during the 12 hours of Sebring, especially with the adjustments that you're making to the car. It's not really something that we were doing on our side of the garage. It was just a case of get in the car and drive it, because we felt like we turned enough laps where just drive the car how it is, blah 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 blah. But knowing that the car is a little bit more difficult to drive, especially on the out laps, I think it was, again, really interesting to see how you 3 tackled that in the 40. Wait, what did we put you in the 44 for that weekend?
I think it was the 44, yeah.
Yeah.
Julian Harmond, a little bit deep in Mulsanne corner there. He's going to drop a couple seconds back now.
Oh, as Marty's going to go for a spin into the second Mulsanne chicane as well, and that's going to effectively end that fight for P5. But just to continue the conversation on the new tyre model, definitely an improvement. Certainly an improvement. I'll admit the Hypergrip tyres were fun for the 3 months that we had them. I think I managed to win a couple of races in that time as well. Yeah, we got Road America under our belt, and Long Beach, which was quite nice. I'll take those. But it feels like the updated version of these is just a better version of what we had in December. Of course, the biggest change had to be how the car handled sliding, because we've always had this issue in iRacing where if you slide the tire, it just completely flash heats the rubber and not only ruins it for the rest of the stint, but gives you no grip for the next lap. So I think one of the more interesting changes was how savable the car became. It'll certainly have helped Jonas Faber in the 77, who's had a couple of incidents that he's managed to get gathered up relatively quickly, but that all comes from, I think, realistically, how drivable the new tire model is, apart from at the start of the stint. But again, at the end of the day, we did ask for that. And I think a really interesting part about when we got that dev post about the new tires was that one of the biggest things that they highlighted in that is these tires are more difficult now on the outlap. You asked for this.
Yeah, and I think it was crucially they pointed towards what I think a lot of drivers are thinking, which is, yes, it's more difficult, but that gives you more opportunity to gain an advantage. Changeable conditions and difficult tire warms, they let the best of the best really stretch their legs, and as a racing driver, that's a challenge that you should be thrilled to jump into, and it has been a lot of fun working it out. Again, the tire model in December, I think, was very well received. I think that was shown by how much fun people were having driving the LMP2s, especially, which had a similar, I think slightly actually later variant of that 9.7 tire model. It was just the parameters that they got very wrong in the GTP class. So they did another swing it, actually backported the changes they made in the LMP2 iteration back over to GTP as well. And I think they've got the parameters pretty much banged on for what you can get, given that these are not the real cars. You can't test for every set of conditions. And of course, we are still waiting on that hybrid update in about 2 months' time that hopefully will make everything just that little bit better, like a little bit more perfect.
Yeah,
which is,
and that's the best part about it. I think I like all of the changes that brought in with the most recent update. I think the one that was a nice to have that I didn't really expect was the fact they gave us that 50 kilowatt power boost as well, because it made the way you approach traffic feel a lot more realistic. Because like you said, without the hyper grip in the tires, you can't just send it on GTs and LMP2s anymore. You could on the old tire model because the tires could handle it, but the traffic couldn't. But also, if you didn't go for it, you would lose so much time. But now with that extra power, it just felt like, especially at Sebring on the exit of Jean-Bien and Le Mans, that section, it just felt like if there was a car in front of you, you just back off the entry to the sector, and then you just drag past them like they're stood still on the way up to sunset.
Yeah, it's you have less ability in the corners, but the fact that they've made it a little bit easier and just a little bit more realistic in the straightaway sections, it helped a lot. And then we had the theory from a teammate that the initial information given by BMW was maybe a little bit misleading to iRacing, and that's why the combustion engines were a little bit down on power compared to what they will be able to do in real life. And this seems like those extra 50 kilowatts were to correct for that. And of course, the hybrid change still on its way, but we're a lot closer to where we should be on these now. And while I do still want that to really round the class out, it's a blast to drive right now. It's I'd say the most fun it's ever been in these GTP machines, and the tire model that's been developed for these, I can't wait to have that and its iterations in the V10 make their way across the entire iRacing ecosystem. Because
you mean the IndyCar?
Yes, but also we're talking about a lot of changes that have happened recently, and then we sort of get to the point of the board to go, oh yeah, and the GT3s are, they're carrying on just as usual, and that feels a little bit.
Tire model, they are going to change completely when it's new tire model.
It's a bit of a shame because it's obviously the most popular class on the sim. We had what, 30 something entries for this race midway through the season. In GT3 class machines, and there aren't too many significant updates over the past 12 months, and I can't wait for them to receive the benefits of this, because it's going to change the dynamic, and maybe even those hybrid changes, although there's no hybrid in the GT3s, modern GT3 now does use virtual energy to apply bop and torque curves. iRacing might end up tagging that onto our GT3 class as well.
I certainly hope so, but just because it twigged, I remember both days, the one where our mutual friend told us about her theory about the engine power, and also the day where she was completely vindicated. I think there was just so much celebration in TMR Chord with, oh God, I just saw a bit of a moment between Alberto Garcia Blasco and Lawrence de Vliega there, just getting bumped out of the way down at Maison Blanche. I think no harm, no foul there ultimately, but it was a little bit close to disaster. But yeah, that dev blog where they gave us the video where they gave us the rundown of all the changes that were coming to the GTP, and they mentioned that 50 kilowatt power update, and I just remember all of us losing our collective minds over that because our mutual friend was correct.
Yeah, and let's also talk about the fact that they saw the reaction to the updated tyre parameters that we had back in December, and that video that they posted in February was I think a direct response to the concerns that people had of the future updates, because they picked out the specific problem spots like the Porsche curves and especially Sebring Turn 1,
yeah,
where the analysis had been done and shown how much faster the GTP tyres were in iRacing, and directly side by side showed that no, they've made sure they've dotted the I's and crossed the T's to make sure that it's as close as they can possibly get to the real-life performance of this class, which is ultimately, as fun as the hybrid tyres may have been, that's what everyone wanted at the end of the day. And
yeah, exactly,
it's what we have right now.
And I think that was the thing. I think they realized just how much people who drive this class of cars actually really, really care about it. And the thing is, we've been screaming about the pace of the cars and the hybrid for a couple of years by December 2024, and they'd never even acknowledged it and never thought about doing something about it. But it was, I wouldn't, maybe refreshing isn't the word, but encouraging that as a community, thanks to Dan Dinsdale's post, big up Dan Dinsdale, lovely bloke, met him at Le Mans last year, really cool guy, making enough of a noise and all of the community rallying around it. I remember sharing that post in like 3 different servers, like, listen, Dan's done this, go give it a like, go comment, add your voice to the choir. And there were so many voices that were added to that choir that it got a response relatively quickly, especially once Jimmy Broadbent made a video about it that also blew up a little bit. Again, everyone was sharing that around as well, linking to the post, and it was nice to feel like the community actually had an effect on the direction that iRacing went in, because I have a lot of good things to say about iRacing. It's one of the few quote-unquote games that I play. It's the only one that I play where it's as expensive as it is. But every time I read a dev blog, every time I see a dev update, every time I read a changelog, I can see where that money that I'm spending is getting reinvested in the sim. And I don't know about you, Liv, but I can tell that that money isn't just being used to line the pocket of some executive. And that's really refreshing for what is essentially a games company.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about price, and it is steep, but I think because of that, the fact is that no one gets into iRacing without being at least a little bit mad about race cars, and
that is
having
really
that
polite way of putting it.
Passion for what they do. And I think ultimately you can see in those dev blogs that the people that work on this game are just the same, or on this sim, sorry. They're just the same, and there's always the issue of sort of how to allocate development time. There's so much that this has to offer across so many different classes of car that it's difficult to always keep on top of all of them.
Yeah.
But when they know that there's something that really is sort of upsetting people and it really isn't what is expected of them, that's when they really make sure to get involved and to get passionate about these issues, so that when the next update comes through, it is such a marked improvement that it feels like the the voices were heard and that the money was well spent in a way. I did just want to mention that certain parts of the racetrack, I think most of the racetrack at this point, is now dry again. Those brollies have gone down. There's still rain across the grandstands at the start-finish straight and down towards Tete Rouge. But as you get onto the main section of the Grenadier, it's nice and dry. And in fact, I believe it's now just about stopped raining down at Mulsanne Corner as well, and around Indianapolis Way, where Dave Van der Back just had a little bit of spin actually at Arnage. But has gotten going once again.
Onto the circuit. There's a little tendril that's just dumping itself over the end of the Porsche curves. But I think for the sake of balance, as much as we have just sat here and complimented the devs for listening to the community on the iRacing GTP tyre update issue, sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to deal with them. As you were there, Liv, I was there for it when they announced the changes to, was it the IndyCar Oval Fix?
A number of scheduling changes.
Yeah, I think the biggest one for us was the Indy Oval Fixed series, where they switched it to an hourly race. And they're like, iRacing aren't perfect. They do make calls that don't really benefit the community. And there was a lot of these changes of a lot of championships to an hourly rotation, which a lot of us felt really devalued the competition and turned it into, I think, what was the phrase we used to describe that? Turn it into TikTok racing.
Yeah.
Because you can just go back to back to back to back to back, and like,
well,
if you want that, fine, but go on.
I think part of the biggest problem we had with those, specifically the Oval series that they applied that to, so it was the classic NASCAR series as well, the Gen 4s and the 87s. The problem is that you actually can't go back to back. Those races are a little bit too long most of the time to make that work, and so it just ends up splitting the player base between those odd slots and the even slots, and sort of reduces the field sizes just that little bit, as Jan Kurbs is down on pit lane. I think maybe rolled the box just a tiny bit potentially.
Nah, it looks pretty solid to me, to be fair.
Fair enough. Julian Harmon follows in, Max delayed, and of course these top 3 or 4 in class still perfectly on cycle with each other, so they are going to, well, for sure they're going to take a fresh set of wet tires, but they're going to be thinking this is probably the last set they'll be taking in this race, as once this final cell of rain finally leaves, it's just a matter of time. With the sun still poking through the clouds, it is going to dry out, and I think we could get to the end of the race in a similar spot to what we had at Fuji, where there's certain parts of the racetrack that are still very difficult to navigate, and there's certain puddles that never fully dry up. But at least on those main racing lines, we're going to have slick tyres on, I'd say, within the hour here.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with that. I'm quite happy with my call that the wet tyres will still be on at the end of the stint. But yeah, just to get back to what we were talking about, we saw the effects of that change like almost straight away, especially within the IndyCar community, where the signups were just so split over the first 2 of those later night 1 hour slots, right?
Yeah, and I think some of that is that we're creatures of habit, and with those slots being added, a lot of people just opted to stick to the ones that they would typically be running anyway. But of course, the competition that can come in those alternate slots, especially with the IndyCar Sprint Fit series directly clashing with some of those Oval Fit slots, means that there's always been a little bit of trouble between the 2 of them. And yeah, definitely some questions that need to be addressed coming into the next season for sure, when they rejig the scheduling once again.
I hope.
Gap at the front of the field now 9 seconds. I don't think it was quite that. Was it quite that big on the way into the pit lane, or has there been a little bit of gain on the outlap here?
No, that was where the gap was round or roundabouts. It's just Kurbs has been gently moving the gap onwards a little bit over the last few laps in that stint. Randy Martin and Mateus, of course, on board. That car now swapped out from Julian Hammond, so a driver that is going to have to get used to the conditions that are out there on track on a cold, fresh set of wet. So hopefully, for his sake, be able to utilize that a little bit deeper on into the stint. But of course, Curbs has been on board that car for at least a couple of stints at this point, so he knows how that thing is handling as he actually runs on a little bit down at Mulsanne corner, maybe not expecting the lack of grip. I need to stop opening my mouth and saying things like that, because every time I do, I get proved wrong straight away.
Oh, an instant actually for David van der Wacker in the DLR orange car coming through Carton. I think we might have a replay of this here. Watch through this one, Taylor.
Let's have a look at it then. David van der Wacker to the outside of Carton and touched the white line on the outside of the track. Those outside tires getting all over the paint. Front right corner slaps the concrete wall on the outside of the circuit. I don't know if he's got a meatball there. There are ways.
No,
to check.
it happened to be at the end of the stint, so,
yeah, so
has made the stop here.
Here's the onboard. Oh, that's not fun. That is so not fun. I think he got really lucky to not actually get any damage to the front right corner there. But goodness gracious me, wasn't that sun poking in through the window there? Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a what they call that, a compliment sandwich, right?
Exactly.
The updated lighting system in the new update also pretty beautiful.
Updated time model, good. Updated scheduling, bad. Updated lighting, good. We did it. We are fair and balanced, like the BBC.
No. We're at that phase of the race, Gan.
Oh yeah, it's 4.5 hours to go. What do you expect at this point? Here's Jan Curbs still at the front of the field, 11.4 seconds now, clear of Randy Martin and Owen goes straight on at the Ford chicanes yet again. It's going to pick up a slowdown for that one, and we'll have to clear it every time. Every single time, like, oh, look at Jan, isn't he doing great in this opening lap? He's just done something that he would almost never do. So,
I mean,
commentator's curse.
Look at it this way: at least when you do it on the racetrack, it's not a 40 second stop and hold.
That's a good point.
I do want to mention the DLR Cinema orange car did exit pit lane without an extended stop, so it seems like either very light damage or no damage at all that they have been happy to fix up in the moment and get back out on the racetrack. So they will hold fourth position just one lap down from your race leaders. Of course, the top three cars all within 35 seconds of each other, and then DLR orange in that catbird seat, open for a little bit more carnage to fall before this race comes to a close. Let's mention, by the way, Old Firm up 10 positions. Fury Simsport from 17th on the grid, now up to third. That's 14 spots gained for the number 31 crew. Great work from them, managing these wet weather conditions to perfection. And Matt Sladen, William Foyle, as Foyle catches the puddle on the inside of Tete Rouge and nearly has a moment there. Great work to hold on to it, and great work for them all race long to keep that car pushing forwards.
Well, I think the interesting thing to note about the Fury Simsport car is the fact that at the start of this race, it was dead last in GTP. Of course, started a little bit further up the grid, but didn't get through the first lap perhaps as cleanly as they wanted to. But really took note of that. Goodness me, we need to stop talking about how well he's doing, because they keep getting into incidents. But they've done a really great job through both the wet weather period, through the dry weather period, to maximize the strategy, maximize the pace, and keep it clean in the entire way to put themselves only 35 seconds off the lead. That's not even unreasonable. So they just in the race if they'd have started third, but the fact that they're 35 seconds down, the fact that they're going to be just over 40 seconds down with 4.5 hours to go in this race is far from bad. Again, we're complimenting teams and they keep making mistakes. What is going on?
I guess that explains why they are out of the race then.
We haven't been complimenting them.
I mean, anyway.
Is it a good word about my team in the entire race so far?
Old Firm Racing have had a bit of a slide in Indianapolis as well. I hadn't even mentioned their name at the point. But they get away with it and stay actually just sideways, but directly down the line of the track. Gain some heat into those Michelin tires a little bit unconventionally, as they will lose a few seconds there to the who now has a 40-second lead at this field.
At this point, this is becoming the conventional way to heat the tires, because everyone's just having those small little moments in their outlaps or first flying laps when the tires aren't quite up to yet. Getting that little bit of a slide on, building some heat into the tire surface, and apparently it seems to be working because so many people are doing it.
Mr. Generous, waving at it for sure.
Yeah.
Taylor's horse hasn't been in the car past 2 hours, handed it off to Julian Holland, a very regular cycle, but in double stints back and forth the whole way so far. I believe, actually no, triple stint like the way, but they're now after 6 total stints in this race. Also, no, I'm miscounting. After 12 total stints in this race, I think. No, I can't do maths. Don't worry about it. But they are both in their opening laps in the car. Curbs, of course, will just run for as long as they likes. In fact, currently run 85 of the team's 117 laps, and is continuing on for, I believe, a 4th stint for the 2nd time in a row for him. And he's doing it at a great pace. It has that advantage that he's trying to extend when he can. But besides that little mistake way into pit lane has not had too much trouble as I hold my breath into the Daytona chicane.
But I think realistically we have to talk about that right at the minute and how well they've done this season. Because we were all there for season 6 when they were running the number 1 and the number 2. They were absolutely living off the fact that they won the season 5 championship. And they were looking to bring 2 cars into the fray and really throw themselves at season 6 of PC. And then it was just a disaster after disaster after disaster. And of course, the big moment that I remember will always be that race at Watkins Glen in the Cadillac, all over the exit of turn 1 whilst it was wet, trying to avoid the off track that was up there. Of course, it doesn't mix the pin one things all the time. Ended up car out on the curb, spinning off into the barrier from the leader race. I can't count the amount of times that Ryder had an incident from the lead of the race. Even in the pilot series, they just get constantly hit with all the bad luck, which is of course where the idea of the championship has really started. But in season 7, they've come back with 2 cars yet again, not the defending champions. And I was a little bit quiet. They had some incidents there as well, so it wasn't just her start to the championship. But when they burst into the Nürburgring, they were the most adaptable drivers on the grid to wet weather conditions. And that was shown by the fact that the 76 team won that race by a whole lap.
And over their teammates as well.
And they were teammates.
It was only DLR Similar Register would allow of the 2nd car. But even though ended up forming a bit of formation finish between the 76 and the 77, unfortunately not able to replicate that with that 2nd car having the issues in these very, very tricky conditions. But Herb is looking to go back to back and make it 3 podiums. Because 3rd place it was a quiet race, but that doesn't mean it was unsuccessful for the 76 crew. And although Old Firm are very much keeping with them the whole way, they caught up that win out at Spa, and then had a rough 7th finish at Nürburgring, but now sticking with them, just like 15 seconds the gap there as we stand with 4 hours and 20 minutes to go, or 25 minutes to go at Moore. You'd think that the results would do right having a runaway lead in the championship, but really they have to be on their toes the whole way until the flag falls at Daytona to really secure this one. Because what a good job the number 97 crew are doing.
And it's just that, it's the fact that it's only a 5-round championship as well. So every single point counts. And you need to make sure you maximize every hour that you spend on track in these races. And again, only a couple of teams, only the top 5 teams in the championship have really done that so far this season. And there's a really good reason why Reiter are at the top, because that's, again, it's exactly what they've done, just almost nailing it every time they've got out there on track, even when they haven't, still getting the good results like they did at Bar, and then of course they did at Nürburgring. It's, I don't know, you can't help but be genuinely impressed. They only lead the championship by 4 points, but again, that's because of how good Old Firm Racing have been as well. They've been absolutely up there with Reiter the entire way away, keeping this championship really interesting. And even then, yes, in my bread sat down there in third on 50 points, 8 points behind the championship lead. If anything happens to the 76 or the 97, in this race or even next race, they could have a shot at leading the championship if they win. If they win either of those races, it's insane how close the championship is.
Yeah, I mean, of course, retirement from this one is really on the back foot. They're going to need both of those cars to really respond in turn with the time of their own in the final 2 rounds of the season. But it's not impossible for them to hold on here, because still before something could happen to these drivers at front of the field. We look and see, this is our provisional GT3 leader in that Mercedes AMG, straight on at Mulsanne corner once again, and just about manages to get it stopped. That is on their outlap, I believe, so struggling on those colder tyres to manage that. They are down in 4th place right now, but within about 20 seconds of the class leader in RPM. And all 3 cars ahead are off cycle and have to pit very soon to hand that lead back over to the 181 crew. But very sketchy moment from them.
Yeah, they continue to have a couple of sketchy moments. What are you seeing there?
It's sort of, let's say, Alpha having a moment on the edge of, I believe that was Arnage, and spinning into, I believe that's the Vulcan Motorsport Gold GT3. They're going to address the position there. But that's I've been maybe a little bit damage to both of them there. There is hopefully going to buff out in the next pit stop. They are down on pit lane now, the 132, but I think that was a scheduled stop anyway. We'll see if they have to take a prolonged repair for that one.
That is, I think
they may have gotten away with it.
A scheduled stop for the 132. That's only a 10 lap. Excuse me, it's only a 10 lap stint, so.
I think it's scheduled in the sense of they think they can get from here to the crossover on this tank, and so they're willing to undercut just a little bit. We actually saw a short fill from Valtteri at green to try and get back on cycle a little bit with your race leaders. Maybe a similar strategy for Vulcan Motorsports to try and get back realigned with the 181 crew, who they are right now 1 minute and 20 seconds behind, but back on cycle.
Wojciech there, negative delta by Simgear in that net lead in GT3 Pro. We are getting at that stage where everyone is just waiting for those pit stops to cycle out to really see where they're at. And this is where you really see the sort of advantage that all of those cars that have been doing that extra lap start to gain just that little bit more, I wouldn't say free time, but it's where that gap between when the 181 pits and when the next cars pit, the gap becomes so much bigger because they've been pushing for those extra 5 minutes or so over negative delta for so long at this point that they're stopping 15, 20, 30 minutes in after your overall race, your GT3 race leader, and it can make it a little bit intimidating if you are negative delta by sim gear to really feel like you're making the right decision, as it just feels like everyone gets a little bit further ahead of you every time you come down pit lane. But they have been the class of the field so far in GT3 Pro, so it's going to be a case of they just need to take a breath, get to this crossover. Hopefully for them, it aligns with their pit stop and makes life a little bit easier for them in terms of strategy. But if they just stay the course and really focus on nailing down everything they've been doing so far this race, that is going to put them in the spot to still win this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying focused. They haven't strayed at all. It's other teams that seem to be trying to get back on cycle with them. And again, I just don't think that's necessarily the right to do. I think if you can stay in their heads almost, that can be a bit of a benefit. And especially with Valkyrie, they might have to pit a little bit earlier than they'd hoped and could potentially miss the crossover by just a little bit. I don't think it's going to be soon. The sun is now starting to fully set. I think we've passed that point now where
dropping either.
We're officially at nighttime. And yeah, the most recent fastest lap for the GTPs last time around was 3:49 by Andre Rosa. We were talking about 3:40s as the signal point for the crossover in the GTP class, and we're a long way from that right now. We're, again, that brief bit of shower has very much reset the progression of the dry line, and it's going to be a while before it dries out, especially with the sun no longer playing much of a factor in drying out the racetrack.
Yeah, this is going to be the really tricky bit now, because all of the track drying is going to be done by the Michelin wet tires lifting the rain off the surface and it getting blown away by the wind. We do have some wind, 13 kilometers or so. The speed of it is going to drop, especially as that weather system gets long past us. And I'm sure those drivers that have been struggling with crosswinds, tailwinds all race long are going to be absolutely grateful of that. But it does make the drying of the track happen so much slower, especially when there's no sun shining on the surface. We are going to get into that night map pop-in soon enough, and then it's going to get even more difficult to see where all those wet patches are. Of course, you're going to know that they're on the absolute extremities of the circuit, especially on the run down the Hunter the Air. But the drivers are going to have to remember that there's that absolutely huge puddle on the inside of karting, exactly where you want to put the car when you're taking the dry line. And another Taylor bold prediction for you in this race, I reckon we're going to see a couple of cars at some point in this race come a cropper to that one once the night has properly settled in.
Yeah, the headlights will only do so much to tell you which parts of the racetrack are drier than others. You might be able to see the reflection of the puddles, but I think besides that, you're really going to struggle to pick it up as some of our GT3 field just starting to stint on the wet weather tires. I'll be hoping that by the end of this one they can be on dries, but it's going to be a fair way deep into the stint to make it happen. And I think Valkyrie side green might fall on just the wrong side of that crossover potentially.
Yeah, and that's the tricky things with the weather, is exactly when that crossover hits. It's so hard to predict, especially as the conditions do change. You can take all the data of what we got on the earlier crossover and compare it to this, but you can never predict exactly when the crossover is going to come. So the likes of Excite that have slightly changed up their strategy to get themselves back on cycle a little bit for when they think the crossover is going to happen could turn out to bite them in the rear end just a touch. I think it's a lot more important in this situation to be extending those stints and open that window for yourself as much as possible, because I think your best bet is to hit the tire changeover point when you come down pit lane for a fuel stop. But we've seen how Smurf Racing Team took advantage of having a slightly later fuel stop than everyone else to pit for the dries exactly when they needed it, top off the tank for half the amount of time that everyone else was, and jump the entire GT3 Anfield to get themselves back to the lead. Here's a replay for you of Daniel and and Tanisov for Endurance Enjoyers. Not quite sure how. Oh, goodness me. That is a big off down at the Forest S's. I don't know if we're going to be able to see the start of that one, but that car suddenly popping into existence. Son's rear wing. We know how tricky the track conditions still are out there. So perhaps catching a puddle on the inside of the corner and pitching the car into a spin to the inside wall.
Yeah, I'm going to try and see if I can pull that one up to get a second angle of what happened to the that team, but they end up down on pit lane taking some repairs with a rear wing missing on that car. I did want to mention that there was an extended stop for MRRS Amethyst last time by 4 minutes down on pit lane. That's given that 291 Smurf Racing team a lead of about a lap to the rest of the GT3 AM field. Again, a very up and down race for them, but they've managed to stay alive, especially remarkably staying alive on those slick tires as the last set of rain was drying out. So they're now catching the benefit of that survival, and with about 4 hours during this race, are looking pretty strong to. Well, they don't have to push much, so you'd think they'd be able to hold on, but these conditions, of course, are so difficult that anything can happen, and it's up to David Narbonne and co to just keep their heads down and focus on the task at hand.
I see dries. I think I see Valkyrie Excite Green on slicks.
Oh my goodness, are they?
I think those are. I'm actually convinced those are slick tires. I don't know if you can see that. Of course, you don't have the same marking on the GT3's tires that we do on the GTPs, but that looks like a set of slick tires according to all of my overlays, in the way that Kevin Chartier is struggling to get out of the corners and through the corners. I don't know if that's a mistake or an intentional choice, and if it's a choice, I don't think it's a good one.
I think it's a similar call to what Smurf Racing Team did and when they did it, and it certainly wasn't right then. Of course, Valkyrie had to make a call here, having to run out of fuel and having to make the trip down pit lane. But even so, it was kind of their own doing. They short-filled in a previous stop to put themselves on this cycle, and I think you've got to say it just wasn't the right call, because they are going to really struggle to get those tires up to temperature and find any purchase for, I'd say, the next half hour at least. It's going to be tricky on those tires.
Yeah, to say the least, it's something we're going to be keeping an eye on as we do step away for another moment, as we bring you the continued coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Le Mans. It's certainly been an interesting race so far, as Chartier ends up in the barrier on the outside of the Daytona chicane. That McLaren is going to have a little bit of damage on that front right corner. They don't know if they're going to have to come down pit lane and take any repairs. It is a tire barrier, so it won't have been that hard a hit, but Chartier and Valkyrie surely regretting that decision at this point. We will leave them to it as they do decide whether or not they come down pit lane to change onto those wet weather tires, and we will be back very shortly. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Le Mans. We have a very quick replay for you of something that happened whilst we were away. Here's David Narbonne very solidly at the front of the GT3 Anfield, going for a little bit of a spin on the exit of Corvette Corner. A scary incident, to say the least. And if I'm not mistaken, that car's rolling around without a rear wing. Is that a little bit of netcode damage or some actual, or something to actually be concerned about for Sarthe racing team?
I mean, the front end doesn't look very happy either. So,
that looks like a later on incident for him, though. Ooh, there's another spin on the exit of the Michelin chicane. It's a spot where we've seen a few accidents happen so far this race. And even though Narbonne and Smurf Racing Team have a lead of a very big margin at this stage, seems like some mistakes are starting to creep their way in for the French team.
Yeah, I'm just having a look back to see where the rear wing went. And it seems like an incident coming through Tech Rouge. I think this might be it here.
Got it, yeah.
On lap 103, so about 5 laps ago.
Oh, no. Oh. Yeah, there goes the front end, and then there goes the rear end, and rear wing is gone. We talked about how maybe the ultra low downforce package would actually help them here, but it doesn't look like it's actually going to in this instance.
I don't know if the rear wing is actually gone on their end. I think that's maybe just them getting a little tap on the barrier, and on the server side, or at least for our POV, it looking that way. Octopus Black a little bit deep through the second part of that chicane. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, going outside of the lines on that side is not an unsafe pit entry at Le Mans. It's just on the right-hand side, as we saw from your current race leader, Right Engineering, where it will give you a stop and hold for that.
Yeah, think of it as cutting the track and gaining an advantage. If you go out there, it's not gaining you an advantage because it's not exactly a grippy surface outside that little chicane. Here is David Narbonne on his way down the Hun Odier. It doesn't look like he's really... If he's got damage, he's not affected by it. That car's still, I think, setting decent lap times. I think the top end speed looking pretty comfy as well, and the stability of that car through the corners doesn't look like it's hindered by the lack of a rear wing. So we'll just put that down to some iRacing funkiness, which is pretty much what everything can be put down to most of the time.
Yeah, last time by with a 4:19 from them, so competitive lap times, and also showing that the track is drying out slowly but surely. Old Firm Racing set a 3:48.9 last time by, and again we've mentioned, as the track was drying out, Jan Kurbs was struggling a little bit for pace, maybe a little bit of traffic this time by, but hasn't found a 3:48 in this most recent phase of the weather, and last time out was a 3:52. So Old Firm now back within 8 seconds of your race leader, as Fierce Sport starting to fall away a little bit. A couple of slow laps from William Foyle since getting back into the car. But Randy Martin and Mateos very much up to the challenge of chasing Jan Kurbs back down and trying to retake that race lead.
I will say I would be really interested to have a chat to Reiter, Gesner or Kurbs, whichever one would come and have a chat to us. Maybe we'll see him after the race if this does stay as it is. Their sister car almost getting squeezed into the barrier by Kevin Chartier there, but it seems strange to me that they'd lose so much pace in this early part of the crossover to the tune of 4 seconds a lap in some cases. Again, it's something we need to keep an eye on as the crossover continues, but we know that this crossover is going to be one of the slowest of the race so far due to the fact there's not much natural assistance helping lift the water off the surface. And it could, at the end of the day, cost them the win, even though we know they've got the pace in the dry.
Yeah, I mean, I think traffic is hurting them. You saw that was Right Engineering streaking past the 291 there as they pull away into the distance. But it held up a little bit there between Indianapolis and Arnage, and so maybe lack of confidence on the alternate lines in these conditions, maybe. But we see that once they bolt the slip tyres back on, and once they throw Nicholas Gesture in, which it looks like it could line up perfectly to be the same way again as he did onto the slips. But he's able to find mountains of pace in these conditions, and hopefully for them, they'll get back up again.
I think that's the interesting bit. Just looking at the lap times, I don't think we're anywhere near the tyre crossover yet, Liv. And we're on, for the leaders, we're on lap 9 of what is going to be a 12-lap stint. And the way the lap times are progressing, it's just not giving me the confidence that we're going to see any sort of crossover, even in the next hour, 2 hours at this rate. That just the track isn't drying quick enough.
Okay, but if Raikkonen's in the next hour, I think it's possible that they keep Jan Kurbs in for that final maybe half stint on wet tyres and then swap to Deshna in the crossover again. I'm not saying it'd be the smartest call because the fatigue has to hit at some point, you've got to think. But again, Jan Kurbs, 124 laps completed for this team. He has 93 of them under his belt, exactly 3/4 of the running so far, over these 8 hours and counting now. I don't think it's the smartest call if he does stay in, but we know he's also the sort of driver who absolutely would do that if needed.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't say the call would be to keep him in, but definitely to stay on wet tyres is where my head's at, because sometimes you do get to a point where you just need to throw another driver in because your driver's, well, the current driver has reached the end of their realistic drive time. Jan Kurbs is probably getting there, especially after all the laps he's completed so far, and he does eventually need some sort of break. But maybe the issue is that Gesner doesn't have the confidence in these conditions, so it's a case of leave Jan in, let him burn through all of the wet driving time, and just let Nicholas Gesner drive in the dry, which is where he seems to have the pace. But my only concern there is the amount of time that Kurbs has already been in the car, and for this stint, not this stint, but this run in the car, has already exceeded, I think, his first go at it now. And if he stays in the car for another stint, it's going to be close to 4 hours that 3 and a bit hours that he's been in the car, right?
Well, he did a quad stint to open up the race.
And this is the fourth of
his stint as well, so it would be longer, but
wow.
Again, I can see them going for it. It's what Jan Kurbs seems to do.
I mean, like I say, I bring it up every time we do one of these broadcasts. Back in the day, we were doing 5, 6, 7 stints on one set of tyres at Le Mans and not changing drivers. So it could be a case of this where Jan's just comfy, is turning the laps, knows the conditions, knows how the car's handling. And that is what the 76 crew feel like is their best bet at taking the win here today. What would you do? What's your call in this situation, Liv?
I think I'd leave it up to the driver.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wouldn't be on a full stint to begin with, but I think if you've got a driver who's confident in it, you leave the hot hand in. What I do want to mention, we're talking about maybe not the crossover being in place yet for these GTP machines, but last time by, Kevin Chartier did set a 4-minute 20 lap time, only 4 seconds off what the wet tyre runners have been doing in the GT3s. You've got a couple of cars also on the slip. Optus Racing Team, MRS Amethyst, IS Corsa Red. So maybe for them, we are at least approaching the crossover, if not right there.
Kevin Chartier just cut turns 2 and 3. He couldn't get the car stopped.
Well, I mean, we did see this from Smurf Racing Team when they made that call. They were making mistakes all over the place, but they were just that much faster on the straightaways that it still paid off fairly well for them. They're following a K with Low Salzburg, who's just very slow.
Another incident.
Out of the second chicane and into the barrier.
Yeah, we've seen it so many times from these guys so far. They just do not like these wet weather conditions. Here's DLR SimLab. Didier Reuters coming down into Mulsanne corner. This could be, touch the paint on the outside of the track. Rear end just goes around and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. But Liv, something I want to touch on that you mentioned, if we don't have another replay here. Yeah, we are back to live. You say that you wouldn't be on a 4th stint anyway, right?
I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I think that's very indicative of you single-seater sprint racers, as I think you'll find us endurance drivers are just built different. 4 hours in the car, that's a practice session. I do that in my sleep at this point.
You have assists. It's easy.
A what, sorry?
You have assists. You've got traction control.
Yeah, I could do 4 hours straight in the IndyCar. I'm a big girl, I know what I'm doing. I'm confident. The IndyCar has infinite grip anyway.
We got another car going on to the wet weather tyres, it looks like. Eagle Speed PC, the final running car in the Pro class, also now making that call. So I think for the GT3 drivers, it very much is the moment that they seem to be choosing. If they have a stop coming up, of course, it's, I think, very much a matter of you make the call when you have to. I think David Narbonne in Smurf Racing Team is on what should be their final lap of the stint here coming out of Tech Rouge. When they come in, I'd expect them to also go on to the slips the same way they did at the earlier portion of this race. By the way,
I'm going out tonight.
Just noticed this. David Narbonne has been in that car since the end of the second hour of this race. That's a 6-hour stint for that the driver of the 291. So I think putting us both to shame there a little bit. But you've got to imagine that. No, Stefani's disconnect from the server is not going to be available to hop back in. He might be trying to take his car to the end of the race.
I mean, yeah, Narbonne looks like he's going to be in it for much longer, but this is one of those where, sadly, I do get to hold my hand up yet again and go, I've done that too. 6.5 hours at the end of the 2020 Daytona 24 in iRacing in a BMW M8 GTE. It was horrible. I'd never, ever again. That was some of the grimmest time I've ever had sim racing. Ever.
So you wouldn't do another 4 hours afterwards?
No, goodness no. And I don't know. I really hope that David Narbonne isn't in that position where him and his team are so desperate for a win that something's gone wrong somewhere and he's just like, right, you know what? I'm going to do 10 hours straight in the car, because when is that man going to eat?
Yeah, I mean, you've got time.
He's an endurance driver. He's built different.
But you don't have that much time.
No, I was going to say, like, what if he tried to time food delivery for exactly when he came down?
No.
So, knock on the door, goes out, opens the door. He's like, bonjour, mon food. Puts it by the side of his rig, gets back in the car, and then just eats it down the Hanaud. Yeah, I think that would be a good time to do it, but the entire situation just seems a little bit ridiculous, but it's certainly one of those that I absolutely love to see. But an absolutely Herculean effort from David Narbonne so far for Smurf Racing Team to not only get that car into the lead of GT3 AM, but to have done it all on his own over the last 6 hours and 10 minutes of straight driving. Could it be?
I mean, ultimately, I think you've got to say that you're seeing the fatigue set in. There's been those mistakes from Narbonne in the past stint or so. You see the damage on that car. Some of it, at least, is very much real. And if he has to now go onto a set of slick tyres for stint number 7 in this run, it's going to be so difficult to keep that car out of the barrier and keep that car in the lead of the race. He has about a lap of lead to defend, but meatballs can often take 2-3 laps to fit up. Speaking of, the leaders are into pit lane. We'll see what they go for. Jan Kurbs is on the jacks, as is, I believe, Randy Martin and Mateos. So they're taking a set of fresh tyres. Actually, no, I think Mateos actually isn't. I think he's staying on that set of wet tyres here.
It's a smart choice. I like that.
We'll see what call is made for Ryder Engineering, whether they think
it's wet.
I mean, it has to be.
It's wet. I can see it. It's wet. I told you 3 times, Liv. I'll fight you.
Just want to pass the sensors to make sure, and it is indeed wet.
Back out onto the track then goes Jan Kurbs for stint number 5, which doesn't seem almost half as impressive when we've just been talking about a GT3 driver that is into hour 7 of his time in the car. Here's a wonderful shot of the front left corner of William Foyle for Fury Simsport. We expect them to choose the wets as well. They have just come down pit lane though, so they will be here for just a while longer before that fuel tank is completely topped up. So it isn't going to be a tire change then for the 31 crew. They are going to choose to stay on this set of tires. And I think, Liv, that is a sensible choice given the conditions.
Yeah, and the question is for Jan Kurbs, who we did see up on the jets taking a fresh set, whether they're going to lose out a little bit over the course of the next few laps. As it looked like maybe some connection issues for Jan Cubs.
No, he's back. He's back.
He's back, but he is having some trouble, and we saw this a bit earlier on in the race. After a long stint for him, he is currently 5 seconds ahead of the Old Firm racing car, but that's not that much of a margin. If he does have to get those tyres up to temperature, I'd be a little bit worried about coming under threat from Randy Martin and Mateos here before we get to that slick tyre crossover. I'd rather say at some point during this stint, surely, if all the GT3s, they're not clearing out wateriness on the slick tyres as much anymore, but
I don't see it. I really.
Van der Vacker set a 346 last time by, as did Andre Rosa, as did Pablo Alvarez. We're walking towards it for sure.
Very, very slowly. I think it's going to be a very wide range for the actual crossover. I don't think it'll be as black and white as it was earlier on in the race, where it's such a sudden, all of it, just like that, we're ready to go. I think there's going to be a window of 5 laps or so where the wets are going to be as fast as the dries, and it's just going to be a case of timing that with when you come down pit lane as where the exact right moment is going to be. I think it's a really good call for Writer Engineering to take a fresh set of wets, as they've already pulled a second on Randy Martin and Mateos and All Firm Racing, so they can breathe a sigh of relief a little bit and just really start to tick off the laps and tick off the time and wait for the track to come to them. You are right about the lap times finally starting to drop, and it does feel like it's taken a bit of a step in the last few laps or so, because I'm still seeing 51s, 53s, 54s on there on the timing tower, and the 46 was definitely an outlier, because whatever team it was that set that last lap has just banged in a 51. It's so up and down. It's impossible to make the call.
And a little bit further back, RPM Racing PEC, a team that I think you can always trust for strategy in GT3, have followed a lot of the field onto those slick tyres. They've come out just behind the Valkyrie Type green car and are about a minute and 30 off your class leader in the Delta by Simgear car. But I think what this might end up doing is it might end up collapsing the strategy for the 181. They've built it up over a little bit, and of course they will have a shorter refuel to bank a little bit more time there. But I think for the GT3s, this will bring everyone back into line fairly close, with of course Tim in charge of the first car that went onto the slick tyres just 6 laps ago, and we expect Boychev to be very shortly in to follow.
He's got time. He can wait, though. He's got a minute and 4 seconds over the next car behind him. And then, where's that gap? A minute and 25 seconds for the first car on the slick tyres. Of course, both cars are going to have to pit at some point. So I think if I'm negative delta by Simgear, I'm going to try and extend this stint as much as I can and stick to my strategy where possible. A lot of these guys are going to be wanting to do the same thing as well and try and get those 14 laps in. And it's so tricky as to whether or not it's the right call, because even in GT3, we're seeing a bit of a similarity between wet tires and dry tires right now. As far as I can tell, the outright pace leans towards the wets that are able to get down into the 15s, and I'm not quite sure any of the dry tire runners have been able to get down there yet.
Yeah, I think Kevin Chartier now is holding station to Ned Delta, and this lap maybe could be the one where there's a bit of a gain, but the wets are still to be the safer choice, I think, for the remainder of this stint for the 181. In fact, they are going to peel it down pit lane this time by, so they've seen enough. And no, they didn't. They're going to cut the gravel in the chicane the same way that the GTP leader did. And just to confirm, they might have gotten away with that one, potentially. Not a black flag shown on the screen, but that's exactly what happened to Jan Herbs, and he got 40 seconds for it.
I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I made that sort of mistake here at Le Mans. I'm trying to remember if you get a slowdown for that cut or just a straight unsafe pit entry. send it out into the ether. I know we've got people watching on the YouTube stream. Please feel free to re-educate me, because I'd like to remember that for future goes here at the mall.
Oh, it could be that it's only if it's a certain amount that you extend that gravel trap, where it ends up giving you a penalty. We'll wait and see. So, of course, we'll know when either the 181 rolls or it doesn't in about 10 seconds' time. But that could give up all the advantage they had and potentially put themselves into the clutches of RPM Racing and Valkyrie Excite Green. As it is going to be a long stop for them. It's 45 seconds in counters. I think they've picked up the same penalty, and that's going to cost them, as it did for Ryder Engineering, the lead of the race.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on exactly where they do end up coming out. I'm actually going to switch over to myself so I can get a good view of what's going on. There's Kevin Chartier now in third place in GT3 and still on those slicks. You can see the amount of spray that's still being thrown up by the back of that car. Again, it's that one thing that's still making me a little bit iffy about whether or not I take slicks in these conditions. Valkyrie Excite Green cycle through to the lead. RPM Racing cycle through. Vulcan Motorsports all cycling through, all deep into their stints at some point at this point, except for RPM Racing, who are right at the start of their dry weather tires. It is going to be a set of the Michelin slicks for Negative Delta by SimGear, and Wojciech is going to be absolutely kicking himself for a mistake that he should not be making.
Yeah, and 220 minutes now to try and make up for that error. And that's not to be the way to do it. Immediately in the curbs at the Dunlop chicane, a lazy spin, a slight plunk into the tyre barrier. I think soft enough to not do any damage, but that is the most horrible 2 minutes you can imagine for the 181 crew, giving up the lead of the race. Now they are about 30 seconds off the lead and on equivalent strategy, and now still, after all of that, having to manage getting these slick tires up to temperature on a track that is not going to be friendly to them. You can say there is pace in the slits, yes, but nothing comes easy in these sort of conditions. Valkyrie Excite Green have set a 4:11 now, so I think it's fair to say that it was the right time, but they just needed to nail the execution. They had to hit their marks, and that is not how it's gone for them. They've got some catching up to do now. We know they have the pace, but can they find it when it matters more than ever in this one?
Like you said, Liv, 30 seconds is going to be the gap between Negative Delta by SimGear and Valkyrie Excite Green. Valkyrie have been very patient in this race so far, and just, again, another team that have ticked off the laps and really tried to put themselves in a position to try and bring this one home. Kevin Chartier doing a great job now at the front of the field, the first driver to switch onto those slick tires. And at the time we thought it was a mistake, but somehow he managed to keep the pace up and really extract some pace when he could. And now it's everyone else that's paying for it. He's 7 seconds clear of Tom Cicchetto, and at this point is very much quicker. Cicchetto, of course, having a much heavier car, much more fuel on board, and probably still getting those tires up to temperature. But the complexion of this race just taking a complete shift with just over 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah, and this is a class that we thought was going to be a big battle for second place. I think we had a similar impression in the GTPs, but that pit entry seeming to be the spot that is catching out our class leaders in particular. And we saw that Jan Kurbs was able to bounce back from it and to retake the race lead. Now, that's the template that Negative Delta and Ivelia Wojciech have to replicate if they want to get the result that they'll feel they deserve out of this 12-hour race. Again, 3.5 hours is the margin to make up a gap of about 30 seconds. And there's no strategy to bail them out this time. They've got to do it on raw pace and managing these conditions the absolute best that they can. Looking towards the GTP field, towards that gap is 6.5 seconds now. Jan Kurbs being kept honest by Randy Martin and Mateus, you've got to say. But we are still awaiting that slick tire crossover for the GTP field. Fastest lap last time by was William Foyle with a 3:45. So we are still inching towards the crossover. But like you said, it's a very slow process, and it could be that even once we get there, you want to stay on whichever tyres you have on that are nice and warm, so you don't have to deal with that cold, slick warm-up phase.
Yeah, it's certainly a tricky call for each and every single one of these GTP teams. I'm quite impressed by the pace that Fury Sim Sport are getting out of that car right now as the fastest GTP on the track. Here's Randy Martin and Mateus in second place at the moment, 7 seconds behind your race leader of Jan Curbs for Writer Engineering. Just have to double check he was still in the car for that 5th stint. And like we've already said, Liv, it does seem, you know what, I'm not going to say that because I was about to say it does seem like Writer is struggling in that later phase of the crossover. No, they just set a 46.9, just under a 1/10 of a second faster than Old Firm Racing on that occasion, but clearly still fast in this phase of the race. The wets are still generating some good speed, and no one at the moment, as far as I can tell, in GTP has made the switch over to the slicks. And again, I'm going to make another prediction. I think it's the end of this stint is where we're going to see the dry tires finally come into play. I don't think it's going to be at a midpoint in this stint, but it will be exactly at the end of this fuel tank. We are 3 laps deep into it, only just, with 9 more laps to go. Call that a good 35 minutes or so. And by that time, with the amount of cars that are still circulating, I think that's going to be the time.
Okay, a little bit more tricky of a question, I think, here. MRRS Sapphire in 7th place in class, and their Ferrari 499P. They have run 6 laps in their stint so far, as have the DLR SimLab White Cadillac behind them. When they reach the end of their stint in just 5 laps' time, what do they do?
Oh, I think you've got to stay in the wets. Again, with where those guys are, I think you've got to take the safest option because you want to try and capitalize on cars in front making the errors. And if you can make sure that you're still circulating, that is going to be the most important thing in this phase of the race. There are only 12 GTPs still rolling around in this race. Writer Engineering 77, 5 laps off the race lead, which at any other track doesn't sound like that much, but here is 15 minutes down. Of course, those guys getting involved in a lot of incidents, but 15 minutes isn't a lot of damage repairs. There's a lot of cars that you can pick up if they end up making the call to move over to the slicks and make a mistake. So with the way the pit cycle is falling for the likes of MRRS and DLR SimLab White, stay on the wet weather tires and just keep plugging away. That's all you can do, and you have to do it safely.
Yeah, I think that's the sensible decision. I think if they were fighting in a closer battle on track, you might have differences. To be fair, DLR SimLab White have Unlucky Luke just 13 seconds behind, but are they going to put that much of a gamble on the line for P8 in class? I'm not sure. It's going to be a tricky one, and the lap times are not progressing that quickly. Andre Rosa, of course, is, as he was last time, one of the trailblazers and a set of 3:44 now, but it's still only tenths at a time. It's not full-on seconds that we're seeing as improvements, as the fastest lap in this section of the race. I think you're right that it's probably another half hour or so before you can confidently make the call to go onto the slicks here.
And again, it is the tricky thing now that the sun's gone in and there's no, heat being shone onto the track. The only thing that's doing all the work is the cars circulating, and they, can only do so much. And as the wind drops as well, it's not going to be carrying that wet. Hello, car turned backwards on the way out of there.
That's the Edel Speed Academy G car, 7th place in GT3 AM, and it looks like no lasting damage for Geoffrey Rolance there.
That's good to hear. But we are in that phase of the race where it's going to take a really long time to get this track clear. And again, I still stand by the facts that I think there's going to be a very wide crossover window for the GTPs. I think it's when we get down towards those 3-minute 42-second lap times, is going to be the first opportunity that some of these guys will have to jump ship from the wets onto the slicks. I think it's going to be really tricky if you have to swap over at that stage. but doable just about. I wouldn't expect the likes of Reiter or Old Firm or Fury to make that call. I think that would be way too aggressive for how comfortable they are in their positions right now. 51 seconds is the gap between Reiter and Fury Simsport. But saying that, with the amount of gap that Fury Simsport have over the car behind and the gap they've got to the leader, it might be worth them trying something different. So even if by the end of the stint we're not there, maybe it's worth them taking the gamble onto the slicks to see if they can do anything. And if they really can't, I don't think there'd be any harm in coming back down and bottling on those wet rubber tyres again.
That's fair. I think actually the 76 and 97, with them being only 5 seconds away from each other, I can absolutely see one of them trying something either to attack or to defend that race lead. And of course, they're in the pit at the same time. You'd expect if they do run to the end of the stint, so they're not going to know what the other team is doing necessarily on the way to pit lane. And the call that they make could absolutely dictate the flow of the final 3 hours of this race. It could, in essence, decide who has the upper hand and who is going to be leading into those final 3 hours and who has to try and do the fight back, as we have seen and are seeing now from that 181 native Delta Crew GT3.
And this is why I like to sit in the booth, because I don't actually have to make these decisions. I can just theorize about it and let it all play out in front of me and try to tell some sort of story about exactly what's happening out there on track. But realistically, what is happening out there on track right now is a fight for the lead of the championship between Reiter Engineering and Old Firm Racing. Whoever wins this race, whoever leads the other over the line, will leave the third round of the championship in the lead of the standings. So there's a lot of pressure on all of these drivers, both of these teams, to really execute in the final 3.5 hours of this race and maybe take that risk. Maybe see if you can do something a little bit different to that car behind you, to that car in front of you, to try and gain the upper hand, to make them start doing the chasing. Because Curbs and Reiter are comfortable right now. This is the position they've been all race long for the last 8.5 hours. They are getting comfortable being in the lead of the race. Whereas Randy Martin and Mateos and Old Firm, Julian Harmon, have been doing the chasing for that entire time. And you can only do so much when the pace between these two is so similar at this phase in the race. It's got to be exhausting when you're barely eating into that gap.
Yeah, gap is 5 seconds. It is closing a little bit. But crucially, and we do need to flick our attention to the very tail end of this field, because guess who is running P12 and last in GTP right now? Guess whose teammate they are, and guess what tyre they have just pit to put on.
I don't have to guess, I can see it, but why don't you tell the wonderful audience?
It is Reiter Engineering with the number 77 car. It is Sidar Artez, and it is again them pitting first of the GTPs to put on a set of the slick tyres. This is their outlap. They are just about holding on to it right now. No big mistakes I've seen so far. And once we get the first flying lap out of them, we might see some teams react very quickly if it comes down to it. You see them rolling down pit lane here. This will be the stop where they take the set of slick tyres. They're just heading into Mulsanne corner here, one of the trickiest parts of the lap. And that's a nice, smooth braking application and through the corner. Nice and easy for them. So I'm not too worried about that.
Look at it. There they are.
Michelin mediums.
I do love that they've done that. It's so nice that we can so easily tell when a car has the wet and slick compound, the slick tyres on. Rather than just having to look for the grooves, we can just look for the big branding on the side. Positive change, but goodness me, you can already hear the extra top-end speed that Artez is getting out of that car. That V6 twin-turbo hybrid absolutely screaming at the end of the straight. And it does look like he has got some grip through there. And I'm trying to see if I can get a relative between him and the next car. Minute 36.8 as it stands, extended a little bit through the apex of Arnage and extended a lot of it on the exit of Arnage. And it's actually just starting to come down as he reaches the end of the straight. That car able to get to much higher top speeds than everyone else on the track right now that are still on those wet weather tires. So I think, Cliff, once those yellow wall medium tires come up to temperature, I'm going to say it, I think we might be there.
I think we might be, and the question is, again, more than half the stint left for our race leaders. They are in a very close fight. It's actually the opposite side to 7 seconds here. Maybe a little bit of a misstep from Martin Mateos, or maybe just an ebb and flow of traffic as Jack falls back to 6. How long do they wait to pull the trigger? Because we think it could be a fairly gradual transition. We did mention this. This is the first flying lap for the 77, so it'll be another 4 minutes before we have a concrete number on what the pace is. But even if it's a crossover, they could be a little bit more patient, I think.
Yeah, you are going to be waiting a couple of laps before we start to see the ultimate pace out of these tires once they're up to temperature. But I guarantee you that we are not the only 2 people watching that timing tower right now. You are going to have the likes of the 76, of the 97, even Fury Simsport are going to be watching to see what sort of pace Zidar Antes and Writer Engineering can get out of that number 77 car. Again, they won't just be waiting for the lap time to come in. They will be watching intervals, they will be watching relatives to see how it ebbs and flows and changes over the course of the lap. I tell you, he lost about a second before he got onto the Honodier, but has already gained a second or so back. His gap to Pablo Alvarez of XPD Racing just dipping under 1 minute 36 for the first time this stint. He's going to lose a good chunk time more through that first chicane, and then a bit more hesitation from the rear end of the car on the exit that brings the gap back up to 37 plus seconds. But Liv, to me, that car is not losing enough time relative to everyone else where the slicks aren't a possibility at this stage. That top end speed advantage is way too powerful.
Yeah, and again, everyone's watching the lap time and trying to make their guesses, but only one team can have the direct line to the driver to ask, how do you feel? Do you think this is the right call? And that is your current race leader, 5.5 seconds currently. But this is exactly the sort of gambit that can extend that gap up towards them. As Writer Engineering, they did this last time to try and get the advantage. XBD GTP are in pit lane. They're also going to go for it, seeing that car behind close in, I guess. But they're close in this stint anyway. They had to make the call at some point. It's about what do the rest of the teams do that have a lot of time to make the decision. Fury Simsport stayed out this time. Can't blame them for that at all. But does anyone else who's coming through the back half of the lap make that call onto pit lane here to try something a little bit different?
Well, let me say this. The gap before XPD came down pit lane had dropped to 1 minute and 33 seconds. So that should give you some idea as to just how much time Ates gained just on the straights alone. He loses a good chunk in the mid-corner. He's still lacking some confidence mid-corner and some absolute mid-corner speed. But again, it looks like the slicks are going to be the way to go just because of how you can actually still get the top-end speed out of the car. So again, the question now is, who is going to be the first to blink? How does it affect the strategy going forward with just under 3.5 hours to go? 3 minutes and 24 minutes to be 3 hours and 24 minutes to be exact. Do the maths on your stint lengths, boys, because you're going to have to get those numbers running quickly and make a decision soon.
It's almost 60 laps, which is 5 stints. So I guess...
I was going to say, that divides very nicely by 12.
Yeah. I saw... You said 3 minutes 24, and I'm like, that sounds familiar. So I think no matter when you pit from now on, you can make it on 1, 2, 3, 4 more stops. The question is just about timing it absolutely perfectly. But let me tell you, the lap time has come through for Zidar Antes, and it is a 3 minute 36.
Just to put that
8 seconds faster than anyone else is set right now.
That's the one, 10 seconds faster than Old Firm Racing. So everybody is going to have seen that lap time. The decision time is now. Expect Curbs down pit lane this time by for a set of mediums. Expect Old Firm Racing down pit lane this time by for a set of mediums. Expect Fury Simsport to follow both of them down pit lane to do exactly the same thing. This crossover is not as gentle as we might have otherwise thought it would be. It is a hard line, and the 77 crew have just informed everybody on track as to what the right decision is.
And Andre Rosa, who was the pace setter on those wet tires the whole way through, I mean, last crossover and this one, is the very first one to take that signal and dive into pit lane. That'll be for a set of slick tires. They are only halfway through their stint.
Here's Curbs.
Curbs is going to do that Randy Martin Mateos.
Don't cut it again.
Could try the overcut, is not going to do that. It's going to stay aligned and try and do it on the racetrack. And yeah, that is noticed to the entire field. DLR Simlab Orange in P4 follows them through as well. Fury Simsport just heading towards the Porsche Curbs will be next. And sure enough, it is time for slick tires, and it's time to run them until the very end of this race.
You know, big credits to Reiter again. That is absolutely excellent teamwork. A car that is lamenting 5 laps off the race leader, just still circulating to make sure they can gather some information for their teammates and keep going to try and even make up some more positions. Nicholas Gesner is going to get on board the 76. We know how fast he's been in these wet to dry conditions, and he's going to get another opportunity to show off. But ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Jan Curbs, who did nearly 5 stints in a row to put his car in this position to really fight for this win at the end of the race. But now it's over to Nicholas Gesner. I'm sure Curbs will get back in towards the end, as Gesner is going to get away evenly with one of the Ferraris behind, but leave plenty of space to Old Firm Racing.
102 laps for Jan Curbs in this one. Fantastic work. And it is now up to Gesner, who only has 3 seconds now behind to Julian Harmon. It's going to be tricky. So difficult, as Albert Preem also tiptoes on these cold tires. It's still not easy to do, but you have to when you see the pace that's available. And it's just up to everyone to manage this the best they can. And it was Nicholas Gesner who was the best of the lot last time we saw this phase of the race.
I will say I did send Jan a message after he got out of the car with some clapping emojis followed by reminds me of the old days. I'll let you know his response if he does eventually get back to me, but that was genuinely a mega bit of driving from the German.
Yeah, I mean, did what he needed to. Not a perfect stint, of course, did have that big mistake on pit entry, but got the team back into the lead and navigated a very tricky situation with some incredible skill. The only thing I'd say about that teamwork that Reiter did with their second car is that it kind of helped everyone the exact same amount, because Reiter only pit once everyone else had the same information. I'm not sure if they knew that he'd be that fast the last time by, but if they'd have made that 1 lap undercut potentially, and Old Firm hadn't been confident enough to follow them, they might have been able to gain massively in the rest of this stint. But this does guarantee they can make it without an extra pit stop. They are on cycle with everyone they're fighting. And it's just up to the raw pace of these drivers. The gap is currently 4 seconds now. And we'll see what Gesner can do as they come down towards the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, so ultimately in all of that, Old Firm Racing and Julian Hamon gaining a bit of time in the pit stop cycle as the gap does continue to drop. So this fight for the lead of the race, far from over yet. And Gesner is going to be feeling the pressure of that bright red Acura breathing down his neck. He'll be able to see the headlights in his mirror the entire way. Of course, there's a Ferrari directly behind him and one of the GT3s, but those Acura ARX 06 headlights are absolutely distinguishable from every other car on the track. And now it's just a case of making sure you get those tires up to temperature in a gentle enough manner that they'll definitely get to the end of the stint without overdriving the car. Because again, with the track conditions still as tricky as they are at the 77, by the way, setting the 38 again. Now is going to be the time where those mistakes are going to be made, and Gerson just needs to be really careful, as does Julien Halmond, as does William Foyle, because the pressure is absolutely on.
Yeah, it's absolutely the most difficult phase of the race, I think, so far, because you have such a sudden call. Everyone was kind of forced into it here, and the lack of visibility will not be helping anyone avoid the carnage and avoid those puddles, as there's been another mistake in the GT3 fights. Smurf Racing Team with a mistake through the 4 chicanes, but maybe as we get a replay here, I think once again just about gets away with it. A big wiggle under braking and just a very slow spin, which was stop in the middle of the track with, luckily, no one close by.
Well, I said it earlier on that drivers are in the dark are eventually going to forget where all those puddles are. David Narbonne, after so long in the car at this point, approaching the start of hour 7. In fact, no, he is in hour 7. He's approaching the end of hour 7. Forgetting where that puddle is on the way into the 4 chicanes. You see that slightly darker patch, just catches it with the right-hand side of his car that flicks the car into a little bit of a half spin, which he manages to get gathered up. But the issue continues further down the line. Around the car goes, backwards he is, comes to a stop and recovers quite well. To finish the story, I did get a reply from Jan. It was very simple. It was 3 words: I'm so done.
So I guess Nicholas Gescher would be looking to finish out the race here, was straight on.
Oh, you better believe I asked the question.
In Dunlop corner for the 234, and then tries to rejoin, and I think maybe it's a little bit of help from that BMW, or maybe just still doesn't have it under control on those dirty slit tires with the gravel covering. Yeah, just a very awkward mistake there. We see on board Unlucky Luke Racing here. Is there contact? No, that's a separate spin for the 96, and the other cars get around.
Both
he then gets going again.
Right, yeah.
And then there comes...
That's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. You could put the Benny Hill theme over that and it'd seem normal.
And as we were looking at those replays, Albert Preem has picked up a meatball flag. We'll see if we have footage of exactly what happened here, but this is on the way into the Mulsanne. Mulsanne 1 actually ends up on the wrong side of the track somehow. I think maybe this is already after the damage has been put on that car.
Unless he got nailed by another car.
But again, the curse of the championship leader, or of the reigning champion, I should say. Yeah. A little bit further back, and this is in Tête Rouge.
That would make sense. Oh, just
way too deep
on exit. Carries in too much speed. Doesn't get the car slowed down to tip it in for Tête Rouge on those slick tires, and the car just had absolutely no grip to give him on the wet surface, and the car just goes straight on into the barrier at a very high rate of knots. That is not the sort of crash we like to see.
Yeah, and currently just trying to get it going again at Mulsanne corner. I'm going to take a quick look and see if he broke on that painted line, which seems like it could be an easy way to overshoot that corner. And I think that is exactly what has bitten Albert Preem and the #1 car. Again, that lack of visibility, just so difficult to deal with. And they are just slowly limp it back to pit lane, but that is going to give up 4th position. And maybe that is the opportunity Christian Muller and Vulture Motorsports needed to regain those spots after that hardware issue for Alex Pilbeam a couple of hours ago. Great recovery drive from them to keep their head down, and will now become the leading Ferrari once again.
Yeah, especially when it is a meatball at a minimum 6 minutes and 30 seconds of repairs, facing DLR SimLab Orange and Albert Preem for one tiny mistake at the top of Tête Rouge. Just off he goes again into Indianapolis. That car just giving him absolutely nothing that he's asking for, and he does finally decide to tow. That lap probably would have been longer than if he'd have towed from Tête Rouge, but credit where it's due. Preem trying to get the car back to pit lane cleanly, as that would have been probably the smartest decision, but Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster end to the race for DLR SimLab. They might get back out there to try and gain a couple more spots towards the end, but it's just going to be a tricky one.
And I'm over Sapphire also down pit lane with a meatball, as are Auto Performance Blue. This, I think it's more than the conditions, it is just that lack of visibility that just makes everything a little bit more difficult, and 3 cars all taking prolonged stops and taking some very, very long repairs here, as Nicholas Gesture and Julian Harmon again are just dueling right now, both new in the car and still holding steady at 5 seconds, but seeing debris of wrecked race cars as they fly through, knowing that the stakes are oh so high in this one.
Yeah, the visibility and the track conditions really proving difficult. We are going to have a replay of something that happened to Cesar Atez for you. 11th place in GTP, the car that triggered everyone else moving onto the slick tires, just going deep down at turn 1, having to cut turn 2 and rejoin just on the outside of 3. It's going to be a relatively large slowdown he's going to have to serve there, but I'm sure he'll get that one done relatively quickly, as he did manage to rejoin the circuit without harming anyone. Tom Cicchetto for RPM Racing in the lone Corvette in the field, out at the front of the GT3 Pro class. It's a position we've seen this car in multiple times, especially in the last 2 seasons. And Cicchetto really looking to finish the job out there tonight. Still 3 and a bit hours on the clock, so there's a long way to go, and there's a lot that can still happen through the rest of this race, but they'll take and breathe a sigh of relief that they are on strategy with everyone else and 23 seconds clear of negative delta by SimGear. But again, that's only 23 seconds. That's a gap that was over 40 about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and the reason they're in lead is because of that pit stop from Kevin Chartier and Valtteri Etsap Green, and it's a 1 minute 21 second stop for them as they fall off cycle, and you'll never guess why it was that length. Actually, you probably will.
Did they have to change the tires twice?
No. What's your second guess?
Damn! Oh, I'm so upset I didn't get that. Did they cut the gravel on entry?
They sure did. The same mistake that put them in the box seat with the mistake from there to Delta is what drops them straight back out of it, and it now is just, well, I mean, no C Sports are right on the back of there to Delta by SimGear. They're running 402s right now, 3 seconds lap faster last time by. This is the replay of the pit entry from Kevin Chartier, and some tire tracks that we've seen a few times in this race now, and each time it has been a huge impact on that championship, or not, but in that lead fight in class. But I noticed esports, Ali Torres, absolutely the fastest car on track right now. They are looking to chase down Bela Boychev, who is, they're both 25 seconds behind Cicchetto. But if the 174 can make this move quickly, I absolutely think it could be them in the box seat to try and go for this race win and overhaul that 110 crew, who are oh so consistent, and don't we know it, all season long, all championship long, all series long. It's been season after season from them.
It certainly has. And as we approach the 3 hours to go mark, we are going to step away for just a few minutes before we continue to bring you coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Le Mans. It will not be Olivia Hayward alongside me for the remainder of this one. I will be rejoined by Carmen Sienna, who will once again be pulling double duty. So once again, Liv, thank you for joining me in this one.
No, it's been a fantastic one. I'm glad that I was able to cover both wet to dry transitions. I assume we will not have a second dry to wet transition for Carmen to take us through. But enjoy the final 3 hours. This is shaping up to be one hell of a race.
Indeed it is. We'll see you in Aragon, and we will see you folks in just a few short moments. And in the space of 10 minutes, it all goes to complete disaster for Reiter Engineering. Nicholas Gesner ending up down pit lane for at least 7 minutes at this point. It will be suspension repair as he managed to find a puddle on the way into Mulsanne corner and ended up going nose first into the barrier on the outside of the circuit. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Le Mans. As we enter the final 3 hours, all of the teams are starting to really struggle with the conditions that we find ourselves with out on track here tonight. The wet weather combined with standing water still being there on track, dry tires being the preferred option, and complete darkness means it's become nigh on impossible to spot the puddles that they've been avoiding all race long. Carmen, it's so difficult to be in this position when you've been leading a race for so long and you've had to sacrifice so much and you've had to make so many correct decisions to get yourself to the lead of the race, and then it just all seems to fall apart in a moment.
Yeah, and it's especially when you look at how good Reiter had been all race long. As we look at another replay of another car that has had a race completely fall apart in the 70 car, just a little too much aggression out of the first Mulsanne chicane, loses the front end, loses all lighting, which you cannot do here at Le Mans of all places. And obviously you see the flashing lights from those passing by. A lot of GTPs especially having a lot of problems now moving onto the dry tires. This is something that I kind of encountered a little bit in LMP2 because I was trying to get back into that swing of things. At night, it's so difficult to find the puddles. Obviously, we talked about it a little bit before the break, how finding the puddles is going to be so difficult, especially like at this point in the race where you're, 9 hours in, and fatigue is set in completely, especially if you're not on a 3 or 4 person team and you're having to kind of tandem back and forth. All the curbs are lethal. All the curbs are lethal, but you don't remember that because you don't see the puddles. You don't see the water until you're on it. These GTPs are so quick. They're extremely. We talked about the lap times. They're running right now 3:35s, 3:36s at the moment. They're so quick, and just like that, the race has gone to absolutely nothing. And shout out to Old Firm Racing. It's not over yet for them. They've got to also not make the same mistake, because Fury Simsport is a minute behind, and they've not put a foot wrong all race long. That 31 car has been pretty well on it all race, so they've also got to avoid making the same mistake, especially the section they're about to head into, Indianapolis and Arnage. It's another corner that, especially at night, catches these teams out. So they've got to be very careful. It's very easy to want to abuse the curbs, especially on the entry to Arnage. You just can't do it. They got to keep that in mind right now, because we're at a point right now we're drying the track completely. Getting rid of those puddles will be next to impossible. The track temp just isn't there. It's not going to get warmer, and it's already offline. So unless you're running deliberately offline for some reason, no point. This is the fun has really begun in the worst way, because this is where you find a lot of heartbreak, and I feel bad. I feel bad for Jan Korbs, who put so much time in. You talked about it, over almost 112 laps, I think, 107, 112 laps in that range that he had run, of 140, and it'll unfortunately result in the team not even being in the top 5. That is devastating. It is absolutely devastating for a team that has led most of the first 9 hours undisputed. They won't have a chance to get back to that point at any point in the next 3 hours. It's going to be difficult, but this is sort of where the allure of Le Mans comes into play. You talk about why this race is the Triple Crown, right? It's the Triple Crown because this is where it's more than just the machine being tested. This is where you test the limits of your mentality and the fatigue and your endurance. It legitimately is put to the test at the highest order here, because we talked about it earlier when I was last on comms. Everything blends together in the daytime here, where you could just kind of dissociate. You go from Tete Rouge all the way through the Mulsanne Straight. You end up at Mulsanne Corner, and you're like, how did I get here? Now, do that, but also without seeing anything around you other than what your headlights are showing. And heaven forbid you don't come around one of these chicanes, one of these tire bundles, to see a car just standing in the middle of the road. It's 10 times more difficult. There's a reason the WEC requires drivers that are racing at night to practice at night. And the PEC has something very similar in place here. In order to actually race at night, you have to have run practice time at night, because it is so much more difficult. It is a completely different chapter of the ball game. Julian Harmond, we know how good he is. We know how good the Old Firm Racing team can be. They have been, the bridesmaid for most of this race. It's been the 97 and the 76, 1 and 2. Now Harmon's got to kind of, at this point, regardless of what happens, they've got to finish what they've fought for so hard to actually carry out. And I feel so bad for Nicholas Gessner. There's nothing more deflating than being handed a golden position and just immediately having it go wrong. And it went wrong in the worst ways. Just going off in the Mulsanne corner. When you start feeling like you've got temperature in the tires too, like that's half the lap down, you've gone through a couple of the heavier braking zones, a couple of the chicanes there, to start building up some of that temperature, you feel like you're starting to kind of get underneath you, and it snaps. In this case for Gessner, locks up, doesn't ever stop rolling. And you don't have any words other than despair, other than absolute despair. And I have a very strong feeling in the next 2 hours and 53 minutes, we're going to have a few more that are going to be very similar. I have a very strong feeling of that, unfortunately. And I say this a lot, and I say this in the nicest regards. Racing's not fair, sim or otherwise. It's not fair. And this is that to a dot.
Yeah, of course. It's one of them, especially when it gets so dark. You can't see where those puddles are. And as much as by that point you probably should be able to remember where they are, you've got to bear in mind that a lot of these drivers have been doing this sort of sim racing at this track for years at this point. We've built up thousands of laps of muscle memory as to exactly where we need to put the car to go fast. And the rain and the wet weather and the standing water is still a relatively new addition to iRacing. It's only a year old. We haven't really had the chance to build up that muscle memory for a drying track. So we're relying a lot on our senses, mostly our eyesight, to be able to see these puddles. And it was literally just a case of Gessner committing to a braking point on a braking line where in perfectly dry conditions, that car would have been absolutely fine, but it was just the fact that there was no drainage at the apex of that first little kink on the way into Mulsanne corner. It was just a puddle of standing water there. It's something I said that would happen as we got into the night, and unfortunately it did bite. And my condolences go out to Rider Engineering, because they ran a fantastic race. There were some brilliant elements of teamwork in there as well, and unfortunately for them, they are not going to have a lick of anything to show for it. And as long as Julian Harmond keeps it between the white lines and keeps it on the road, Old Firm Racing will walk out of this race with the championship lead.
And that's going to be important for the next 2 races of the season. Obviously, you got the giant unknown quantity in Motoland Aragon coming up here in a month's time, 4 weeks exact from tonight is when we'll see them racing in Spain for the first time in the PEC. They've raced at Aragon. I don't know if they've actually already raced or if they're racing soon in Aragon. I should remember. It's been on ABN. But it's going to be new for a lot of these drivers racing at Aragon, just like Portimao was last season. So you don't know how that's going to be. The assumption is that passing is not going to be nearly as easy as the other races on the calendar. Aragon is often considered as hard to pass, if not a little bit harder than Nürburgring. And we know how hard it was at the Nürburgring a few weeks ago. And then you have Daytona, which is going to be just as wide open as this. And Lord help me if there's rain at Daytona. And there probably will be, because it's Daytona. And everything rains at Daytona.
I want to see that again. I want to see that again. The wet weather was so much fun to drive in during the iRacing 24 this year. Like, give me that wet weather again. It was so exciting. It was so tricky. And I can't lie, it taught me a lot. I was a little bit the ringer for the team that I ran with this year. And even I was making mistakes left, right, and center. And it really taught me that do not push. Do not ever push. Don't push in the wet. No, don't push in the wet. And then we ended up in, this is like later on, ended up in a race at Road America where I knew it was going to absolutely chuck it down towards the end of the race. So we put Alex 7 in the car first. And I went, listen, go out there in the dry and just bang out laps. I want you to save some fuel. Here's your number. Hit this number and it will get us in a really nice window for when the wet weather comes. Then wet weather comes, I get in the car and the track is literally flooded by the time I get there. Like, I was braking about, oh God, down into turn 5. I think I was braking before I went through the kink of turn 4.
Yeah.
Just to not lock up any tires, because there was just absolutely no grip. The car genuinely felt like it was skating across the surface of the water.
I believe it.
But because I'd done Daytona and I'd learned not to push, I could actually handle it. I remembered that I actually needed to finish my point there. It's the extra shot of espresso I've had. It's fire in my brain right now.
So bad news on top of already bad news. The 31 has been in pit lane now for 2 minutes and counting, still not rolling. And I have a feeling there's going to be a very sad reason as to why.
There are a few cars down pit lane at the moment, Carmen. MRRS Racing Sapphire and DLR Simlab White all parked in pit lane.
I think I found the reason why the 31 is stuck in pit lane at the moment. This is down the hill through the S's. Oh, really big wobble, and that's a really scary place to have a spin too, because that's just Armco down there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a meatball because he tagged the little left front of that car and knocked it all out of alignment. And you can see it's skewing very hard. So that would be the cause of that one.
What more can we say about the conditions out there, Carmen? It's dark, the puddles are still there, and the drivers can no longer see where the puddles are. But it's going to leave Julien Hammond realistically completely unchallenged for the lead of this race. It's going to be a chance for Old Firm Racing to just completely back the pace off. If you can't force yourself to do it normally, shoot for 13 lap stints and see if that's going to help you just keep the pace down a little bit.
So they've got a 3-lap advantage right now over Go Esports right now, which is being piloted right now by Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro. If I'm that concerned, and you see the LMP2, you see the GTP with no headlights, just in front of the 90, that's the scariest thing on the planet right now.
Yeah.
That is so terrifying. They're just trying to make it back to pit lane the best that they can. I understand what they're doing. It's just so heartbreaking. That's the NGC Rubis Gas Butano car, Pedro Paquette, who wrecked earlier. We don't have a replay of it.
I'm seeing headlights on the front end of that car.
Okay, well, hopefully then it's just my side of things not working, because if they actually don't have lights, then goodness.
Yeah, that car looks absolutely square from what I can tell.
Well, it just went off in Indianapolis and hit the wall straight on, so it's not square anymore.
Steering wheel looks straight.
But
I don't know.
With Julien Harmon now with a 3-lap advantage on the 23 car, Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro at Go Esports. If I'm that concerned, turn off the hybrid. Turn off the hybrid power for a second. Just don't even test fake. And you look at how much standing water is on the inside of the Porsche curves there. That is insane. How we haven't had more incidents on that part of the racetrack is beyond me. It is still flooded at the apex of that entire corner.
It is. And I get what you're saying about turn the hybrid off. You're saying it's going to reduce that kick of power at the rear end of the car, but you've got to consider the fact that if you turn the hybrid off, you are taking away one of the biggest parts of the braking system in this car. To compensate for having that MGUK on the rear axle, the rear brakes are absolutely tiny. So the second that you put it into build and start to fill that battery up, when the battery gets full, the rear axle is going to provide absolutely no braking force, and it's going to completely rely on the front axle. So your best bet is to just trust yourself, know that you know what you're doing, maybe play around with the TC to make sure that you're not putting too much through the rear axle. But at the end of the day, Julien Haumond is a driver that's driven in these conditions multiple times at this point. I'm pretty certain he's going to know how to handle the car with the hybrid switched on.
I completely believe that, but we also said that about Nicholas Gessner too. We were also like, okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty straightforward. And then 2 minutes later, nope.
I mean, to be fair, that was more of a misplacement of the car, just trusting his braking line in the trial a little bit too much and finding himself a puddle.
Yeah, it can happen to anyone at any time between now and the end of the race, because those puddles are not going to go away. Unfortunately, they are with us until the end. And you're still seeing, you're just running offline. You see how much the rooster tails are popping up off the 97. Just running offline, and him having to get back on the dry line to get back through.
Oh, actually, interesting development at the front of the GT3 field. Vladislav Shopov, I don't know why I said the middle initial. Vladislav Shopov has come out of pit lane for his next pit stop and is only 0.6 of a second off the back of Kevin Chartier. Chartier, of course, getting into a bit of an incident earlier on that delayed him after cutting the chicane on the entry to the pit lane, which has made Shopov's job of getting onto the back of him to try and retake that second place a little bit easier. So Shopov, who has been quick all race, now has a chance to retake second and maybe continue that charge up to the front of the field. I don't know if my overlay is lying to me again, but it's telling me that Kevin Chartier is on wet tires.
It's telling me the same thing. I would like to say I don't believe it. Yeah, I can't say I believe it. Obviously, we've got some outlaps going on right now, so it's hard to kind of gauge where Nilsson and Shopov's pace is. Last lap time by Chartier was a 4:02.02, which to me seems pretty on pace for dry weather tires. The fastest laps were in the 3:59s. So that should be dry tire pace, but we also know that there were some times set earlier that were on wet weather tires that were in a similar range. So, don't know. I would say, with how many moved on, actually, you see that and you're just like, because that's Shopov on dries, and he had no chance of making that corner.
No, just braking a little bit too late for the amount of grip that he had. I think the only question mark I have over Chartier's decision to go onto the wets is the lack of straight line speed that he's going to have, especially once the track dries up that little bit more and Shopov can rely on the grip coming from his tires. It's going to make Chartier's job to defend that second place a lot more difficult. But even with that incident, the negative delta by Simca Mercedes hasn't really lost that much time, if any time at all, to Charlie Lund Nielsen. He's still got 2 hours and 40 minutes to get that gap closed down. We are entering the IMSA endurance race length until the end of this race. So it's still a very long way to go, and Shopov is chipping away at RPM Racing's lead. And again, I think if he can keep it on the road, that's pretty much nailed on. But the tricky bit is going to be keeping it on the road, as he's already shown us.
Yeah, the more I'm seeing of Chartier's data on our timing screen, the more I think that he's actually on the dries.
He's got to be right.
He's running this. His top speed's the same as Chopov right now. 171 mile an hour. He's actually his top speed going into Indianapolis was faster than Chopov by about a mile an hour. So you don't get that on wets. So I definitely believe that he's on dries and that our timing screen just didn't pick up that he had made that switch. I believe that a little bit.
Yeah, that looks like dries.
Unfortunately,
trying to get a look at his tires all around, yeah, and it does look like slicks.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to tell as easier. Obviously, we have the onboard cameras for the GT3s where we can see the tire markings. The GT3s have Pirelli tire markings. So, and they don't have the Cinturato markings, just P0.
Yet,
I say
if they go the way of the Michelins, I think we'll get that when we eventually get a bit of a refresh on the GT3s, yeah, which would be really cool, and I want that. Give me that. Let me be able to tell what tires people are on based on the brand and model. It's cool. I love it.
I'll be able to tell that they're on wet tires because they'll be either blue or white. Yay.
Yeah. The blue would be cool.
Yes, the blue is the full wets. I don't know what color they actually use in the actual series, but
I do also think it's blue in GT World Challenge Europe.
Sense because you don't want them to have intermediates and wets. You just kind of give them full wets and let them run.
You do, yeah. There's no such thing as an intermediate tire in sports car racing. You either have slicks or you have wets, and that is it.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Too expensive. They used to have them back in the day during LMP1, mind, but they were cut slicks, so it was something the teams would actually make themselves once they got the tires from Michelin, and of course the tires were unique to each model of LMP1 car.
Yeah,
This is something I was talking about this weekend, actually, is just about how cool LMP1 was, because not only was it ridiculous amounts of technology packed into literal spaceships, like you had V4 turbocharged with lithium-ion hybrid, you had a V6 diesel paired with a flywheel hybrid system, and at the same time you had a V8 turbocharged engine running around with a super capacitor hybrid system that made that Toyota TS040 an absolute rocket ship out of the corners. Like, nothing was able to keep up with it once that thing was deploying its power. Of course, the Porsche and the Audi would eventually catch up because they could deploy for longer, but the way that old Toyota got its power down before they switched to batteries was absolutely insane. But paired with that, as Chopov goes wide at the first chicane yet again, you had Michelin developing tires for the 919, for the R18, and for the TS050, which again is why these teams ended up, well, it's why Audi and Porsche ended up spending 200 million euros a year on running the LMP1 program, because they were paying Michelin goodness knows how much money to develop a tire that worked exactly for their car.
I'm gonna tell you, not cheap.
No, but the only good thing there is that that isn't a thing now. And Michelin Michelin literally mass produce all their tires and go, here you go, have these, make it work. And again, much better for cost, because you're not making a unique compound for every single car. You can just make goodness knows how many sets of tires of the one compound. And we all know the scale of mass production. Once you start building multiple of the same thing, it makes it a lot cheaper to make.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. The tire refreshes that are slowly rolling out, I cannot wait for them to get to open wheel. That's sort of just the only thing I kind of run seriously. That being said, I've been enjoying the LMP2 a lot more too, since they've got some of that refresh going on. Not sure I'd ever enjoy racing here at night for 3 hours though, and that's sort of what a lot of the drivers right now are in the middle of. A lot of these drivers that we're seeing on track right now are set to finish this race, which is a daunting task. Even daunting in the daytime, but it's frightening in the nighttime. And can't say I envy any of them right now. Chopov trying to somehow weasel his way back into the race lead that he held for most of the first half of this race. 21 seconds separates the top three in GT3 Pro.
And again, that gap is closing. Valkyrie, X-Type, Green are just about doing enough to hold off Shopov at the moment, but Shopov, of course, making those really silly errors in the last couple of laps and needs to get that car back under him if he wants to start making inroads on the leaders. Credit where it's due, he's still managing to catch Charlie Lynn Nilsson on board that RPM Racing Corvette, but that's a bit of a it's a bit of an issue where Lund Nilsson needs to find a little bit more pace towards the end of this race, because he's got to hold off the likes of Kevin Chartier and Vladislav Shopov and their teammates for the next 2.5 hours. And that's going to be a very tricky task, especially when the gap is only 20 seconds. 4 minute and 5 seconds, 0.3 was Charlie Lynn Nilsson's last lap. It's a 4 minutes flat to answer from Kevin Chartier. Shopov is going to come across the line, and even with that mistake, it's still a 4 minute 6.193. So it's time lost, but it's significantly less than you might otherwise expect.
GT3 still surprisingly close. Just kind of looking down the order, you've got everyone in the top 5 all in the same lap, all in the same half a lap, really. Remember that these are 4 minute lap times here at Le Mans for the GT3s. And first through fifth all in the same half a lap. Still, after 9 hours and almost 30 minutes, pretty impressive stuff there. And unfortunately for Chartier, he's sort of the odd one out. He's on the half strategy right now compared to everyone else. Everyone else pit on lap 127 on the nose. Chartier pit on lap 121. So he's got to make an earlier pit stop than everyone else and try to make that work.
Yeah, it's just going to shuffle him a little bit off cycle relative to everyone else. But his last stop was, or his last stint even was, a 14-lap stint. Everyone else around him, RPM Racing's still on that 14-lap stint as well. But Negative Delta by Simgear still opting for that full push 13-lap stint. So Chartier and Co are going to level out. It's going to get close to leveling out between them and Negative Delta by Simgear. Not many more stints left in this race to get it completely back on level with those guys, but those 14-lap stints is going to make it a little bit easier to get to the end of the race on as few stops as possible and keep that final stop relatively short. The big question mark is, can Negative Delta go fast enough to overhaul the extra time they're going to have to spend down pit lane and still come out in front of RPM Racing and Valkyrie X-Type Green?
I'm going to hazard to guess the answer to that question is probably going to be no, but I've been wrong before, and it's plenty of time for me to be wrong. And also plenty of time for me to change my answer. So I will do that at my best convenience.
Well, his gap to the leader currently sits at about 16 seconds. Shopov looks like he has finally got that AMG GT3 underneath him and is lapping significantly faster than Charlie Lund Nilsson. Yeah, Chartier is lapping at the same sort of pace as Shopov, so the gap between those two not really moving anywhere, but the main thing to focus on is the fact that Charlie Nilsson is losing time to both of the cars behind him. The lead of this race for RPM Racing is looking well under threat, as those guys are going to have to find a little bit of something in the closing hours of this race to try and bring home that victory. And I don't think that lies on the shoulders of Charlie Lynn Nilsson, as I think there are faster drivers in that car that can get it done.
Well, I also... The issue with RPM Racing is that the Corvette just isn't good in the drive right now. It just wasn't set up for that. You could tell. We could tell earlier when we had the last dry spell. It just wasn't tuned up for that. And you're seeing a little bit more of that now. And you can't really hide it. Unfortunately, that Corvette just not geared up the same way the McLaren for Chartier and the Mercedes for Shopov. The Mercedes I still think is the fastest overall.
Definitely.
I'm just happy that Corvette's in the game. You know, I'm just happy that they're there. But no, Nilsson, his best bet right now is just sort of make it difficult, because you're hoping that if you can hold up Chartier enough and Shopov gets there, that you can let those two kind of tango and do their thing and let them kind of draw each other back. You're hoping that's what you can do. Shopov is running a little bit faster right now than Chartier. Chartier's actually lost a little bit of time. It was 8.7, now it's 9.3. So Nilsson has pulled a little bit on the 177. Shopov's still closing in though. So
I was going to say, I think that's only in the first sector or so, as Chartier may have got held up by a bit of traffic. But the biggest thing is that Shopov has closed in by nearly 4 seconds on the previous lap. It's 4:05 for Nilsson compared to a 4-minute 1.905. So that is a good chunk of time faster for the Mercedes driver, who's also able to pull 0.4 of a second on Chartier. The ball squarely in negative delta by Sim Gears Court, as it does look like with the pace that they have right now, it's going to be more than enough to get clear of both of these cars by the end of the race.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe bet. Again, that's hoping everything continues to go well. And we've seen from all 3 of these cars that not everything has gone well. Which makes things a little bit difficult. So, Nilsson's got the position right now. It's easier to defend than it is to attack. I'm in that mentality, that mindset. It's easier to sort of put your car in the right spot to defend, especially with the landmines on the curves right now. Very easy to kind of place your car in a position where they can't kind of weasel around you. The issue is that if that car is down on the top end speed as we're seeing on our telemetry, there's only going to be so much you can do to stop that McLaren and that, especially that Mercedes. I think Shopov, if anyone's going to make that Corvette look like a standing still when you get out of one of these chicanes, and there's only so much you can do with that. That being said, there's a McLaren behind, one of the lap McLarens behind. I'm trying to figure out who that is. I believe I'm tuning down on this.
It's Kevin Lazar for Performance Racing Black.
Yeah, I was looking to see where they were at on the track. Not really.
He's all over the back of that. He's all over the back of Charlie Nilsson now. Maybe looking for a way by, but doesn't seem to be rushing this one. Yeah, choosing not to overtake the leader, and I'm not quite sure why. It's just having a look down the GTP standards as well, and Lucky Luke racing down pit lane for an extended period of time. 3 minutes 43 currently down pit lane, so those guys might have a little bit of damage there trying to get repaired as the night takes another victim. Our MRRS Racing Sapphire have been down pit lane for 10 minutes so far, so they're in for some really big repairs. Good news for all you Writer Engineering fans, they are back out on track in 5th place, so they will still get the chance to finish this one on what is a much drier track, so hopefully it'll be a bit easier for Nicholas Gesner to keep it out the wall this time.
Hopefully. That's fingers crossed there. Jonas Weber, the second Writer Engineering car that has had a bunch of troubles all day, also crawling forward thanks to a lot of pit stops underway. Unlucky Luke Racing been in the pit lane now for almost 5 minutes. 70 car, the MRRS Sapphire car, is now in the pit lane for 11 minutes, which is a gut punch. And so that's helped Jonas Weber get all the way up to 7th place behind Alberto Garcia Blasco. The SPD Racing car still kicking in 6th place there in GTP as well.
Yeah, minute 32 seconds, 15 seconds is going to be the gap between XPD Racing and the Writer Engineering 77. And they're both on a similar pit strategy as well. And Writer proving to be probably, at the lap times are actually in XPD's favor in the last one. So it'll be interesting to see how that one unfolds over the course of the next 2.5 hours. I'm sure Jonas Weber will want to gain one extra position to try and steal some points away from XPD Racing in terms of the championship. It will make it a 5th and 6th place finish for Writer Engineering cars. As if they can't get a 1-2, they'll try and score as many points as possible and maybe get their consecutive 5th and 6th place finish. I think that's something we've seen before from those two, but fight's still yet to unfold over the course of this race. Falcon Motorsports have just set their first or just come out of pit lane after one of their final few pit stops to go in this one. yeah, we are getting into those dying phases now as all the different strategies that the cars and the drivers have been forced onto because of the way the wet weather has really shaken things up is going to unfold in the dying couple of hours of this race. And I'm personally really looking forward to seeing where the likes of, well, mainly it's where RPM Racing are relative to Valkyrie and Negative Delta, because that is the battle. Seems to have the most intrigue in it right now.
Yeah, a GT3 kind of carrying things out with, obviously, I mean, and it's good to see that GT3 is close because it is a variety of cars there from first to fifth. You got a Corvette, you got 2 McLarens, a Mercedes, and an Acura. We were afraid that it was going to be just a McLaren fest, and it turned out to be very much not the case, so I'm very thankful for that. That being said, I'm really impressed, right? Especially top 4 right now. You notice this is only 30 seconds off of Nilsson with Alejandra Torres. So I have a very strong feeling we're shaping up for an absolute classic fight here. And I think the next, I mean, if we're forecasting as we have all day with the weather, really within the next hour, I think we're going to really have a really good head-to-head fight for just about every spot on the podium. And that makes me excited because what's better than 2 cars fighting 3 or 4? So we'll take that.
Yeah, especially if it's going to be for the win as well, as the gap for the lead drops down just under 4 seconds. So Kevin Chartier has really been working away at Charlie Nilsson, gaining 3 seconds on the previous lap. He's only got 3 laps or so to go in this stint before he comes down pit lane. Charlie Nilsson, plenty of laps to go in this run. He's on a similar strategy to Negative Delta right now, but even Shopov has closed that gap down to 12 seconds. It is truly compressing at the front of the GT3 Pro field. And it does look like it's going to be a case of Charlie Nilsson having to pray and hope for the best, flirting with the puddle on the inside of Carton there. Just about manages to keep it pointing in the right direction. You see that puff of liquid being thrown up as he gets over the exit curb down at Corvette. Again, there's standing water absolutely everywhere right now, and all of these drivers are trying to find as much pace as they can, and they are taking risks, and eventually we are going to see it bite like we did with Nicholas Gesner earlier on.
And Chartier, now it's a 4-second gap, so Chartier has really pulled the lead out here. Nilsson a 4:02.97 last time around, Chartier a 4:03. So he has really uncorked that last lap. Shopov's still closing in as well, closing down to 12.7 seconds, separating him from the class lead at the moment. I think Chartier's finally found something that's made him comfortable in that McLaren. So I'm very curious to see how quickly he can kind of close in on this 4-second gap to Chartier, and then seeing how quickly he can get around him too, because that's going to be very important if Chartier's going to try to keep a hold of this and try to keep the 181 at bay. I think it is the rule right now against Vladislav Shopov and the Eastern European Negative Delta team. Sitting and looking at everything as we run at the moment. This is the battle. This is the closest battle going on the racetrack at the moment. And it isn't particularly close. Obviously, it's not close in GTP with the crash of Nicholas Gesner in the 76 Rider Engineering GTP about an hour ago at this point. Dropped down for the lead to 5th place in GTP. It's given the 97 Ultram Racing by Helvet about almost a 3-lap lead here. 2.7 laps is basically the advantage there for Julian Harmond and that crew. And likewise, it is effectively a lap and a half advantage for Smurf Racing Team. Their comeback is almost assured here
in GT3 AM after having a disconnect early in this race. The rain has proven to be more than just a great equalizer, but a great miracle for the 291, and they have now got a commanding lead over the IS Corsa machine in second place.
Well, don't forget, David Narbonne is still on board that car, Carmen, and has been since hour 2 of this race. We're now 7 hours and 40 minutes after when Narbonne got back on board that car and started that comeback drive for Smurf Racing Team. And he has driven every single one of the laps that car has taken around the Circuit de la Sarthe in that time. And it's put him in the lead of the race by that margin that you talked about, Carmen. And it makes it a relatively safe bet that Smurf Racing Team, as long as Narbonne can keep it clean, will win this race. And what a story that will be leading into the final 2 rounds of the championship, of the driver that drove for 10 straight hours at Le Mans and still won the race.
Yeah, that's one of the, I think, the cool stories that have come out of today. Just the perseverance to get that car going again, because they were pretty well down and out of it for a second. And they've not really had a lot of luck in terms of getting all that back. It sort of just came around to them. They had to really fight for it. Thankfully convenient that there's a pit window there that they can slot into without severely throwing off their own strategy call there. And yeah, Smurf Racing Team just proven that they have been absolutely a force to be reckoned with here, rain or shine today. They've been next to unstoppable, and they've handled the changing conditions pretty brilliantly. That being said, IS Corsa kind of just hoping for their own miracle now at the expense of Smurf Racing Team again. So we'll see how that all fares out. We've had more attrition as we kind of were expecting. We're down to 10 on the racetrack at the moment. I'm willing to assume that the MRRS Racing Sapphire car is an effective retirement. It has been on pit lane now for 20 minutes.
Similar story for NGC by Rubus Gas, by the way. Andre Rosa down pit lane for 9.5 minutes. At this point, he's going to drop outside the top 10 and outside probably of the cars running around in GTP, so there might not be much point in the 42 continuing. We certainly hope they do, because we want to see as many cars finish these races as possible, but at the end of the day, can't force someone to do what they don't want to do.
No, I think you have to be within a certain amount of laps too. It's not just taking the checkered flag. You've got to be within a certain percentage of your class winner to score points. It's going to be a little bit difficult. We're on lap 151 right now for GTP, and the 70 car, which is on pit lane still. And now back on track, actually just rolled back on track on lap 139. So they're going to try to score at least something out of this, knowing that the MGC Rubus Gas Butano car is out. Every point counts right now.
No, that's true, especially with so few rounds in the championship. But speaking of every point counts, that gap that we've been teasing was closing lap on lap on lap is finally within a second. Kevin Chartier, 7/10 off the rear axle of Charlie Nilsson. Nilsson has done everything he can to try and hang on to that lead. The McLaren 720S in the dry conditions has finally made its way up to the back of the Corvette Z06 GT3R. And it's going to be a very difficult task even for Charlie Nilsson to try and hold off that charging McLaren behind. Kevin Chartier has been absolutely electric, lighting up the timing screens over the last 5 laps or so to get himself in the position to make this move and retake the lead of this race.
Yeah, this is where if Nilsson's got anything, he's got to use it now. The whole Chartier at bay. Because Shopov has not gained nearly as much over the last few laps, only still 10 seconds behind. So Nilsson's got to put on a masterclass of defending. The benefit right now that Nilsson's going to have is that Chartier is going to pit. not too far away from making that pit stop. Chartier came
This
down
lap,
off one.
he's boxing this time by. 100%, he's boxing this time by. Yep.
That makes things a little bit easier. So Nilsson knows if he can just stay ahead and manage that portion of everything, he'll be all right. But Chartier knows now he is on this. He is a cycle away from being in the race lead if he keeps the pace up now.
Well, with the pace that he's had over Charlie Nelson in this last stint, it's probably just going to be a case of turn your normal laps once you got a full tank of fuel and some fresh tires on board. And once Nelson pits in 7 laps or so, it'll be a relatively easy job to just come out in front. There goes Chartier, dives down pit lane. It's another half a stint for both Shopov and Nilsson. So Shopov, with a clear road ahead, is now going to have a chance to start making inroads on Charlie Nilsson. Question is he going to have the same amount of pace that he's going to close in as quickly as Kevin Chartier did? Well, the pace difference between Chartier and Shopov has been basically nothing over the last 4 laps or so. I expect that 10-second gap to collapse relatively quickly between Nilsson and Shopov.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that Nilsson's just a sitting duck, unfortunately. I feel like we've made that point, I think, abundantly clear. To kind of walk through sort of the difference in pace just in the race itself. The fastest top end, the fastest speed trap that 110 Corvette is set. I'm saying this in miles an hour because it's what I see on my screen. 173 miles an hour. And that's going into Indianapolis. That's the fastest point on the racetrack for these cars.
285 kilometers an hour.
Correct.
Ish.
Vladislav Shopov, Vladislav Shopov has I think the fastest top end or fastest speed trap of the GT3 still running at this point, which is 177 miles an hour, entire 4 miles an hour faster, which I think is about 12, 13 kph faster. If my math is correct. It probably isn't.
What did you say the miles an hour speed was?
It was 177 for Shopov.
284 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, so
see, I can't do math. My original estimate was wrong. It's that simple.
So we'll see what Shopov can do now. The gap is down to 8.6 seconds. It was 10.3, so he is still gaining. Importantly for Nilsson, this is super important, Alejandro Torres, the Analyst Esports Sim Ultimate car, is not gaining on him. So right now, Nilsson, at the very worst as things sit, sitting pretty safely on that top 3 rostrum at the moment as things stand. Obviously, that is subject to change, as everything is, until the checkered flag flies. But a good piece of hope.
So let's not count our chickens before they hatch. We still have over 2 hours to go in this race, and anything can happen, especially
now,
with the track still as tricky as it is.
Something to point out here, there was a driver change. So it is Julien Moret back in the 177. He started this race on it. So there's been a driver change now. I would say Moret's not the ace driver in this car. He's not the driver that's had the captain's pace in that 177. So that could change some things, because Nilsson also is not the ace driver in that 110. So that brings things down a little bit. That's a little bit of hope for the 110 that he's got a chance to fight this one. Shopov, I don't think it matters who's in that 181 right now. I think all of them
they're
have
all
shown
fast, yeah.
they're all really, really quick. And that
There's a good reason that car is in the GT3 Pro class, and it's a good reason that they were leading this race for so long. They've just been pretty much flawless for the entire distance. A couple of mistakes starting to creep in later on in the race, but it's one of those that's basically to be expected, and everyone is going to be making similar errors. Vulcan Motorsport down pit lane unscheduled, by the way, so let's keep an eye on as what was the only Ferrari inside the top 3. But yeah, it's especially with Nilsson, it's going to be a case of not if but when, because anyone that gets on board the 181 is going to be fast. It's a car that's set up well. It's a car with some very strong drivers, and it's a car with a team that has a lot of confidence in it, and they should be able to get that car back to the lead of the race, but it's going to be a question of where those 14-lap stinters come out.
Way more manageable fight right now for Nilsson, with Shopov closing in a little bit more. 7 seconds right now is the gap as we approach the 9 hours and 50-minute mark. We are at 2 hours and 10 left to go here in Le Mans for one of the two marquee races this season. The other being Daytona at the end of the season, the end of May, the week after the Indianapolis 500. Which is nice, because that's going to be a very busy couple weeks for me.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm going to be in the actual Indianapolis 500 again this year, so really
Good.
stoked for that.
I can't lie, it's something that's definitely on my bucket list, but
It is.
not something I see doing in the near future, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, the travel to is going to be the most expensive part. I got tickets into the 500 last year, the day of, for $65.
That's not bad.
No,
That's pretty good,
it's
actually.
Not. It's not. It was great.
It's about how much it costs for a week-long access ticket to Le Mans. Just put that one out there, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine. But also, Le Mans doesn't have 400,000 people within a 2.5-mile racetrack.
No, but it does have 300,000 people across a 13.6-kilometer racetrack where the cars race around for 24 hours and not 3. And it's 60 of them and not 33.
I don't need that many.
Oh, you do. You definitely do.
I don't.
You will never understand it until you...
You're talking to a non-sports car fan. I would never go to an actual sports car race.
Oh, no, hang on, hold on. You definitely should. Because the best part about sports cars is the absolute variety of vehicles that are out there on the track.
I've been to one. I wouldn't go to another one.
But the Cadillac, the Acura, the BMW, the Porsche, the Aston Martin.
I hate the
Carmen,
Aston.
come on. You're insane. You're crazy.
I hate the Aston.
You genuinely might be crazy. I think we're going to need to put you in an asylum.
So, hot take, I do not like the V10s. I don't like any V10s.
Well, that's absolutely fine because it's a V12.
I don't like that. That's worse. So, the thing I love about IndyCar and Super Formula, they're manageable. You can go to those races, you can watch them without being put in discomfort or needing hearing protection. To me, that's great. Being able to actually talk to other fans while the race is going on and actually share the moment without having to kind of keep yourself from getting tinnitus. I genuinely don't like any of I don't like the screaming V10s or V12s. I just don't.
Well, the V8 still exists. The Cadillac and the Mustang both give you that such a unique, that rumble in your chest as they drive by. You can feel it literally shaking the ground, and there's nothing cooler in the world than that.
I mean, that's fine. It's just not my thing. I just don't like it.
Oh, God.
I'm
so sorry. You're missing out so much.
No, I would go to the IMSA race at the Brickyard just because it's at Indianapolis. But I don't.
You should go to it. Do it.
I don't have any interest of going to the Daytona 24. I don't have any interest of going to the Le Mans or the Nürburgring. I don't have any intention of visiting Spa. I understand how cool it is. I understand that this is the new renaissance of sports cars. And
ooh, off the road
that's a Ferrari
goes the
off the
Ferrari.
road.
I think that's Wim Stockman's going a little
70.
bit wide. Yeah, 7-0 going through it a little bit. Just don't even know how that one happened. Finding some wet stuff on the way through turn one, and the car just understeers off the circuit. And that's exactly what did it. I think running just offline caught the tires down enough that it just found no purchase. And he tried to get the car turned into turn one, and then just boop, off the road he went. And that car is going to have to cut that chicane and start to slow down in a similar way that I think one of the racer engineering cars had to earlier on.
We've seen a lot of cars cut that turn one section inadvertently. sort of because they run out of
Surprised
grip.
it's been that tricky. Very surprised it's been that tricky.
And it just, turn 1 is so wide, and it funnels down to a very narrow path into turn 2. Like, if you take a path that's less traveled, you just lose all that grip on that left side. And yeah, just thankfully there's a lot of runoff there that you can get yourself course corrected before something horrible happens, because we've seen what happens when you lose it in turn 2. It's not in the same way.
Austin and White make their way back down pit lane. This time it looks like it's actually on strategy. I will double check that just in case I'm lying to you. Yep, up on the jacks is that car. A bit of damage on the rear end, which should get fixed in the time it takes to refuel that car. Of course, refueling rate sped up just a little bit in the most recent update. They'll wait to get those repairs done, but yeah, this one definitely on strategy for the Cadillac for a change. That has spent a significant amount of time on pit lane in the last few laps. Only good enough for P9 at the moment, but again, they're in a spot where they're still in the race, so theoretically should still get classified relative to Julian Hammond on board that Old Firm Racing Acura. Again, I haven't talked about him in quite a while because he's been very anonymously just circulating at the front of the field, 2 laps clear of Fury Simsport. And again, they've just done what they need to do to be in that position. They've kept the car clean. They've kept it out of the barriers, kept it out of pit lane for repairs, and you've seen something.
I just saw an event pop up on the timing screen. It says Julian Harmon has had a crash. And I want to see if that is legitimate, and if so, what has happened to the 97. Still rolling around, so I'm assuming this is just a spin.
I hope so too. Right at the start of
right at the start of a lap,
the previous lap.
And this is this.
No,
is
that's at the end of the lap. That's Maison Blanche. So it's coming into the 4 chicanes.
Yes.
Over on the right hand side of the circuit,
So
he is. Puddle out there.
Yep. Nope, not the puddle. Not there.
Can touch the puddle. It might be.
Oh, slow down.
Yeah. Oh, that was 100% a slowdown.
Yeah.
General courtesy is to clear that one on the exit of the chicane, but I guess when there's no one around you, you don't really have to try too hard to commit to general courtesy. So Julian Hammond falsely tripping our systems there and making us think another leader of this race had ended up having a crash. But Hammond up 11 spots so far in this race, by the way. Fury Simsport up 15, and Go Esports, a team we just haven't spoken about all season long, up there in 13th place, battling on strategy with Vulcan Motorsports for that final slot on the podium. And you know what? I don't have favorites in this championship. I definitely do. But for Vulcan Motorsports, I think it would be quite the story for them to take the step up from GT3 AM, move into GTP, come to Le Mans and take that 3rd place. I think that would be really romantic and such a great story for them.
Yeah, and that's where the magic of Le Mans really kind of comes into play. Seeing these teams work so hard for results, and seeing the heartbreak on the other side of it. We've seen plenty of the heartbreak already, but then you see the beautiful stories that kind of come out of it for the teams that have not had the same level of success. Vulcan having a chance to do well and really still fighting that out. I mean, Christian Muller right now in that car, 22 seconds away from the podium spot, and reasonably has the pace to do so. 4 seconds faster last time around than the Go Esports 23. Trying to get a Ferrari on the podium. Ironically saying that, even though Ferrari's won the real life race twice in a row.
Twice in a row.
Trying to go for the 3-peat.
It's not going to happen virtually here today, as it's Acura who are pure domination on the podium as it stands, but certainly going to have a go at it this year. I'm going to be there again, so maybe I'll be there. Good luck, champ.
I will say, as much as I'm not a fan of sports car racing, I love Corvette. Will always love Corvette because they're made in Kentucky. Also a huge fan still of the Alpine.
Good.
Just because of the taillights. Just because of the taillights.
Good attitude. Good attitude. We can be friends. You have redeemed yourself. I like French cars.
I'm not going to go that far.
I like the Alpine more specifically. My partner likes French cars, so I have to say I like French cars. That's how it works.
Yeah, I've only really ever been fond of 2 French cars, and the Alpine's one of them.
Good. It makes a great sound as well.
The other car that I liked that was French was the Renault RS01. That was short-lived.
Great car. Really cool car. Love that thing. I wish it had stuck around for a little bit longer. Anyway, speaking of French cars, we're here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, the French endurance racing circuit. You are watching ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Le Mans. We are going to step aside for a moment, and we'll be back very shortly to continue our coverage of the epic race we've got unfolding in front of us. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Le Mans. You'll have seen there just as we stepped away for a moment. Shopov did complete the pass on Charlie Nelson, but as we came back in, Shopov made his stop. He is on that slightly more aggressive full push 13 lap stint run, and Nelson was sacrificing a bit of that absolute speed to go for 14 lap stints. It's going to shake itself out a bit interestingly towards the end of this one, but would definitely explain the pace deficit we've seen from this Corvette in the last stint or so. Both of these cars very safely over the margin of getting to the end of this race on one more stop. So you kind of question, Carmen, what is the point of doing the 14 lap stints?
I think the idea, the notion is taking a little less fuel on that last stop. I think that's sort of the mentality. I mean, if you're the 110, you need all the help you can get, realistically. This is the fastest the car is going to be right now, with the lowest fuel load, the lowest weight that's in the car. This is the fastest the car is going to be, so you're extending the time on that. And then when you do come down for that final pit stop there in the last hour, it's not going to be a full fuel stop. That's going to be where really all the time is made, and that was sort of what the fuel save strategy was all about to begin with, is making that last stop either as short as you possibly could make it or non-existent. Obviously, you're still going to have that pit stop because everyone's had to deviate their plans so much in this race. But there's still an effort to do that. Obviously, if he can do it again on this next run and he can gain about 5 minutes, it's going to get him to about 45 minutes left in the race. That can be a considerable amount of fuel that you're not putting on the car, and that's realistically a shorter pit stop. And that's for the most time. It's not so much about the time on track, it's about the stop time.
But I think that's the tricky bit, Carmen. I think at this point, the 110 is losing too much time on track pushing for those 14 laps, that it isn't going to make that shorter refuel worth it, because realistically, how much fuel does a GT3 burn over the course of a lap? It's not going to be that much extra stationary time.
To be completely honest, I don't think it matters if this car is pushing or not. I don't think the pace difference in this car right now matters.
Possibly. They do seem to be hemorrhaging time left, right,
they're 4 miles an hour slower on the straight.
Yeah. Oh, that is a chunk. That's
it doesn't
7
matter.
kph.
It doesn't matter. You can only make up so much time when you're losing 4 miles an hour on every straightaway you get to.
Bless him, Kevin Lazar on this lap did try to help Charlie Nelson out on the run down to the second Mulsanne chicane. We didn't quite address it, but we did miss the fact that McLaren was giving Charlie Nelson a bump draft all the way down to turn 12. Didn't really help that much, as he was able to just draft on by on the run down to Indianapolis.
I want to propose something, and I hope we get this at some point, because
I'm listening.
We need a Garage 56 car in PEC. We need a Garage 56 car in PEC.
I was going to say, keep talking. I'm using this opportunity to blow my nose.
Cool, got it. So, obviously, we know the real life 24 hours that you've got, and here comes Nelson going down pit lane now, that there's a Garage 56 or Garage 61, be perfect place to incorporate that meme or that reference, where you have that car that isn't running for points, but it's something different. It's this. You see how a car or a category could compare with either your current GTP class or your current GT3 class, right? Whether you want to bring out the GT1, the old GT1 class, either the Corvette or the Aston Martin, which we don't have any Aston Martins at all outside of the GT1 from 2009. Run the NASCAR Cup car, which would be overall a bad idea, or the supercar. But actually, supercar would be a better idea because they got lights. See how the supercar stacks up compared to the GT3, right?
I'll let you know after the race for Course 24 this year.
Yeah. But like, you have a chance to run something that, you know, would be on its own, but would be cool for a team to kind of come in and do something different.
Hold on, Carmen. Something just to keep an eye on very quickly. Shopov is about to retake the lead of this race. Tom Cicetto in on board the RPM racing car. He's going to have to get some tires up to temperature. Is well
Now,
on the wet stuff and cannot get up to speed. Vladislav Shopov will slide through with absolutely zero effort. And you were right about Julian Moray. Just not enough pace in that car, in that driver to maintain that lead after taking it from RPM Racing. But now it becomes a fight between Tom Cicetto and Vladislav Shopov.
This is going to be a way more interesting fight because Cicetto is the guy. If there's going to be a fight for the lead in GT3 Pro, Cicetto is the person having that car to close it out. 100%. My question is now, I'm assuming Shopov is closing the car out. I would have to assume that he's closing it. You don't want to make a change in the last hour. You would have to assume that Shopov is closing that car out for the 181. This is aces in the hole right now for the top two.
The only team that haven't really gone for that option is Valkyrie Excite Green. Moray just really struggling with the pace relative to these two, not able to get quite down to the pace that was. In fact, actually saying that, a 4-minute flat lap time isn't bad. So I'm wondering if they actually got involved in a bit of an incident earlier on that we've perhaps missed.
It's funny, I was looking right as you were mentioning that they did have an off track. Not enough for 10 seconds, but they did have an off track recently. And here's
Here
what
we go. We're going to get a replay of it for you. Here is Julian Moray.
Oh my goodness.
That is enough for 10 seconds, I think. That is more than enough for 10 seconds. It's a hit in the barrier
way worse.
as well.
That's really bad.
Fortunately, it's a tire wall, so there might not be that much damage on the side of that McLaren. So I take back my insults at the pace of Julian Moray's pace.
Yeah, that was a very sudden. Was that them clipping the?
That's the puddle. That's the puddle. 100%. That's the puddle. So yeah, that explains the gap between the 177 and the other two. You see that car set up all the way over to the right hand side of the look how they're setting up that car straight into the wet patch. On the brakes they get, and the right hand side of the car can just provide absolutely no grip, provides no braking force, and the car just pitches itself into a spin to the left because that's the other side of the car that's getting slowed down. It was a bit BMW, that crash, wasn't it?
A little bit. So that's what happened to Julian Moray. So that hurts. Cicetto is now 2.5 off of the lead in GT3 Pro, with it all to work for still. But this is going to be a difficult fight for him because that car just is not where it needs to be. Need a little bit of help.
No, you said it yourself, Carmen, just not quite set up for these sorts of conditions. They just need to, I don't know, there's not really much they can do besides adjusting the setup in the pit stop. Of course, in the GT3s, you can adjust the anti-roll bars and adjust the rear wing angle. So at this point, it might be worth them, it would have been worth them doing it in this pit stop, but at the very least, they've got one more opportunity to come down pit lane, take a little bit of time loss to make those adjustments and try to do something to bring them back into this race, because right now they're just praying that something happens to Vladislav Shopov and the negative delta by sim gear car, and I'm just not sure something is going to happen to them, as they've now seemingly got their head screwed on straight and are just going to tick off the laps.
Now, interestingly enough, the gap is coming down again. It was 2.5. Now it's below 2 seconds. So Cicetto getting up to speed quickly in the dark. This is not even close to being a done deal. I am really excited for this one.
Yeah, actually, you're right on that front, Carmen. I'm surprised with how little Shopov is pulling away. I think that higher downforce, Tom Cicetto is able to take advantage of it a little bit better than his teammate was. That gap just hovering around 2 seconds or so. perhaps if he can get inside that slipstream with a bit of assistance from traffic, that might give him the chance that he needs to really start to try and attack Shopov. It's going to make those 14 lap stints a little bit more difficult, but if I'm Tom Cicchetto, I'm bidding that off now. I've already got all the advantage I'm going to get, and it should be full push to the end of this one.
It genuinely should be. At this point, you should be full bore. Like, the position you put yourself in is it. Like, at this point, you either keep up with the 181 or you don't have a chance. Now, interestingly enough, what I'm seeing here, and you're talking about it could be very much a setup difference, I think it genuinely is. And I genuinely believe that, looking at the way the first chicane went, I don't think the issue is purely straight line speed. I think that I actually think they don't have enough front end grip. I think that they're losing front end grip. I don't think that car is. I think that car is slower on the straightaway because it slows down more in the corners. I think they've lost front bite. Because they lost 2/10 in one chicane.
With that, to be fair. I'm actually seeing them catch in the chicanes and in the fast stuff. I think it's the only way that Cicchetto stayed within 2 seconds on the way onto the Honadier last time by. We'll keep an eye on the gap and see how it develops.
Yeah, because he went from 2.0
to
2.3 in the chicane.
I think that was on the straight. I was watching the gap and I think that was on the straight.
See, the live timing I've got, because I've got SDK, it's the same thing that powers our overlays. It measures the micro, the mini sectors on the racetrack. And they were fine out of Torture Rouge. It was level out of Torture Rouge. And then out of the chicane, they had lost 0.3. Yeah, because right now they're gaining. So they've got an issue on the low speed corners. Of which Arnage is one. And now the 2.5.
I was going to say, you can see the micro sectors on the. I'm just trying to gauge the gap as best I can. Maybe we'll see how Cicchetto holds up in the high speed stuff.
Yeah, let's see.
2.4 seconds is what the gap stands at right now for the lead of the GT3 Pro class.
2.5.
It's closing.
Yeah, it's closing. It's low speed. There's no low end bite right now. It's all low speed because he lost in Arnage and he lost in the chicanes. But right now he's got it right now in the Porsche curves. Yeah, there's no front end. Either it's a braking issue and they're just not good under heavy braking, or they don't have front end bite for the low speed, which is it's a very unusual thing to have in the Corvette.
It is very well diagnosed, Carmen, but that gap coming down to 2.2 seconds as they make their way into the Ford chicanes.
It's the only GT3 I've ever driven to a significant degree, and he went a little wide there in the exit of the Ford chicane.
Yeah, it is a mistake from Cicchetto. That lap time only good enough for a 4-minute flat .999. I'm not sure what it would have been without that mistake, but I guess we'll never know. Gap opens up to 2.8 seconds, and Cicchetto, he hasn't given up on this yet, but was very, very shallow on entry to that chicane there and has picked himself up a slowdown. We'll have to serve that one. It's not going to leave him vulnerable to anyone behind, but it's the sort of mistakes you really don't want to be making this late on in the race. Yeah, 100% he's overdriving. Just ticked past 10 hours and 20 minutes gone. That slowdown really costing Tom Cicchetto in the fight for the win in GT3 Pro. Vladislav Shopov, after his team cut the chicane on entry to pit lane a couple of hours ago at this point, he had plenty of time to get it back, and he has got it back. He has hunted down Valkyrie Excite Green and hunted down RPM Racing with Tom Cicchetto currently on board, and has retaken the lead of this race with just over or just under even An hour and 40 minutes to go. All three of these cars inside the podium positions in GT3 Pro are good to stop one more time to the end. Not much strategy variance between these three at all. Tom Cheto should be on the sort of strategy where he's pushing in the same way that Negative Delta by Sim Gear are. They're, of course, only doing 13 lap stints at the moment, but that is without any sort of lift and coast, and it is full push on corner entry, full push through the corners, use the tire, use the pace of the car, and just extend the gap where you can. They are going to need a few seconds in hand to make sure they come out in front of the Corvette that's behind them on the road. So Cheto, if he wants to make that work, needs to go full push himself and make sure he's really taking advantage of, well, that high-speed cornering that we're seeing out of this team's car.
Yeah, the more I watch this car, the more I genuinely believe there's an issue either with the braking or it's a low end bite, like the low speed bite on the front of the car just isn't there. Because I don't see it in the high speed. I don't see it here approaching Indianapolis. He looks really planted here. It just doesn't look comfortable in Arnage. It doesn't look comfortable in the chicanes. Didn't look terrible in the Molzon corner, the hairpin there at the end of the straight. Something tells me that there's something that just isn't gripping at the front of that car. The back end seems fine. It's just the way that car washes, especially in the chicanes, the way the car washes out. And I don't know what would cause that on a mid-engine car. Other than it just being too rear-loaded. Maybe it's a spring issue. Like, there's a lot you can kind of sort of like dive into as far as like how that could go wrong. But it's something that would be wrong all race long. That's not something that, because that is something that you just can't fix. Once the race starts, you're kind of stuck with it.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah,
An incident for Max DeLayden. Down pit lane he is without a front right wheel on that car. So it's a very late race incident for Fury Sim Sport and a team that were 15 spots up coming into the final hour of this race. Here is the 31. Here is Fury Sim Sport with Max DeLayden on board. It's going to be a huge crash at some point. Gets all out of shape in the middle of the first chicane.
Crash.
But finds some wet stuff and ends up in the barrier. Very Peugeot-esque. It's going to be a tow. It's going to be a big repair. And I think any chances at a podium spot for that team have just been thrown out of the window. Here's the onboard.
Yeah, just
turns
way
it in for
too
the
much
first
curving.
part. And the wet stuff on the inside of that curb just provides absolutely no purchase for the Acura driver, and he ends up in the wall on the outside of the track from P2 in this race. No pressure from anyone behind, but it just goes to show a momentary lapse of concentration is all it takes to ruin any potential results. Speaking of a momentary lapse of concentration, there's Tom Cheto picking up another blowdown, going way too wide on the exit of Tete Rouge and not getting that car back across onto the tarmac, and it's going to slow his advance on Vladislav Shopov even more as the gap will extend above 4 seconds. It's not what Cheto wants. He knows his pit stop is going to be a little bit shorter than the 181s, and he's got an opportunity to win this race here, and it feels like he's just throwing it away.
Yeah, it was definitely driving way too hard now. Lost over a second on that slowdown. Yeah, because he knows he's got a car that can keep up. He knows he can't keep up with Shopov. It just, now you're driving to the point. Now you're your own worst enemy, and that's unfortunate for Sacchetto, because there's still time. There's an hour and a half to claw in 5 seconds, which is very doable, and I think he can, especially with the pit stop left to go. It just, you have to seriously start hitting your marks. The Corvette is very, very finicky, and some of these lower end GT3s unfortunately starting to have a lot more issues here. The 285 Acura, the Eagle Speed Acura, has been off track more times than I can keep track of on our report screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off tracks with 285 so far. Make that 6. And I believe he's off track right now as we speak. Yes, he is. And on his way to pit lane.
Well, let's take a moment then to take stock of exactly where we are with just over an hour and a half to go in this. Well, first let's get a replay of what happened to the Eagle Speed Academy Esports #GCar. Of course, the winners last time out. Oh, it's a big snap
Right
on
down
entry to
the Porsche
karting. Around the car goes, slams the rear corner into the wall, and that thing is crabbing. It's going to be a long time repair for the previously 6th place car, as that car is pretty dented. They're going to have to go down pit lane, get that meatball repaired, and then get that car back out on track. But as I say, let's take stock of exactly where we are in this race, starting with GTP. There is that Eagle Speed Academy car down pit lane taking those repairs. But here is Randy Martino Mateos on board that old firm racing Acura car that inherited the lead after Nicholas Gesner locked up and ended up in a barrier on the outside of Mulsanne Corner. P2, it's the car that keeps it clean every single race. Vulcan Motorsports Orange, the team that took that step from GT3 and victory into GTP for this season. Keeping their nose clean, and it's put them in P2 here at Le Mans. Writer Engineering have actually managed to make their way back up onto the podium now, and are P3 after that late race mistake from Nicholas Gesner. Fury Simsport are technically still up there in P4 with William Foyle, after also ended up in a barrier and having to take extensive repairs. And XPD Racing, Alberto Garcia Blasco currently on board that one, rounding out the top 5 in GTP. In GT3 Pro, Negative Delta by SimGear have retaken the lead of that class in the last 5 laps or so. Tom Tichetto putting up some sort of fight to try and close that gap and give themselves something to fight for come the end of this race. Valkyrie Excite Green, your GT3 Pro winners from last time out, on the bottom step of the podium right now, just not really having the pace in this final couple of stints to challenge for the lead. With Enosis Esports currently in 4th, and Go Esports, Kiko LaSalle, down in 5th place. But the big story of the day, after a disconnect with about 2 hours gone in this race, David Narbonne has been on board the Smurf Racing team car and ticked off every single lap since the end of that 2nd hour. So count them. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 hours completed in that car for your GT3 AM class leader of Smurf Racing team. And they lead their IS Corsa P2 car by a huge margin. And 3rd place in AM is currently held by DLR Simlab Green. P4 goes to Octopus Racing Team Black, with Ivan Nino currently on board. And rounding out the top 5 in that class is MRS Racing Amethyst, with Glenn Smith on board. There's a lot still to play for as we enter the final 90 minutes of this race. Of course, GTP looking pretty locked up. GT3 AM looking pretty locked up, but there's still a little bit of strategy left to unfold in GT3 Pro, as we have Tom Tichetto on a slightly shorter final stop compared to Vladislav Shopov, but Shopov seems to have the pace of the field right now. That gap up to 6 seconds, but it'll be interesting to see what happens once Tichetto comes out of pit lane for the final time, see if he's in any sort of slipstream range to start to challenge that Mercedes-AMG GT3.
Absolutely, and obviously looking here at Narbonne with that lap and a half advantage. Just absolutely insane position that he is in right now. And that's with the 126 still need to make a pit stop too, which is wild. Let's see here, looking sort of throughout. Let's see, Glenn Smith coming out pit lane now, the Amethyst MRRS racing machine. I would have to hazard to say that everyone that's in the car right now is in it for the finish at this particular point in time. Now, interestingly, William Foyle looks like he's still intent on trying to get back and finishing this race. I don't know how much that car is intending on finishing this race, but William Foyle is still intending on trying to get out there and finishing this race and seeing the checkered flag. Whether or not you get that or not is going to be a different story, but there's intent. They're going to try to push through with it.
You got to respect it. That car's been down pit lane for 9 minutes as it stands, and still doesn't have the front end back on it. The suspension still taking significant repairs. You got to imagine it'll be about 12 minutes before the suspension is repaired. And you got to deal with all of that optional repair on the bodywork. I said repair so many times in the last 30 seconds, but the optionals do need to get cleared, or they will want to get the optionals cleared before they go back out on track, because they will want a car that actually handles. Gap closed down to 5.7 seconds. So Checheto just chipping away at the lead the 181 has. The 181 actually is harboring a little bit of damage on the right hand side of that car that could be hampering them just a touch. The lap times don't give that away though. A 3:59.9 last time round, and it's competitive. Tom Checheto could only manage a 4-minute flat 0.560.
Yes, it's a 5.3 second gap right now. And we'll see what Checheto can do. Remember, Tetra Rouge has been a really bad spot for the 110 the last couple laps. Got to keep it within the white lines. Those boundaries are there for a reason. Gonna try it here. Does so there. Looking good. Lap times look like here. Interestingly, right now, it looks like going into the first chicane. Let's see what it's like right now. 171, 172, 173 for the 181. I don't like how much that car really rounds out of that first chicane. I really don't.
I will say though, it doesn't seem to matter because the gap's closed to within 4 seconds.
It's closed
Carmen.
a lot, yeah. Like that's what I'm kind of looking at right now. The gap went from 5.3 to 3.8. So, yeah, Checheto may have just found a good way to exit Tetra Rouge finally. And I know the way I pronounce Tetra Rouge is infuriating for those that actually speak French. 3.6. Again, the really good measure, and if you can get a good run out, is going into Indianapolis, what the speed trap is there, because that's the speed trap that measures the highest speed on the track.
Which is annoying because it's not even the spot where you actually reach the highest speed on the circuit. That comes on the way down to that first Mulsanne chicane because of how much speed you exit Tetra Rouge with. Compare that with how that is the longest flat out section on the track, and you get the ridiculous top end speeds that we were seeing at Le Mans last year with the GTPs knocking on the door of 347 kilometers an hour. As cars get more and more optimized, we're expecting to see much higher top speeds. Certainly, well, not much higher, but I don't think we're far off getting to 350, you know, and I'd love to see that.
Now, interestingly enough, entering Indianapolis that time, Checheto hit 170 miles an hour, Shopov 168. Very interesting on that difference there. So I have a feeling Checheto, if he can kind of dial it in a little bit, might have something here, which is exciting.
He certainly might do. Yeah, because Shopov just isn't dropping him in the way that we thought he was going to. It just seems like Checheto's teammates. Yeah, Checheto's teammates just seem to struggle with this car a lot more than Tom was. And perhaps he is going to be the difference maker between whether or not we have a Corvette or a Mercedes that wins this race. It's V8 versus V8. America versus Germany. We've seen that one before. As Checheto fully leads the charge right now and is just chipping away at Vladislav Shopov, a team that has been so dominant in this race, making a mistake that put them way behind the 8-ball in the closing stages of this event. They did manage to retake the lead with about 2 hours to go or so, but that lead looking a little bit shaky. Across the line they come. It's a 4-minute flat 0.942 for negative delta by SimGear and a 3:59.194 for Tom Checheto. That is 1.8 seconds faster on the previous lap. Another one like that, and he's going to be well within slipstream. But by the time we get to the Honodier.
I think it's game on right now if he can keep this up. It's hard to tell if Show Pops is kind of coasting and letting off the gas a little bit because he had that buffer. Another really good run through Terre Rouge.
Stabilizing a little bit for now. 3.5 is what it stands at. This is your closest fight on track at the moment, and it's certainly the one with the most intrigue. Brighter Engineering just came down pit lane and rolled back out onto the track for a scheduled pit stop. Again, they're still rolling around in P3, which after everything they've had happen to them in the last few hours is pretty impressive. But again, this race here at Le Mans is one of getting to the end of it, and that's what these two cars on track that are in that fight for the lead of GT3 Pro need to do. The track is still a little bit damp out there. Conditions still tricky. We're not seeing the same sort of pace that we saw earlier on when we got into that dry period. So everyone's still having to back it off just a little bit and find exactly where that rhythm, where that pace is without overstepping the mark. And that's what makes it so tricky, because when you're catching, you want to keep pushing and you want to push more. And Chichetto can't do that. He needs to keep that Corvette on the straight and narrow. But it looks like Shopov has realized that Z06 GT3 is on its way. The gap opened up to 4.5 seconds as Shopov has managed to find a little bit of pace and may be able to hold RPM Racing at bay for now.
So very interesting, I'm going to point this out. The fastest laps for each car right now, RPM Racing has a tenth faster on the fastest lap. It is the fastest lap recorded for these cars today. The 181, a 357.34. The 110, a 357.24. So they are, as far as like the race average, they are not far apart.
It's certainly going to keep things interesting, but a big wobble on the exit of Arnage for Tom Chichetto. They're using all of the curb on the outside. Not sure how helpful that was for him, but we've seen how good this Corvette is in the high-speed corners. Should be able to get that gap closed up a little bit more, but this looks like it's an absolutely mega lap from Shopov on board that negative delta by SimGear Mercedes. The gap does close on the entry to the Porsche curves and is going to tickle its way under 4 seconds yet again. If this Cadillac just stays out of the way of holding up the 110, he's going to be forced to the outside and won't look to the inside again. The Hypergrip tires being gone, really taking away that chance into Corvette corner, and they'll have to stay behind for now. Might impede a little bit on the way through the Ford chicanes for Chichetto. Oh, he's gone for a spin.
Chichetto into a spin, clipped the most dangerous puddle on the racetrack. Oh dear.
And just exactly like that, the hopes of victory melt away for Tom Chichetto and RPM Racing, finding a puddle that has ended the races of so many cars so far in this event, just not remembering it's there in the dark. And now Vladislav Shopov, negative delta, that entire team can breathe a huge sigh of relief. The gap behind them is 10.7 seconds. It does not matter how many laps of fuel RPM Racing have saved over them. It is just the one lap, but that is not enough to overhaul 10.7 seconds. All they need to do now is take a breath, drive how they know they can drive, and bring this one home. An hour and 20 minutes left in this event. One more stop left for Vladislav Shopov, and it will just be a case of making sure that car crosses the start-finish line.
11 seconds the gap, and Julian Mora did the exact same thing. He had an issue as well. We'll see if we can grab a replay of it. So Mora could not grab the advantage on trying to challenge for second place. And this is also into Ford chicane. Exact same incident. Exact same thing.
I swear this car's gone for a spin down there in the same way already, no?
Yeah, it has.
I'm feeling a bit of deja vu.
That's how they lost the lead.
You think they would have learned by now?
A different driver.
You'd think they would have learned by now.
Hey, this ain't rally. We don't have pace notes.
Yeah, but if you've seen your teammate go for a spin on a puddle, you should know that puddle's still there.
You would imagine, right? Especially seeing your direct competitor up the road hit the same puddle.
Exactly. It was a bit of a gap between those two, but I'm sure Mori would have been informed about Cheto going for that spin. The gap between the 110 and the 181 is closing a little bit, but not enough, I think, for the Mercedes team to be any sort of worried as they slowly walk their way towards the end of the stint. It'll be 5 laps to go in this one when they get to the start-finish line this time by. It's going to be a similar story for Tom Cheto because he really needs to get a move on if he wants to try and start applying the pressure. I think it's going to take a lot of doing to try and get back to the lead of this race for RPM Racing, but never say never. An hour and 20 minutes is a very long time, and Vladislav Shopov is going to have to be perfect through that.
Yeah, here's the big thing. What's happened to the other two in the top 3 could very easily happen to Shopov, and it could be uglier. We've had 2 very otherwise harmless spins after clipping what I would like to call Hell's Puddle, approaching the Ford chicane. It could very easily happen to Shopov as well, either paying attention to the traffic coming up on him or paying attention more to the car he's approaching. Very easily can end up going the wrong way. So that is the blue turtle shell.
This time, Carmen. Can we make it 3 for 3? Can Shopov avoid the puddle, or will he hit it? He's already positioned to avoid that thing all the way. He knows it's there. He ain't touching that thing until way past the end of this race.
Yeah, he knows pretty well. No, I'm good.
Not worth it. It's just not worth it, man.
Now I wonder with Cheto now knowing that he is fully right now out of reach, I wonder if he's going to calm down his driving a little bit, and if that's going to help him possibly try to get things resettled in.
Well, it's a 4-minute .641 for Shopov last time by, and a 3:59.386 for Cheto. That gap is going to close by 1.3 seconds. So I don't know. I think we're going to have to wait and see how this one develops. Cheto might have an outside shot of making this work, and I'm sure seeing a delta, 4 negative delta that big, it might light the fire under their rears just a little bit to try and get a bit of a shift on, just to secure that first position.
Pit stops are not going to be too far away. Looking at about 15-17 minutes for your GT3 race leader. Your GT3 race leader took a little excursion off into the off-track area. This is out of the Porsche curves. And that's a little wide, a little bit too much on the entry through Corvette corner. Otherwise, keeps it safe. Doesn't tag the wall or anything, but
yeah, again, David Nobban doing a great job to keep that car off pit lane, to keep that car out of the barriers. Again, he has been on board that car since the end of hour 2, and we're about to finish hour 11. We are slowly approaching 1 hour to go, Carmen. And Cheto's still applying that pressure. As there's Julian Moray going wide down at turn 2. I don't know if that car's already damaged.
I think that's a car that's already damaged because they're already down in 4th. They spent a lot of time off racetrack right now. Here's what happened.
They're down to 5th, actually. So here's the replay for you. What are you doing over there, friendo?
This is beforehand. There's more to this. Give me 1 second to see if I can track this down.
Did they have to? That's an outlap. They went down pit lane. It's a pit stop.
Oh, it is. And
so
they immediately spun. Hold on.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like it's just a spin, so no damage on that car, but here they are coming down pit lane nice and easy on pit entry. Yeah, that looks perfectly normal to me. No speeding on that pit lane either, as far as I can tell. So this is just... It was
a normal pit stop time, 42.45.
Yeah. These guys won't be going to the end of the race, by the way. They'll have one more stop to go. They cannot go an hour and 14 minutes, so they are out of that lead fight. I guess that's why they weren't pushing so hard.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. See if we can get that put together. See what's... Yeah, this is them leaving pit lane, and I mean, it's still damp on the pit exit here, so you see the rooster tails. Yeah, and they never had a chance. Completely lost it on the pit exit immediately. No physical damage, but a very Disney experience for Julian Mora.
And it's so easy to do in these conditions as well, because the pit lane is a bit of the track that doesn't often get traveled. Of course, cars coming down there every now and again, but not being hit as often as any other section of the track. So you find the water tends to linger on entry and exit a little bit longer than all the other sections of road here at Le Mans, and it just makes getting in and out of pit lane safely all that more difficult, as that's certainly something that Julian Mora just experienced there. Racer Engineering looked like they're back down pit lane a lot earlier than expected. I'm wondering if that's some sort of penalty or they're recovering from some damage. I'm just trying to... Oh, actually, they have been in the barrier on the outside of the Porsche curves whilst trying to go around the outside of Tom Cicchetto. No grip out there as it's still a little bit damp. Nicholas Gesner dooring, well, more than... Actually, you know what? Sets that up quite well to just door the tire wall right at the end of the Porsche curves. That will minimize the damage on that car. It should just be some optional repairs and get it back out on the road. He's got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to the car behind him. It is the Fury Simsport car. So those two, depending on how this cycles out, may be in a bit of a scrap towards the end of this race, but we will have to wait and see.
Okay, located the issue that Gesner had. Oh, there's the end of it. Yeah.
And you can see him just putting the car sideways into that barrier, which is, again, probably the best result to come out of that one. Rejoins the track relatively safely. I don't think that car's bent, actually, but that is something I can check. Never mind, it is actually a meatball. That car will be down pit lane a lot longer than they might want, and they will lose the final spot on the podium. Fury Simsport will move their way back up to third place as they are back out on track. William Foyle on board that car, looking like he's going to bring it home for the 31 crew, but that is such a poor way to end the race for Nicholas Gesner.
We'll see what happens here. It's still a lap in change that Foyle's got to make.
Yeah, but the 37 or the 67 even 76 we got there is going to be down pit lane for at least 6 minutes easily.
All right. As you can tell, it's been a very, very, very long day. Pit stops, I believe just about everyone's got one left now.
Pretty much in terms of the entire field, yeah. Expect All Firm Racing down pit lane an extra time. They can't quite fuel save to make it on one extra stop after this one. Vulcan won't be able to make it either. They'll have to stop one more time as well.
Yeah.
Goodness knows what Rice are going to do at this point. Fury Simsport are in the same boat. They should be one stop at the end of the race. What have you seen?
David Narbonne.
No.
Oh, no.
David. Here's the
trouble
replay for you so we can see what happened to the Smurf Racing Team driver.
that it's had to tow.
Remember, he's been in that car for...
no.
It's exactly the same thing that Gesner did, but in the opposite direction. David Narbonne, who again has been driving this car since the end of hour 2 and had an absolutely heroic recovery, throws it all the way with just over an hour to go, finding the puddle on the entry to Mulsanne corner. The rear corner of that car,
right on that curb.
Completely ripped off. And there was nothing he could do as an absolute passenger by the time he hit that barrier.
Yeah, and he was trying to see if he could get it rolling, but there's nothing he could do there. That's going to be devastating. Now it's going to hand it off to Mauro Dragoni, who's still a full lap behind. Leaving pit lane now. Yeah, there's nothing Narbonne can do on that front. That's devastating.
And you got to feel it from as well. Again, being on board that car from the end of hour 2, an absolute hero's drive to not only keep that car in the race and keep it at a competitive pace, but to also do it all on his own without his team and only him driving that car. He was determined to bring it home in a strong position, and it's one error that is going to cost him all that hard work, and you just can't help but feel sorry for him.
A lot of heartbreak going on right now. A lot of heartbreak.
You say it's been a long day for us. It's certainly been a long day for everybody out there on track as well. Going through so much in terms of weather. 3 different crossovers as he went from wet to dry to wet and back to dry again. It's always difficult to make those calls, and especially as it got wet so late into the race that we're still dealing with it well into the dark. All of those puddles hidden by the lack of light being reflected off them because the headlights can only do so much. The track out there is still very, very slippery, and some cars are becoming victims of it very late in this race as the clock ticks towards 60 minutes to go.
And there's trouble again. Glenn Smith also having to make a return to pit lane involuntarily in the 270, the MRRS Racing Amethyst car. And here's what happened to Glenn Smith.
Is it going to be the same thing again? It's down into Mulsanne corner.
Yep, exact same thing.
Oh.
Exact same thing. Clip that curb and approaching Mulsanne corner, and it just shoots the car right in the opposite direction.
Gang, eyes on the road. There's a puddle down there. Please stop hitting it.
I know we're all looking for grip, but in regards to the curves, it's not there. Goodness gracious.
You talk about it a lot when you're on comms, Carmen, about all that driver fatigue starting to kick in.
100%.
A lot of these guys are starting to revert to their muscle memory, and it does mean they're taking a line over that curb. They're not thinking about where the puddle is, where the puddles are around the lap. You've still got that one down at Mulsanne. You've got the one on entry to the final chicane, and there's a big one on the inside of Carton that if you touch any of them, is going to send the car into a big spin, and there's going to be absolutely nothing you can do about it. But because of where these drivers are at, a lot of European drivers in the field, it's 5 past midnight where I am, and it's going to be 5 past 1 and 5 past 2 in the morning where they are. It's going to be exhaustion, fatigue, tiredness, all starting to creep their way in because they've been switched on for 13 full hours at this point. It is no easy feat to get a car, a virtual car, and your team through a 12-hour race, and you can really see the challenges that start to be thrown at you this late in the game as you just revert to all your defaults, and your defaults are actually taking you through puddles. So it's so important to stay switched on for the last 60, as that's when most of the mistakes are likely to happen.
Yeah, it has been absolutely devastating just watching everything come around, and in the worst ways too. It's super unfortunate, and and it's not even safe right now for third place. Mark Biesma's gone off track and gotten back on racetrack after spending an extended amount of time off of the racing surface. So, and that's third place in AM. It is still, unfortunately, all to play for right now in the AM class. And I can't even really say the IS Corsa red car is safe right now with how things are sitting. It's treacherous. Absolutely treacherous right now.
Yeah, it honestly seems like absolutely no one is safe in any of their positions at this point. It doesn't matter how many laps you have over the next car. Even Old Firm Racing coming down pit lane for what should be the second to last time. I actually just want to double check that they're actually clean. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a scheduled pit stop for those guys, but we still have positions to be decided because Chichetto is slowly starting to reel in the negative delta by Sim Gear Mercedes. It's not by a huge chunk, but it's certainly by enough that Vladislav Shopov and co are thinking about that car behind them. Here's your GT3 Pro Race leader though, IS Corsa Red, who have come a long way since where we saw them in Spa at the start of the season, getting involved in a couple of controversial incidents, including what was ruled as an intent wreck, and they now get the chance to lead the 12 Hours of Le Mans and face some personal redemption, and I'm sure they will be very happy about that. Mauro Dragoni on board that car. It looks like he's going to bring it home for the team. There's only... Ooh, let's have a look. Where was I at with that one? Only... Well, this should be the final stint for those guys as they're on that 14-lap fuel save. They might need a splash and dash towards the end, but they've got enough of a margin over Octopus Racing Team that shouldn't be an issue as long as they can keep it clean and keep the pace up. That McLaren 720S GT3 looks like it's going to be your eventual race winner in class.
Yeah, right now things are looking pretty good for 269. Intriguingly, this fight in GT3 Pro, not official yet. Gap is down less than 10 seconds. So Sichetto is reeling back in little by little. Now, whether or not there's enough time in this race to get back those 10 seconds without a mishap is debatable. But it is fully a 2-horse race now at the front of that GT3 Pro field.
In GTP, William Foyle has made his way down pit lane for what should be the second to last time for Fury Simsport.
Yep.
That late race incident in any other race would have absolutely cost these guys the podium that they truly deserved. But right now, we're looking at some cars that have made up a lot of positions in the top 4 spots. Up 11 for Old Firm Racing, up 5 for Vulcan, up 14 for Fury Simsport, up 5 as well for XPD Racing, and up another 11 for Go Esports. A lot of these guys have literally just kept it as clean as possible, and all they've really done is get into less incidents than everyone else around them, so they can rest easy in that. They've at least kept it relatively clean, but even for them, the tricky conditions have caught them out. But of course, not as dramatically as anyone else, as the clock ticks its way towards 1 hour to go. You are watching ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 Hours of Le Mans. We are going to step away for a quick moment, and we will be back very shortly to bring you the last hour of this brilliant race. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Le Mans, the final pit stop cycle in GT3 that will help decide the winner of GT3 Pro has finally kicked off. The negative delta by SimGear car making its way down pit lane for what should be the final time. Tom Cicchetto for RPM Racing will follow one lap later. In theory, it will be a slightly shorter stop for RPM Racing and Cicchetto. The gap was about 10 seconds when they came down, or at least when the car they were fighting came down pit lane. So it's going to be a question of how much time has the slightly extended last couple of stints really helped them. It's going to be a question, realistically, of where is that Mercedes on track now, so we can get an eye on it to watch as that gap starts to close down. Tom Cicchetto up on the Jags. Shopov just entering the Porsche curves. It's going to be a little bit close, I think, between these two, as Cicchetto will take a fresh set of tires, but we'll have to get those tires up to temperature. Shopov has already been in a position to get that Michelin rubber nice and warmed up, and we'll be ready to go full push by the time he gets round to the pit or the start-finish line this time around.
Yeah, this is going to be the sprint to the finish of this race for the GT3 class. If Cicchetto's going to do anything, it's got to be now. Cicchetto still in box, rolling out now, but I think it's going to be pretty easily in the favor of Shopov. Yep, not even really close to the pit exit there.
So we'll see what that gap extends out to. Keep an eye on it. It is that gap between the 181 and the 110. You see it slowly starting to build on the left-hand side of your screen, up to 5 seconds.
It was about 9 seconds going in.
Yeah, it's pretty halved.
So we'll see where he's at. It's 5 seconds now. Expecting a little bit of time loss here.
Yeah, especially as Cicchetto has to work to get those tires up to temperature. Again, Shopov, having already done his outlap, will have some heat in that rubber, and we'll be able to push just a little bit harder. That Corvette, we know, has been struggling for a little bit of pace in general, but Cicchetto seems to have been able to extract something out of it, at least relative to Vladislav Shopov, who does now lead the race in the final hour. We are ticking towards 50 minutes to go in this event, and that's all Shopov has to do to hold on to the race win. So can Cicchetto find the pace in his car and really start to extract something out of it in the final moments of this one, or have negative delta by SimGear with everything they've been through so far in this race? But they got the motivation, the drive, the speed to finally bring this one home.
That's the question we're going to find out here. The gap has not opened up as wide as I was expecting it to, only 5.5. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. That's a 4-second gain on the pit stop there.
These cars, of course, burn quite a lot of fuel over the course of a lap here at Le Mans. 13.6 kilometer lap, to say the least. It's going to shorten that pit stop time by quite a good chunk when you have to put a lot less fuel in, and that's really what's made the difference here. But I think the thing that's going to have Tom Cicchetto kicking himself is that gap's about the same as it was. The time gain is about the same as the gap was before he went for that spin earlier on in the previous stint. So now he has to make all that time back up. It was about 5 seconds that he lost, and if he's got confidence, I think he can get it done. He just needs to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake again, because you've seen how fast that Corvette is in Tom Cicchetto's hands, and I'm sure at this stage of the race, Vladislav Shopov and his team are going to be sweating just a little bit, as they now need to be flawless for the next, well, here it is, 50 minutes.
So a very final hour. .5 still. Yeah, I think we're putting to the point now where it's going to be pretty even.
Now it's just going to be a case of watching the timing screens all the way through the closing minutes of this race. It really is going to be the Shopov and Chichetto show. They are your closest battle on track. There's a 6-second gap between Reiter and Go Esports for P5 in GTP, but I think those two are just a little bit off cycle. This is for the lead of GT3 Pro and overall in GT3. So there's a lot riding on this one. Chichetto really punting that first win of the season. Vladislav Shopov hoping for the same for him and his team. And for first blood, by the look of things, is going to be drawn by Vladislav Shopov, who's already extended the gap to 6.2 seconds. But it's really in those high-speed sectors that we know Chichetto can extract the pace from this car. Let's see how it develops over the course of the lap.
Yes, this is the do or die stint of anything, and I think it's another slowdown. 6.3. There's been another slowdown at some point. 6.3, which is not ideal.
I will say Chichetto looking clean. No black flag on there. He might have just had a bad run out of Tete Rouge. We know it's a corner that he does struggle with, and as I say, Shopov looks like he might have turned the wick up just a little bit as Kamal is going to get involved with Chichetto on the way into the first chicane. Shouldn't check him up too much, and that Cadillac should be gone as quickly as it arrived. That's 700 horsepower, really pushing it out of that corner. We'll get a bit of slipstream down the straight for Tom Chichetto, but it's not going to be as beneficial for him as sitting on the crown in that road. I'm not sure right now if Chichetto has the pace to get onto the back of that negative delta by Sim Gear car without that time, without getting that time back that he would have otherwise had if he hadn't have had that spin on the puddle on the way into the 4 chicanes. And it really is the little things that add up over the course of a 12-hour race. But that's one of the big things that RPM Racing are going to be a little bit frustrated about, I think, when this race is over.
Still struggles going on in the AM class. Lorenz, the Flieger, for Eagle Speed Academy Esports, the 285 AM car, off track again. Struggling there, 7th place. Pressure beginning to be applied by Maximilian Fischer, who's had problems of his own, but they're still about half a lap apart at the moment, so we'll see how that develops as this goes along. To surprise, David Narbonne still P2 in GT3M. Could have been a whole lot worse. A whole lot worse.
I'm surprised he only lost a lap to the GT3M leader.
Surprised he only lost a lap, and he only lost a position. He didn't lose out to the DLR SimLab green machine.
I think that says a lot about how insane the attrition rate has been in GT3M, that all cars seem to have ran into some sort of issue, including David Narbonne this late in the race. It's what's really cost him the win here today. And again, it has been a monstrously heroic drive from him, and he will see the rest of this race out. He is going to be sore when this race is over, and I don't blame him if he just goes straight to bed and straight to sleep. I would be doing exactly the same in his shoes.
Yeah, I would be losing my mind at this stage. This is sort of where, like, you sort of just go stir crazy. It is so hard to not just go stir crazy.
He's done 9 hours and 15 minutes in the car straight, apart from the repairs that he's just had to take, where he may have had a second to actually go to the toilet and rest a little bit. He had a margin to everyone else behind where he probably could have done that had he survived all the way and not made that mistake into Mulsanne corner. But again, taking those repairs is probably a nice little moment for him to relax and breathe and not have to think about driving. I'm hoping at some point he got some food down him, because I can't imagine you can do as much driving as Narbonne has done today and not eat. That just seems completely ridiculous.
Yeah, I would have lost my absolute ever-loving mind. That would be... There's some things even I wouldn't do. But I think we've really established that there is a difference between an open wheel driver and an endurance driver. There's a different level of insanity.
Like I say, we are completely built different. Remember, I was forged in the fires of 7 stints on 1 set of tires here at Le Mans in the LMP1 days, so I can just sit and drive a car for 5 hours straight and not even bat an eye. It's a lot of the same for some of the older guys that are running around in GTP nowadays. We still remember what it was like. You throw us in a car for any amount of time and we'll just do it. We'll just bring the car home. It's not that difficult. We can basically drive this track with our eyes closed at this point.
Sitting here with less than 45 minutes to go. Again, the closest battle for those following along at home is the battle for GT3 Pro. Mercedes trying to grab a win with negative delta by Simgear, the Bulgarian team, with Vladislav Shofov behind the wheel, trying to hold off RPM Racing and Tom Scetto behind the wheel on the 2nd place Corvette. It's almost a minute till you get to the 3rd place McLaren for Enosis Esports Sim Ultimate. Miguel Angel Gallardo behind the wheel of that 3rd place 174 machine. We got the gaps pulled up on the screen, so this is the gap based off of where your position is to the race leader or to your class leader. And as you can tell, the 97 currently being piloted by Randy Martin de Mateos. Was previously driven and put into that position by Julian Armand. Currently leads by 3 laps. I believe this is on pace to be the largest margin of victory in the top class, in the overall victory for the Platinum Endurance Championship. It's a further lap behind Fury Simsport, who sits on the podium as things sit. And speaking of amazing return drive here, it's not over. Pablo Alvarez in XPD Racing GTP, the 33 car, 13 seconds away. It is not done and dusted in that GTP class for the final spot on the podium. That XPD Racing car was initially well out of it, but now back in the fires.
It's been decent pace from Pablo Alvarez as well. On average over the last 3 laps, about 1.8 seconds a lap faster than William Foyle. And with the amount of laps left in this race, which is about 10, he should be able to get onto the back of Foyle and at least have a go. I'm lying, there's about 12 laps to go in this race, 1 stint or so. So Alvarez more than has the pace to close in on William Foyle. Not quite sure how the strategy is lining up between them, as that might be what saves the life of your current
3 lap
P3
different
car.
strategy.
Well, there you go. Both cars with 1 stop to go then. Which one has to stop first is the question.
XPD Racing GTP, the 33 has to pit first.
I still think he's got the pace to get it done.
I think so.
Alvarez
He's closed in a
absolutely flying. Yeah, 28.4 last lap compared to a 30.169. It was actually purple on the run between Tete Rouge and the entry to that 2nd Mulsanne chicane. So Alvarez really getting the pace out of that Acura. I think the track truly reaching a dry state. Currently reporting as very lightly wet, but that's certainly not what the lap times look like. It's another purple sector in Sector 1 for Pablo Alvarez. He is absolutely digging right now to try and get on the final step of the podium. Less than 10 seconds is the gap now between him and Foyle. It was a lot bigger when they came across the line, and he is just absolutely demolishing any advantage that Fury Simsport have right now. They are currently up 14 spots, but by the end of this stint, they could only be up 13 instead. Wilkinson
in the 2nd Rider Engineering car. It's been the leading Rider Engineering car as of late in the 77. Down pit lane for what will be the final time. We'll see a lot more pit stops coming in here soon for the GTP class for their last stops. Shopov once again losing a little bit of time to Sachetto. Now once again below the 6-second gap.
Gap's not really coming down as quick as Tom Sachetto might have otherwise wanted. He's very quickly running out of time because we are under 40 minutes to go in this race. And again, it's 59 sevens compared to 59 threes. And at that sort of rate, there isn't enough time in the race for the Corvette to catch the Mercedes. It's not even going to be close. That gap on the line is going to be a few seconds. It's probably going to be one of the closest winning margins we've seen this season. But Sachetto will be he'll be kicking himself because he knows how quick he can be and where he should be at this stage in the race. It really is that spin that he had earlier on that's cost him being right up there in P1, or right up there grappling with Shopov for the win in this class. And there's still some work to do, and it can still be done. The race isn't over. Sachetto just needs to find that extra 5% and try to extract a little bit more pace out of that Corvette and really start to apply the pressure, because that's when Shopov might make those mistakes.
Yeah, you got to keep Shopov honest there. And I mean, he's doing his best to try to. It just, I think Shopov knows that there's enough of a gap where he can kind of take it easy for a little bit. And that's a relief. Like mentally, that's a relief. That's a weight off the shoulders for us at least a little bit to know, okay, things could be a whole lot worse. And they're not.
It is one of those situations where you got to ask, Carmen, would you rather be the chaser or the chasee in this situation? Shopov just having a little bit of lapped traffic to deal with as he gets a bookmark between him and the car behind. But genuine question, what do you reckon? Whose seat would you rather be in right now? Shopov's in the lead of the race with a 5.5 second gap behind, or Tom Sachetto's knowing that you're gaining a little bit by a little bit on the race leader and chasing him down?
Oh, you'd rather be Shopov at this point. You've got a car that you know is hard to beat, and you know that Sachetto, and on his best right now, is only crawling in a few tenths. You definitely want to be in Shopov's position right now. I mentioned it earlier, it's way easier to defend than it is to be on the attacking side of things. It's because the pressure's on the attacker. The pressure's on the attacker the entire time. On the defender, you feel the pressure if you know you're hemorrhaging time somewhere, and you know that you're hemorrhaging it, like it's multiple tenths in one particular point. But it's not for Shopov. He's losing pieces here and there. Shopov's putting together runs here or there. But you also know that Sachetto is his own worst enemy now. You've had that information in hand. You've had that data in hand that he's it's a step forward, 2 steps back. You'd rather be in Shopov's situation because you know that as long as you just keep putting a step forward, 1 step at a time, you'll be fine. The only thing that can really stop Shopov now is interference from somebody else. Something else has got to interfere with you at this point. With how good that they've run so far, it's going to have to come from something outside. And as paranoid as you can be about that, as paranoid as it can drive you, at the end of the day, that's something that's well out of your control at that point. So yeah, with Shopov, you'd much rather be in that position. You'd much rather be leading the race, knowing that it's in your hands. And if Sachetto does get to you, he's got to get around you too. And that Mercedes is just so quick in a straight line. It's going to be so hard.
Yeah, it really is. If Sachetto wants to find a way through, he's really going to have to force the issue. Mark Biasma just moving over to the left-hand side of the circuit. Sachetto needs to be really careful not to catch himself on the puddle that's down here at Mulsanne Corner. He sweeps back in front of the Mustang and takes the normal racing line, which is going to be very helpful for him as the gap just continues to get chipped away from Vladislav Shopov. Chichetto even is very close to having it under 5 seconds for the first time in about an hour. He's got 3.9 seconds between him and another laps car in front of him. He's going to want the slipstream off it to try and drag him up to the back of the 181 a little bit, but he needs to get there first. And Vladislav Shopov is just doing exactly what he needs to hold on to this spot for now.
And being pretty near perfect as things run along. 5.1 the gap. Again, Chichetto is closing in. He's closing in by about, you know, you look at, he's give or take, you know, a tenth here, a tenth there. You need more than a tenth for a 4-minute lap to make any inroads.
It's mad that the pace difference between these two cars over the course of a 13.6 kilometer lap is as small as a tenth of a second. It's two cars that make their lap time in very different ways. The big hulking, grunting V8 in the front of that Mercedes AMG GT3, and that little American V8 in the middle of the Corvette. A weird spot for a V8 engine in a Corvette, but of course GM really wanted to market this body style to more European flavors. Gap at 5.2 seconds. Chichetto just trying to take advantage of where his car's quick in the high speed, but right now it's just not enough to bring that gap down. Rafa Campos going to get in the way through the Ford chicanes. You can see it happening in the background. The flash of the headlights. So Chichetto passes on the message that he is not happy. It's a 59.6 versus a 59.4. Chichetto continues to gain, but it's still not enough.
I think at this point, if you're Chichetto, you kind of know it's not. You kind of just know. What is enough right now is Pablo Alvarez. 9/10 a second faster right now than William Foyle for potential podium here in Le Mans GTP. Two cars that have had to claw back a lot to be in this position, to be in this fight.
Yeah, both cars having taken multiple trips down pit lane to take damage repairs. Most recently, Fury Sim Sports coming within the last 2 hours after Max Delayden rips the front right corner off that car. It took him a while to get it repaired, but it's what's left them vulnerable to attack from XBD Racing this late in the race. The gap down to 6 seconds or so now, and Alvarez really has the number of Fury Sim Sports William Foyle. His pace has just been pretty much on fire. Another couple of purple sectors this lap, by the way. So Alvarez really finding the pace in the track where no one else can. Again, that gap down at the same distance as it is between the two race leaders in GT3 Pro, but I think only one of these battles is going to result in an overtake.
Yeah, I think this battle for third is about to heat up really quickly, especially knowing that they both have pit stops to make here within the next 30 minutes. That's the way it's gonna be a lot of fun, because once they make that pit stop, it is a sprint. Like, that is the most, you want to talk about the sprint races we have next weekend for VRR GT World Tour. They are going to be rapid in this last half hour once they make those pit stops. I am really excited for that. That's going to be very enticing to see how this battle plays out. Oh, and I think Alvarez. Oh, yep, here we go. Pit stop, Alvarez.
I'm hearing a car go for a spin there as well. I think it's one of the GT3s that stayed out on the second.
It is Ivan Ubera.
Yes.
7th place, Vulcan Motorsports by Sinlap Gold.
Very much in a space of his own at this point, not really putting any sort of result at risk, so we can just continue that and bring that car home. But down pit lane comes Pablo Alvarez for what will be his final stop of the race, just after the 30 minutes to go mark. William Foyle still got 3 laps out there on the track and will have a shorter final pit stop than Pablo Alvarez. So he really needs to get a shift on here. It looks like it's going to be a fuel only stop for the 33. I would have thought the fuel stop would have been long enough to take on a fresh set of tires, but with the way it takes an age to get the tires up to temperature, perhaps XBD Racing just choosing not to go through that process, keeping the hot tires on the car, find the pace in them in the last 30.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's very much the case of trying to just get it fired up quicker. 33.67, really fast pit stop. It's going to be on William Foyle to respond here. He's got 3 laps. That was the overcut that he had. He's got a 3-lap overcut to respond. I would assume he's not going to wait all 3 laps. I would assume.
No, you got to push on all 3 of the laps. Use the light fuel. Use the hot tires. Like, you're in a much better position than Pablo Alvarez, who is running with a car heavier on fuel. Some tires that have dropped in temperature just a little bit, so he's going to have to take a second to get them warm again. But for William Foyle, he is ready to go. 3 laps of fuel left in the car. Tires that are absolutely within their window, and he could just go full send for the next 3 laps and try to build a little bit of a gap on Pablo Alvarez. He's going to have to put about 22 less liters of fuel in the car, so he's going to be stopped for a significant amount of time shorter, and it's going to make that gap that Alvarez needs to close down a lot bigger.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out here. And again, this is the only other battle going on that could converge into an actual passer position as things sit. Everyone else is trying to maintain what has been so far extremely difficult to maintain. And that is their position on the racetrack.
Still got that battle for the lead going on in GT3 Pro as well. That gap just hovering around 5.2 seconds. It's Checchetto's still faster, but it's just not fast enough to make any sort of inroads or moves on Vladislav Shopov. Shopov is going to be just relaxing a little bit, as the amount of lap time per lap that Checchetto needs to catch and overtake is actually going to go up and up the less time he catches relative to the race, well, the class leader. And it's a tricky thing to do because Checchetto is lacking that top end speed. He's lacking any sort of draft to drag him along. And Shopov, with that Mercedes-AMG GT3, is so fast on the straights.
It really is. That Mercedes has just been a rocket ship on the straights all race long. It's been very fascinating to watch that Mercedes game. We knew the Mercedes was going to be quick in a straight line. That's just how the Mercedes is. It's a behemoth on the straight line. We didn't think it'd be the deciding factor in how this race kind of turned out. But they were able to get up. They were able to lead most of this race and get back up to it. They wasted no time getting right back up to it. Watching William Foyle, pressure's on him to deliver 3 really good laps. And that last lap was not good. 3:31, 2 seconds slower than the benchmark that him and Pablo Alvarez had been setting. To put in perspective, fastest laps being run right now belong to, go figure, Nicholas Gessner. 3:27.6 last time around. Meanwhile, your race leader, Randy Mateos, a 3:35. He is cruising at the front of the field. And he's earned it. 100% he's earned it. No one can argue in the slightest that he has definitely earned his ability to sort of just cruise through this part of the field.
Just keeping an eye on that interval between XPD Racing and Fury Sim Sport, about 1 minute and 11 seconds right now, and it's not really closing down in favor of Pablo Alvarez. It's seemingly hovering a little bit in the high 3/10, but that gap has actually just started to extend by a good chunk, a good couple of tenths of a second, and considering how much shorter a stop William Foyle is going to have to take in a couple of laps time, it's going to make that 1 minute 10 second gap not that much smaller. As yeah, that mistake for Checo though really costing him in that fight, and it really is going to be all over after this one. A 4 minute 13, so 14-second time loss, and now it's going to be a case of bringing this one home. Here comes the replay for you. Checo through the Porsche curves and just gets slammed actually by another car. So no wonder.
That's
no wonder he
Dragoni.
lost so much time.
Oh, that's the GT3 AM leader.
How big's the damage on that car is the question. Are they going to have to come down pit lane? I don't see any form of meatball on Dragoni. He will just try to bring that car home. I really can't see any damage on it. But that's what's going to cost Tom Checo the win of this race. I'm surprised there's not more damage on that car, actually. It looks relatively clean for one that's been in the barriers.
Oh, no. Again, this is... Yeah, that is Mauro Dragoni, the 269. How did he have this issue? Oh, just drifts up into the main.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That is horrible.
I don't know how that's not a whole bunch of damage on that left side.
Or the rear, with how the 110 bounces off the wall. You'll see it. Well, you might not see
There's
it here in
no
second.
way that's not a lot of damage on that car. Holy cow.
Genuinely flabbergasted as to how Checo even survived that. He will be happy with a P2 after that one, but it's just unfortunate that the battle that he was almost promised towards the end of this race, with how his pace had been in the previous stint, just gets ripped away with him in the dying 20 minutes of this race, as everyone pretty much settled into the positions where they are right now, as the gap between Fury Simsport and XPD Racing just extends a little bit, is about to tick over a minute and 12 seconds. So William Foyle on the lighter fuel doing a great job to extend the gap and give himself a much bigger margin over that 33 crew, and may still be able to deny them a podium.
This is going to be so fascinating to watch this all play out.
So we should expect William Foyle down pit lane this time by the offset of about 3 laps. Well and truly expired, makes his way into Arnage. Just, well, gets it through there nice and cleanly. Here comes your overall race leader, Randy Martin Mateos, down pit lane for Old Firm Racing for one last time. It will literally be a splash and dash for the 96. They only have to complete about half a stint to bring that car home. Here's your 3rd place car of Fury Simsport. They've done a great job to get their car up 14 spots over the course of this 12-hour race, making their way through all of those wet to dry to wet to dry transitions and nailing it for the most part, bar that one mistake very late on, but it was still less mistakes than a lot of the other cars in the field had made. Think about the likes of Go Esports, both Writer Engineering cars, and Lucky Luke Racing, DLR Sim Lab Wire, MRRS Racing, Sapphire, all getting into multiple long repair incidents that's really hampered their potential results today. Whereas for Fury Simsport, it's been that one crash with about 2 hours to go that, well, at the time it took them off the podium, but 76 making that late race mistake as well just brought them back into contention for it, and has left them pretty solidly in a spot to take home that third place. Pablo Alvarez about 46 seconds back, and closing that gap is going to tick down bit by bit by bit, but it will be a fuel-only stop for the 31. William Foyle staying on board that one for the final 18-minute run to the line. 26 seconds, 25, 24, and it's not going to be a gap that Alvarez is going to want to see. Of course, it was going to be a shorter stop for William Foyle the entire time. It was about 6 seconds before Alvarez came down pit lane, but he's lost 10 seconds in the pit stop cycle. So he's got 17 or so to chase down in this final stint, this final 20 minutes, and it's going to be a very difficult challenge.
Watching as Alvarez comes around the corner. Hill towards turn 2. 20 seconds, that is rough.
It is a lot. 20 seconds in 20 minutes as well. It's a second per minute, 3 seconds per lap, just to put that one into perspective. And judging by the pace gap between these two cars, it's going to be very difficult to achieve that for Pablo Alvarez, but he's been one of the fastest cars out on track in this last hour or so. So you know that the XPD Racing driver is going to try, but Foyle, I'm sure, will feel very comfy knowing he's got 20 seconds nearly of breathing room between him and the car down in 4th place.
Coming to about the last 15 minutes here. We'll see what Alvarez can do. He's already closed in over a second. Not gonna be for lack of trying.
Looks like Alvarez will have about 5 laps to go when they cross the start finish line. So again, just put that time gain that he has to get in perspective for you, 4 seconds a lap. Just to actually get a specific number for you, so you can keep an eye on those lap times and see how it develops over the course of the rest of the stint. William Foyle hasn't been the fastest driver out on track, and Pablo Alvarez definitely has been. So there is that pace difference between these two that could help Alvarez out. Realistically, it's going to be about where that gap is when they cross the start finish line this time by that should truly give the XPD Racing crew an idea of exactly how much time they need to gain per lap. Foyle just has to make sure that he's gaining less, or Alvarez is gaining less per lap on him than the absolute margin that he needs, because that's when it starts to make the challenge harder and harder and makes the time needed to gain per lap so much bigger. Need a few more corners to go before Foyle crosses the start finish line, and both of these teams get their answer as to what the gap is going to be. The realistic challenge is going to be how many seconds can you gain per lap with 5 to go. It closes in to 16 seconds. It will drop under 16 by the time William Foyle makes it round to the start finish line. This could be the last little sprinkle of intrigue, the last twist in the tail of what has been a very long 12 hours of Le Mans.
While we have a chance here, we're in the dying moments here. We have a lot more going on here this weekend, including tonight. I won't be present, but Christina Ryan is going to be present on Twitch, where this race started. Broadcasting the ARC's High Octane Series from Iowa Speedway. That goes live on Twitch here in about 15-20 minutes, so it can't be much more synced up than that. And then we have a doubleheader tomorrow. Winstall Cup Series action from Darlington on Twitch at 7:45, here on YouTube at 7 p.m. Winstall Cup Series action once again taking place from Martinsville. We have ABN Champ Car action from Long Beach on Wednesday, and then we're back live next Saturday, 2 p.m. for the VRR Marathon GT World Tour. Taylor, Olivia, and Amity will be in the booth for that one from Okayama. It's going to be an absolute super soaker of an event there in Japan. So a lot going on over the next few days, including the stream coming up after this one. We hope you join us on Twitch for some stock car racing in the Midwest. Watching right now, Alvarez closing in a little bit, 18 seconds and closing. He's going to gain a lot of time here.
Yeah, Alvarez getting held up by some traffic through the Ford chicane on the previous lap, and that's what really eked that gap out in William Foyle's favor. I think crossing the line with a gap of about 17 seconds, 5 laps to go. Do the maths on that, it's about just under 4 seconds per lap is what Pablo Alvarez is going to need to finally close it in. It was a 3:29 last time around for Alvarez, and I'm not really sure how much faster he can go than that. Fury Sim Sports, William Foyle doing a great job down in the 3:29s when he was at his fastest at the end of the stint. So that's good enough to match Pablo Alvarez. And if he can get anywhere near that, that's all he needs to do, as it's going to be just enough to fend off the 33 of XPD Racing and keep that other green car off Foyle's podium spot. Remember, this car up 14 places, or the Foyle's car even up 14 places from the start. They've just kept it clean, or as clean as they can, all race long, and it's put them in a spot to score very good points here today. 1 lap down on the car in front, 4 laps down on your overall race leader, as we are getting very close to closing time here at Le Mans.
It's been a very wild day, start to finish, really. Again, keeping an eye on Alvarez here, seeing if there's anything he can pull out for a miracle. He's gaining, quite interestingly, he's gaining a second a lap. It just, I have a feeling.
It's not enough, though.
Yeah, that's the sad part, is that it's not enough. That's the really sad part, is that it's genuinely just not enough.
If they're on the same fuel strategy, it would be more than enough, but because Alvarez had to come down pit lane so much earlier than Foyle, and the amount of extra fuel he had to take on board was just enough to give Foyle the amount of breathing room that he needed to just bring this car home.
I am very curious to see what this gap is going to be. 3:30.01 for William Foyle that last time across the line. Alvarez this time across the line, almost 2 seconds faster.
1.8 seconds. 1.8 seconds was enough earlier on in this race, but 4 laps to go. 1.8 seconds per lap, call it 2 seconds per lap to be generous. It puts Pablo Alvarez within 7 seconds of William Foyle, and it's not enough to be there. Foyle will be feeling the pressure.
To be there unless
what he knows all he needs to do.
Yeah, Foyle needs to have a mistake.
Hit his marks. And I don't think he will. He's not driving fast enough that I think he will make a mistake. And I think, again, his team will have done the maths. Both teams know how much time needs to be gained in the last 4 laps to actually make a gain happen for XPD Racing. So they all know that as long as Foyle keeps doing what he's doing, and that's what Fury Sim Sports should be saying to their driver right now, is what you're doing right now is good enough, just keep doing it. Make the driver focus on the good that they're doing. Don't let them worry about the car behind, just let them focus on driving the car, and that's where they're going to find success. And they're going to find success here today. 3rd place on the final step of the podium in GTP. They've just got to navigate the rest of this traffic and get around the final 9.5 minutes of this race.
Gonna be a wild time. Alvarez basically going for fastest lap marks here.
He's got to. He absolutely has to.
He's having a choice, yeah. I'm surprised that the pace that he's putting onto a car that has lost more pieces than it's had is wild. "14 seconds to go." I am not going to be surprised if Alvarez pulls a low 27 out of this in some way, shape, or form. I just can't be surprised.
Then, it's still not going to be good enough. 18 Celsius on track, so it is plenty cold out there. All that really surface water. Yeah, all that surface water on the racing line is absolutely gone. So this is as grippy as the track has been, will be all race long. Alvarez very much taking advantage of that. But with just under 10 minutes to go, Julien Harmond still leads in GTP in the spot he has been in for hours at this point. He was putting so much pressure on Reiter Engineering and their number 76 Acura, but just wasn't quite fast enough to really make any sort of overtake happen until Nicholas Gesner found a puddle on the inside of Mulsanne corner that sent his car straight on into the barrier, and it has been the Old Firm Racing show from then on. It will be our first repeat winner of the championship, which is something we saw in PPS last week as well. But Harmond knows all he needs to do is bring that car home. He will have about 2 laps to go when he crosses the start-finish line next time by, but we are still full focus on this fight for P3 in GTP. But whilst we are, I'm going to take a moment to talk about how everything else is unfolding in the other 2 classes in this race. Vladislav Shopov for Negative Delta by SimGear, looking relatively safe by 18.3 seconds from Tom Cicchetto, who got into that late race incident that really hampered any progress he was making to try and win in GT3 Pro. Of course, he wasn't quite taking enough time out of Shopov in this final stint, still just doing enough to make sure that Negative Delta by SimGear knew that he was there. Things have closed up a little bit in GT3 AM, but not so much that Mauro Dragini is coming under too much pressure from David Narbonne in P2. That gap's currently sat at 3 minutes and 13 seconds. It is closing. We do have Dragoni just carrying a little bit of damage that is hampering his pace after the incident he had in the Porsche curves where he collected Tom Cicchetto. But as long as he keeps it between the white lines, he's going to be relatively safe to the end of this one. But we still have to acknowledge all of the hard work that David Narbonne has done for Smurf Racing Team. He was leading a good chunk of this race after a bit of tyre strategy came his way. He really got the chance to choose when he moved onto the wet tyres compared to when everyone else was forced onto it by running out of fuel. But not just that, David Narbonne has been on board this car from the end of hour 2. He has done all of this driving completely solo, and it is insane to scroll up through the lap ticker and see that his first lap was set on lap 27 in his car, and he's still going on lap 161. Stefan Enriquez really unable to continue after the first 2 hours of this race, and it's been David Narbonne for nearly 10 hours straight, and that is absolutely insane. On your screen is Nicholas Gesner for the Reiter Engineering Esports 76 crew, who were leading a very big chunk of this race. But Gesner, as I mentioned, just finding that puddle on the right-hand side of the track into Mulsanne corner, straight on into the barrier, and they could only muster a 6th place today. They were challenging for the podium still late on in the race, but just making another mistake that has been a lot more difficult to recover from. They will finish this race consecutively with their teammates down in P7. But again, we still have to get through the final 4.5 minutes of this race, Carmen.
Yeah, and everyone at this point kind of resigned to where they're at the moment, and it was a near scary moment for Vladislav Shopov, the leader in GT3 Pro. Had a brief off-track excursion that could have been so much worse. Instead, it ends up just being a 15-second gap. Now, the interesting part is that there is really a battle for second place. This is 3rd place, Miguel Angel Gallardo. I butchered that. I am so sorry. Gallardo. Miguel Gallardo in the Gnosis Esports Sim Ultimate car less than a second away from the extremely wounded Tom Cicchetto and RPM Racing, who, as you remember, got collected in that incident with the leading GT3 AM car of Mauro Dragoni, and has been a sitting duck ever since. We wondered if the 174 would close in on the Corvette. The answer to that question is yes.
Something's happened to Shopov on the previous lap as well. He was 16 seconds slower than he normally is. I'm trying to figure out exactly what that was by winding it back to see if there's some
question
sort
to
of
that is this
incident. Here's a replay for you. Well, we are actually going to find out what happened. That looks like the run into turn 1. On the brakes, into turn 2, touches the cabin. It's a big spin. Does he touch the barrier?
No, he does not.
No, wow.
He does not.
What a save from Shopov then.
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit of ego bruising. His gap to the car behind, 13.8 seconds. It was 10 at some point, but now Tom Cicchetto is really having to think about the existence of Miguel Gallardo. Remember, Cicchetto's Corvette is very damaged after getting tangled up with your GT3 AM class leader of Mauro Dragoni. Does he have the straight line speed to defend? It doesn't look like it.
No.
As Miguel Gallardo pulls to the inside, they'll be side by side on the run down to the Daytona chicane. And just like that, it is done. That Corvette Z06 GT3R has absolutely no top speed to defend from that McLaren 720S GT3. And very late on in this race, with only 2 laps to go, including this one, for these guys, Tom Cicchetto will drop out of second place, but that final podium spot still looking relatively safe for the Corvette driver.
Yeah, I think with Cicchetto, a third place, given what that car has been through recently, I think you overall just kind of have to be happy that it's going to be over. Gessner just at the fastest lap of the race, a 3:27.15. That has put that to bed, but will not be able to make up any positions beyond it. Julian Harmand, MVP, I think, of the 97 car, will be back in to finish this car off after Randy Martin Mateos helped get it here.
Keep your eyes on the side of the track. It will be the white flag in the air this time by, I believe, I'm looking for Barney. I can't see him waving the flag.
Barney's not waving the flag, but it is the white flag. We are within the final minute of regulation, so everyone behind the 97 will see the white flag to end the 12 Hours of Le Mans.
And what an adventure it's been for them to get there, and one final position decided in GT3 Pro. I think for everyone, hopefully for them, it will be a nice, relaxed final 3.5, 4 minutes, depending on what car you're driving. But here is Julian Harmand on board that number 97 Old Firm Racing Acura that has been there or thereabouts all race long. It's safe to say they've done a brilliant job of just keeping their car out of trouble and being in the right place at the right time. They've had the pace to just vibe a little bit relative to everyone else and not really had to make those active decisions when it came to changing tires. They let Reiter Engineering and their sister car, the 77, do all of the work for them. Don't forget, it was the 77 that determined where that final dry tire crossover was, that informed the entire rest of the grid when the track was ready for slicks. Even then, it was still a very tricky circuit out there with lots of standing water and lots of surface water, making it a very slippery tarmac out there that even then drivers were still struggling to find any sort of purchase. Harmand and Old Firm Racing were able to put the pressure on the 76 car, who were leading at the time, and eventually Nicholas Gesner found his mistake on a puddle on the inside of the entry to Mulsanne Corner, which is where Julian Harmand is going through now. And since that final 3-hour mark, it has really been the Old Firm Racing show at the front of GTP. 3 laps clear of Vulcan Motorsports in P2, who are a further lap clear of Fury Simsport in P3. They've got 11.5 seconds over XPD Racing's Pablo Alvarez on the final lap of the race. So they're going to hold on to that third position, up 14 spots for them. But Julien Harmon for Old Firm Racing up 11 spots. That should show you exactly what Old Firm Racing have done in this race so far today. 12 hours of absolutely nailing it. They did exactly the same thing at Spa. They kept that car well out of trouble. Julien Harmon is going to have to deal with one more little bit of GT3 traffic for his troubles as he comes through the Porsche curves for one final time. Spray still being kicked up by these cars as a reminder to everything they've been through. He goes very wide through the Porsche curves. He ends up in the barrier. He just about avoids it, but on the final lap of the race, it is a heart-in-mouth moment for Old Firm Racing, for Julien Harmon. He was almost prepared for it, keeps that car out of the barrier, feeds it into the Ford chicane for one final time. I'm sure his heart rate is sky high, but after almost spinning it on the final lap, Julien Harmon, the Old Firm Racing, will win the 12 hours of Le Mans.
Fantastic job for Old Firm Racing. They've got themselves a win at the track that means the most to sports car racing. Then you see him gonna go ahead and burn it down a little bit. Get a drift going on. Well earned. And we get to keep everything going, keep the applause going. Vladislav Shopov and the native Delta by Sim Gear team. The perseverance of the Bulgarian squad has resulted in a 7-second advantage on the white flag lap. Top three separated by 14 seconds after 12 hours of racing, and you couldn't get much more different cars. The Corvette, the McLaren, and the Mercedes, all together, all battling it out, all on different strategies. Shopov bringing that car home to grab the team's first win in GT3 Pro in over a year. Last time we saw this team win, it was in a Porsche, and then a BMW before that. It's been a long road since season 5. It's been a long tumble, but for Shopov and company, their wait, their anticipation, their work gonna pay off. Winning the big one in GT3 Pro as they roll through the Porsche curves. Through karting, through the Corvette corner. Letting some of these prototypes go through. Grandstand finish for Vladislav Shopov, who gets to bring the car home through the Ford chicane for the final time. GT3 Pro gets another new first-time winner this season. It's Shopov in native Delta, ahead of Miguel Gallardo in a Gnosis Esports Sim Ultimate, and Corvette gets its first podium of the year, of the season, finishing third. And then you have the class of attrition. IS Corsa, controversial team. Not a controversial win, just outright brute forcing here. But it has not been easy. You can tell the fatigue really setting in there for Mauro Dragoni, having driven more than 2 hours straight to get to this point, to see his car take home the checkered flag in GT3 AM by over a lap. And David Narbonne will have to settle for second place for Smurf Racing Team. And one of the many heartbreaks here at the Le Mans circuit. DLR by SimLab Green crossed the line already. They'll round out the podium in AM. But a huge congratulations to all of our class winners. A well-deserved race of survival and endurance here in France.
It's almost like that's what we're here for. The EMPEC doesn't stand for nothing.
Absolutely
So
outstanding.
DLR by SimLab Green snatching the fastest lap in GT3 on the final lap of the race. So fair play to them. That was very impressive to do on a track surface that's still a little bit damp. We've still got a few more cars to finally come round and finish their race. The 246 is the last car to cross the line in GT3, but the last car that's out there on track is the number 70 of Wiardi Ron Boots, slowly rolling it to the line, absolutely taking no rush in this one at all. Come on, MMRS, we want to do that field, that final finishing position run down and get everyone, including you lot, to bed. It's so late over here in Europe. 20 past 1 in the morning, and Ron Boots really taking his time to bring that 499p over the line. I think that car is dead, actually. Yeah, I think they ran out of fuel. Fine then. Come on, MMRS, get over the line. Yeah, they made it.
There you go.
And the results are official. So then, let's have a look down, well, what was a very interesting and attritional race to see exactly where everybody finished.
Wild stuff. Give me 1 second to get all this stuff put together, because it is a lot to sort through. So if we should see if we can go over, if it's going to pull up. There we go.
Thank you, Carmen.
GTP.
So then, Old Firm Racing bring home their second win of the championship here at Le Mans, as Vulcan Motorsports by SimLab Orange will bring that car home in second. A fantastic story for them, stepping up into GTP after winning the GT3 AM Championship last season out. Fury Simsport just about managed to hold on to that final podium spot, so making it 14 positions up the grid to finish where they did today. XPD Racing put up a late challenge for third, but ultimately it wasn't enough. Pablo Alvarez giving it everything he could, but just not quite making that one work. Go Esports get their best race finish of the season, bringing it home in P5, and the two Writer Engineering cars could only muster a 6th and a 7th today, but it was a valiant effort from both. Unlucky Luke Racing, a brand new entry and the only BMW GTP in the field, will finish in 8th. That's a really good debut for them relative to series veterans at this point, with DLR SimLab White bringing it home in 9th. MRS Racing Sapphire will be the final running GTP to bring it home in 10th. And NGC by Rubus Gas, DLR SimLab Orange and Red, and Gnosis Esports Simulate, TMR, Project Valorous, and Focus Racing PC will be your DNFs in GTP.
All right, moving it on down into the GT3 Pro category here. I know we've got one interview, I think, lined up, and that's for Shopov, the winner in GT3 Pro. We'll talk to him after we go through the results here. But a fantastic drive for him. We're actually going to talk about it right now. Native Delta by SimGear, first win in multiple seasons for the 181, winning ahead of Enosis Esports Sim Ultimate. RPM Racing surviving to hold on to the podium for the first for Corvette this season. Valkyrie XP Green in 4th. Go Esports top 5 rounds out the top 5 cars on the lead lap there in GT3 Pro. Enosis Esport Emix in 6th, the first car a lap down. 2 laps down for Vulcan Motorsport SimLab Gold. Orca Performance Racing Black in 8th. DDK Racing Team G in 9th. Octopus Racing Team in the 10th spot, rounding out the top 10. And seeing the checkered flag 18 laps down, but still going to score points here of the 169 laps crossed for the race winner. Further on down the order, 19 GT3 Pros took the start. Endurance Enjoyers 45 laps down and did not see the finish. Neither did anyone below them in this Eagle Speed Academy Esports PEC. NGC by Ruiz Gas, Carburesal, Eagle Speed Academy Esports number 5. Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster, Mass Devils Esports, Top Tier Motorsport, Project Valorous GT3, and Fast for Motorsport, after starting off very promising, ultimately being the first GT3 Pro out of this event. And we move on to the GT3 AM category. IS Corsa Red winner there. Mauro Dragoni, the winner by over a lap over Smurf Racing Team, who at the end of the day has to be thankful they could get back on track and finish second place. DLR SimLab Green in third will round out the podium. Then it's Octopus Racing Team Black, the AM class car for that team, in fourth. Squadra Veloce Alpha by Eagle in fifth. Negative Delta by Madness, a rough finish there for that team. Very rough going there for Miroslav Sodorov at the final hour, but still finishing there in seventh. Orca Performance Racing Team Blue in eighth, finishing 8 laps down. Locals Autosport, 13 laps, taking the finish as well. MRRS Racing Amethyst will also see the checkered flag. Whether or not they score points, I'm not able to do the math on that, on how many laps they completed percentage-wise. But they were the last ones to see the checkered flag in this class of 12. SPH eMotorsport not seeing the checkered flag. Neither did Pacemakers, out very early on, only completing a handful of the laps completed. Out after basically 2 laps there for actually the Pacemakers car. So that will round out the 48 car field that we saw here in Le Mans. Taylor, I know we've got one interview lined up. Thankfully, only one lined up after this very long day. It is the Bulgarian Vladislav Shopov earning an interview as the race winner in GT3 Pro.
No pressure. I'm going to let you take it.
Vladislav, this is Carmen from the ABN booth. You got a copy?
I do get a copy, yes.
Fantastic drive for the team. A very dominant effort in that Mercedes for the squad. Walk us through it. It was not straightforward. You had to come back to get to the race lead once again, but once you did, you didn't look back. Walk us through it.
Honestly, it's been such a long race. I can only remember the last maybe 2 or 3 hours. It was hectic. I've sweated my you-know-what off. So yeah, I think we started pretty good in the beginning. We had a 30-second lead in the first couple of stints. That's as much as I can remember. Then we had a pit violation. I think it was speeding in pit or a unsafe pit entry that lost us 40 seconds. With these 40 seconds, I think we would have been a lot more safe. And in the last 2 laps, I had to do massive lifts. I had to do 1 or 2 liters off the actual target. So like instead of 8 liters, I had to do like 6.5. So it was pretty lucky, and I'm really happy with the win.
I think the whole team is going to be extremely happy with the race win. It's been a long time coming for the team. Obviously, they went. It's been a winless drought for the team in the pro category. Being able to bring a win for the team with 2 races to go, 2 very important races in Aragon and Daytona coming up here. What does this win do for the team? Just kind of getting set up and trying to make a run for the championship with those 2 races remaining. How good is it position the team and as far as confidence building for those 2 races that are really the great unknown?
Well, I have to look at the standings. I'm here to drive, and I'm a driver, so I let my manager take care of the points and tell me what position we're aiming for. But I think it definitely boosts the confidence of the team, knowing that we can win, knowing that we can fuel safe, and knowing that we do have the pace doing all 3 of these. So it's a confidence booster.
An absolutely amazing drive for the entire team across the board here. A very challenging race, and it's going to get even harder next time out in 4 weeks' time at the Motorland Aragon. Before we let you go and let you celebrate and obviously rest up after a very long event, a taxing event for everyone involved, if there's anyone who want to shout out and say thank you to, the floor is yours. Congratulations on an incredible drive, an incredible show of endurance tonight.
I want to shout out the whole Negative Delta squad. That's everyone in the main team, the Negative Delta by SimGear GG, which is our sponsor, and the Negative Delta by Madness, which is another sponsor. So everybody who's associated with any of these, shout out to all of them.
Absolutely fantastic drive for everyone there for the 181 crew. Vladislav Shopov, the finishing driver to see the checkered flag for the 181 Negative Delta by SimGear squad. Enjoy the race win. We'll see you again in Spain. Take care and rest well.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
That was Vladislav Shopov, our race winner in GT3 Pro, the only interview we've got lined up here this evening. Probably for the best given how late it is tonight. We'll have more interviews next time out when we go to Aragon, a shorter race coming up there in Spain in 4 weeks' time. It's been a late night. I'll go over everything one more time as far as the schedule coming up on Twitch right now. _ABN_studios. It is the ARCS Iowa 160 from Iowa Speedway. Obviously, Christina Ryan broadcasting that event right now as we speak. That just started. Tomorrow, doubleheader here on YouTube, 7 p.m. ARCS A-Square Cup Series from Martinsville, the paperclip. Going to be a challenging race there in Virginia. At 7:45 p.m. on Twitch, the Winstall Cup Series from Darlington, the Southern 500, kicks off on Twitch tomorrow evening as well. Wednesday at 8 p.m. on Twitch, the ABN Champ Car World Series Grand Prix of Long Beach. Love that event. Love that racetrack. It's going to be a wild time with a lot of new faces in that as well. Looking at a near 26-car field on Wednesday. Then next Saturday, we'll be back here. Taylor will be. Olivia will be. It's the VRR Marathon GT World Tour from Okayama. Super Soaker, weather-related event. 3 sprint races, all in the rain. And then Saturday night, next Saturday, the High Octane Series from Las Vegas. We hope you join us for each and every single one of those events. For Taylor Mills, person that was the voice of the PEC tonight, carrying flag-to-flag coverage. She's earned a break. She's earned a week off. If only it actually worked that way. I'm Carmen Sienna. On behalf of Olivia Hayward, who was with us as well this evening. We'll see you again tomorrow. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Enjoy your night. So long, everybody.